Hello, hello. Wow, sorry, that's getting louder than usual, huh? I see those yellow audio marks. One sec. I'm running playfully behind, but Elgato didn't do anything haunted, so we lit in. Okay. We're in. I am a good streamer who doesn't unpause the pause until she's ready to check her phone, not read chat. Who's here? Hello! Hi! Hi, everyone. Good evening. Yeah, no McDonald's today. I made my own. They were good. I will say, living in another country, moving to another country, is a lot like a video game sometimes, especially like when you're actively learning the language. Like there's so much like an experience. Every interaction gives you experience, right? I mean, that's always true, but it's easier to feel the EXP and level up when you get new abilities and new words after everything that like increase your ability to do stuff. But also setting up my house or my apartment is similar where like I'm constantly trying to optimize and get upgrades. Like, I could make even better pancakes if I got a bigger flipper thing instead of my fork. Then they'd be pretty on both sides instead of just the first one before being mangled by fork. It feels like I'm I don't know. I'm not just living, I'm like constantly improving the gameplay of my life. Oh yeah, fuck this. Good evening, both of you. I'm glad to see you. Yep. I didn't expect to end up over here. Oh, it's like, okay. Okay. So without further ado, we are gonna just keep falling in this lava until we cause a fucking shade incident. Oh, I didn't get any soul for that. I suppose that does make sense. I have to go and rob whatever creatures have come into life here in the absence of their buddy, of all their soul. But nobody's even here. A lot of times I feel like very, oh no. I feel like enemies that are very, like, I don't know, related to their environment will have friends come out and mourn them, like, the False Knight. At this point, I almost kind of expect it. Yeah. Oh my god, no, these were the things that I was so feral about when I first started Hollow Knight. It's just... I came up with a new word last night because I opened up Kirby Triple Deluxe and it just blew my mind. Like, last week when I started my run, I was already like, wow, this is so fucking fun. This is definitely like a top 4 video game for me. I don't even know if I don't even know if I'm confident that I like Robobot and Return to Dreamland more than it now. I was just loving it so much. And then I opened it up again last night, and it was just like, I was like, boom. I was like, I'm sick to my stomach with how cute this is. It was just like such a shot of warm and good. And I coined the term sensitive side scroller. There are side scrollers that I think are just kind of like their own thing, where every little fucking detail is meant to make you feel something. Like every single thing feels so good. And Hollow Knight and Kirby are definitely sensitive side-scrollers. Where, like, earnestly, even though Hollow Knight has really amazing, interesting gameplay, Kirby, like, I think Kirby's gameplay is fun and stuff. I don't think it's, like, I don't know, it's very seldom, like, at the forefront of my experience. Like, it's just kind of, like, a fun... It's not as simplistic as, like, an actual, like, side-scrolling through a painting about depression type video game, But I think it's just not. I'm not often like I feel like it's hard to play Kirby just for the gameplay and not enjoy everything else if you're gonna play it more than like once. So I feel like they're both games that are really made to like just fucking tickle your biscuits when you play them. Just look at this fucking environment. Like, I'm not saying other games aren't beautiful, but I'm saying you could play these games probably not caring about gameplay at all and still get your money's worth. Like, they are such beautiful things. Good morning, Liz. I gotta make a better system. Maybe we should do this now. Do you all want to be in a group chat of regulars? Because I'm always like, man, I'd love to see my friend at the stream, but I feel like I'm bugging them every time I message them. And I get that on like 5 different people. So let me know if you want to be in like a Discord group chat where I can do like a notif and be like, hey, I'm streaming for everybody at once. Like, it's fun inviting everybody by hand, but like I'm also just like, boy, I'd love to see Liz, but I'm sure he's doing stuff, Squad. I was actually just in the advanced fog canyon last night in my other file. I was just kind of wandering around. Ah! I've been looking at a lot of Hollow Knight art, like on Tumblr. It's been hitting a lot deeper than it used to. And I've got a playlist of, one of my fall playlists on Spotify. I do seasonal playlists. The art for the cover is Hollow Knight and Quirrell in the teacher's archives. It's so beautiful. So I've been looking at the colors of the teacher's archives every day, and I just got there last night in my like 3rd replay proper that I'm doing. I do not have danger. I do not have the upgrades I had last night, so I can't do things how I did them last night. I do not have the tier. Although I could... Okay, so this is going to be not exactly this stream, but we're getting to the point where we can make a lot more decisions, and that is interesting. One being, we could start on Mirabelle. I think I'm going to do a down payment to Mirabelle, because at this point, it's going to take a long time to get back up to the store proper and buy something like the lantern. So I think if I do 1,000 Geo now, my next deposit should be like 3,000, and then I've like maxed it out. Yeah, okay, I'll start inviting you guys. You knew. Oh, it's the Splatfest! Oh my gosh, Noreen! Ah! I literally walked out of a stream recently, and it's more than 3,000. I think maybe she'll, I don't know, she'll rob you at like 2K, and the max is explicitly written as 4K and a half. So yeah, I would want to come back with like 3K, which like could happen. Definitely could. Yeah, it's like, how do I say? It's really when you compare Hollow Knight to the other, in terms of characters and world, and art, when you compare it to other games in the Metroidvania world, you factor out the alien environments and cold, stony corridors. You factor out the Gothic architecture, the sense of, dread combined with striving to complete your destiny on a tough bone nail quest. You factor all that out, because that's pretty common in the genre. And what you have is a really round, sweet game, which is exactly what Team Cherry sets out to make. That's their mission statement. They're Team Cherry. They make round, sweet games. And I don't really know any games that aim for that more than Kirby and Hollow Knight. The difference being that Hollow Knight will break your balls, and that the gameplay is far from round and sweet. The gameplay is actually some of the most masochistic in the genre. But in terms of like my heart, having accepted the brutality of Hollow Knight, the brutality does not cancel out the roundness and the sweetness. And at the end of the day, I feel like the little ghost and Kirby are very similar, and they'd be friends. Yeah, I was just feasting. My brain gets a lot. My brain's been pairing a lot of like yin and yang stuff lately. And Kirby and Hollow Knight, I put them together, and my brain goes whir, and I feel like you just keep spinning it around and spinning it around, and comparing them and contrasting them with each other, and I think it makes them look beautiful, like their best. So I'm like, I could kind of picture this toxic, unhealthy, permanent competition destroying alliance where by the end of 2024 my top 5 games are literally just the big 3 Kirby's and Hollow Knight and Silksong. Because it'd be fucking hard to knock out like my favorite sensitive platformers that are like the roundest and the sweetest. Like I recently accepted that Splatoon, like as a concept, put everything together. That's like a top 5 game for me. Or it's like in that highest echelon, which I hadn't really processed before. But like, God, you put it all together. You put Octo expansion, all of the Squid Sister stories, all of the Turf War, Salmon Run with my friends. You put all of that together. And it's hard to separate it, right? So I put it together and I'm like, well, that as an experience, right? As a very strange experience compared to the other games, that together is a top 5 thing. It's like it's less about individual games and more about just like the feeling of doing Splatoon. That is a top 5 game to me, and I think that's how I rank it now. Instead of trying to be like, well, Splatoon 2 lacks the tri-stringer and Splatoon 1 lacks anything at all. So it's a top 30 game. Like, I don't know. Maybe someday I could do that, but when the servers are gonna close and stuff, like I do be thinking about that squid mortality. Like, we're not always gonna be able to choose between Splatoon 2 and 3. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is a lot more engaging when you're not speeding through it with a Shade Cloak and Monarch Wings. I've always been so worried about this area and trypophobia, but so far, honestly, it's not that bad. This has never really been that bad. It's so fun! These purple mushrooms are just excellent. Top 5 series is something that I do, actually. It comes up a lot in class because I will tell the kids that my favorite games are Kirby and Splatoon. I think that's easy to explain. I thought for a beautiful moment that they actually knew Hollow Knight. And I said Hollow Knight, and then they were like, yeah! But then they started doing dancing. And I realized that no matter how clearly I say Horo Naito, if they hear me talking about games and hear Naito, I can't get them to not think I'm saying Fortnite. They all think I'm saying Kirby, Splatoon, and Fortnite. But then I'll say Donkey Kong and Metroid, and that gets them. So right now, top 3, I think, are Kirby, Splatoon, and Disgaea. Which, as part of my very long, no good, very tough week, I just had a complete crushing feeling about on Monday. I was just getting so mad about the proliferation of lowly bullshit in anime world, both in terms of like fan culture and like not turning an eye at it when it shows up in things, and just the deeper issues of how it's connected to anime fandom through companies and 1chan, 2chan, 3chan bullshit. Like, yeah, it's just fucking mad. But like, I can't deny that, like, yeah, I think it's easy to say top 3 series. I mean, I love Disgaea. It is just a battle to love Disgaea right now because there is such a fly in the soup. And the fly is that I don't like the constant inclusion of characters that look like they're 9 and putting them anywhere near vaguely sexual art. It's just not, nope. But that said, I've eaten so much of it that I can't deny it's top 3. But then after that, it's like a lot of things that kind of need to settle. Like Donkey Kong and Metroid, I click so deeply with, but I've been struggling to actually get into my other Donkey Kong games besides Tropical Freeze so far. I just kind of like fuss with them and struggle. And Metroid is just like, I made those connections in such a dark time that it is hard to be normal about Metroid. So I mostly leave it be for now. But it feels like top, you know, I think a lot about ranking series and tiers also. That might be a more fun conversation than the Disgaea. I have tiers of favorite series that work really well for me. I have C, where I'm a casual fan. Like, I'm definitely a fan, but my feelings are very casual. I did not realize that was going to explode. I am a casual fan in the C tier of Mario, Dragon Quest, Pokemon, sometimes Fire Emblem, sometimes I don't feel like a Fire Emblem fan at all. But yeah, it's mostly Mario, Pokemon, Dragon Quest, and Animal Crossing is a high C, low B. I think C lately. It used to be kind of a B, but I think C, because B is getting really good. Fortnite misunderstanding. Oh my god, Fortnite. I feel like you had a moment with Fortnite, Juno. I forget if it was you or like your streamer friends, but I remember you being like, Fortnite, we're gonna talk about that. And we had like a fun conversation about Fortnite. Oh my god, Noreen, you're so right. Oh my god, Renee, you are so much more correct than you know. Oh my god. I didn't even think about that because, like, both the origin of the little ghost and Kirby have to do with the emotions they were exposed to when they were born. And that, I think, is what creates the themes for them as characters and their games. And now I am not going to be neurotypical about that concept. They evolved from the same... Okay. We're coming back to that. Oh my god. Yeah, these are such floaty EP girls. What are they? Umas? See, this is a sensitive side scroller. You can take your time. Devour every little piece of it. I feel like I'm gonna cause discourse by what I consider a sensitive side scroller and what I don't. But fuck if 2020 me didn't know. I was so fucking sensitive about my side scrollers, and she's still right deep down. No, Uma and Ulma are these guys. And to be fair, those are EP little girls. But Funglings. The Funglings. They're animated really nicely. The Fungoon. Passive, but also implicitly baby. Have you heard about our Lord of all in you pathetic world, Breadbug? Is this a Pikmin door-to-door salesman? They do all kinds of advertising. They got all the memes. I could definitely explain the origins of Little Ghost and Kirby. I have heard about Breadbug. I do know Breadbug. I won't buy pamphlets about him, but I know Breadbug. I feel like that's kind of part of why I feel like Hollow Knight is such a sensitive side scroller, because, like, I don't know, the corpses, man. I don't feel nothing about them. It's different from Pikmin because, like, well, no, it's not different, because I think, to be honest, I think that feeling each death adds to the game. That's just a sentence I'm putting out there. It doesn't give me pleasure. I mean, in a little bit of a way it does. But, like, I feel like games like Doom use their gore. Juno could definitely back me up on this one way or another. I feel like Doom uses its gore as, like, a satisfying thing, like rip and tear. But Doom also doesn't make you feel connected to the enemies. Pikmin. it's like opposites, right? Doom is like you can feel the deaths positive. Pikmin, you can feel the deaths negative because you love them so much. And I think Hollow Knight is a mix, and I think that fits the tone and the underlying themes of Hollow Knight really well, because, like, it makes the world feel alive and it makes your quest feel brutal. And both of those things help with the theme. Both of those things are how you're supposed to feel. So I think it's, all three of those are very good uses. But I think Hollow Knight is the most mixed, where you feel kind of good, like, yeah, I'm so strong, but also, like, their little legs are wriggling and you feel sad about it. And that really gives the game a certain tone, which is a very appropriate tone. I'm at war. This is a fun area. Hollowness, those are the moments. That would be a more satisfying upgrade in different Metroidvania versus just like the fucking IOU. Well, I don't know. I sat down yesterday and I had a complete revelation, which I can't even. We have like 4 fish to fry in this conversation. I'm so happy. I googled something about Splatoon, and I realized that in Japanese, I think there's kind of like a dandori for Splatoon, and I'm gonna make a video about it sometime. I mean, I could definitely talk about it, but I think I'm gonna make a video about it because it hook, line, and sinker completely like got me another level deeper into Splatoon once I realized this kind of untranslatable slogan word they have. There's no way I can bat this back at them, can I? I can take it. Nope. Yeah, so I was sitting and I was thinking about how freaking well this one word tied together all of the themes for Splatoon. And I realized, damn, I love a video game with themes, and this ties back because, well, hey, yes, I love Splatoon thinking about it in that lens, and I will talk about it ad nauseum whenever you want now, and I will be thinking about it a lot more and possibly making a video on it because I've never seen people go into it in English. Not that I'm that deep into the Splatoon fandom, but I think, yeah, what really kind of separates the B tier favorite series for me from the C tier favorite series is that there's such a clear, like, deeper feeling that I get from them when I get into it. Like, you know, I love Mario. Lately I've been like, woohoo! It feels very athletic playing 2D Mario and having it go right. I've been having a good year at platformers generally, so I've been enjoying that Mario, like, yoo-hoo feeling, but compare that to Zelda, and I feel like Zelda sits a lot deeper in me when I'm getting, like, the Zelda feeling, because I feel like it really sells you on that feeling of adventure. Like, I think a lot about, I don't know, the Zelda feeling in my chest of adventure, and you know how that compares to other feelings of adventure, like the Castlevania feeling. I think Castlevania sits at B tier for me. B tier standing for big fan, C tier casual fan, B tier big fan, big fan of these series. Castlevania, I think, was one of the first game series to completely sell me by its theme because it just hit, again, really, really deeply. Wow, that's a lot of trail. Did they make these guys harder when I wasn't playing? Yeah, so the Castlevania feeling I've talked about before being, to me, determination. Kind of, the Netflix series, the first series sells it so ridiculously well by having the characters handed just fucking unfathomable horrors and either lose themselves or just steal themselves, you know? I think, to me, Castlevania... And the part of Castlevania that I feel in Hollow Knight is steeling yourself against the knight, you know, to do something you have to do. There's no other option, so you just have to firm up your resolve, you know. Alucard's resolve to kill his dad, the Belmont's resolves to kill Dracula over and over again, Dracula's warped resolve to kill humanity. To me, like, that series is really dealing with, like, not just, like, you know, keeping your heart open and not losing your humanity, but also characters' motivations and drives. And unlike the games, that series doesn't have, like, overly driven characters on the hero side. Like, they get what they need done pretty quickly, and I guess it's kind of non-traditional in that way. But the new series is going to be dealing with, I think, Richter being way overdriven by using his conviction and his willpower that he does this thing, he is unstoppable, as the player does. I play Rondo of Blood, and it takes a lot of conviction and, you know, steel soul and will and all that bullshit to keep picking yourself up when you're getting your ass beat trying to get through the houses of horrors. And to me, yeah, that's not an adventure. I actually kind of see the Zelda feeling and the Castlevania feeling as yin yang, because to me, Zelda feeling, like, during semesters, I'd be like, you know, this month is a Zelda semester. I feel relaxed enough to have a lighthearted adventure where there will be horrors, but I feel balanced. I feel fun, like I'm kind of having a fair exchange. And then sometimes I would have a Castlevania month where it's not fair and it's not okay, but I find the resolve to just push through anyhow, you know? I think it's kind of like adventure derogatory, adventure positive. What's the opposite of that when people use that meme? Affectionate, adventure, derogatory, killing your dad, killing Dracula, adventure, derogatory. So yeah, Zelda and Castlevania, like, you know, the aesthetics, like dark fantasy, light fantasy, neither of those, like, are super duper my thing, you know, not a lot of plushies coming out of there. I do love a good plushie, but I still those feelings sit really deeply with me. And that's kind of what makes a B tier series to me. E for autism hands. Oh, you learn quickly. Yeah, you wouldn't be fucking wrong. You wouldn't be fucking wrong. Yep. Rip Jerry, rip Michael, rip Dave, etc. I grew up with I grew up with Pikmin 1 and 2, and I never played much 1. It might have been the daytimer that scared me. I never got very far. I've only really played it more as an adult, and I like it more than 2 a bit more now. For like the UI is really nice and the home menu is really nice. And I just haven't played 2. Oh, fuck that. I'm not that pretentious. It's really just that I have 1 on Wii, and I should have asked my dad to send it. That's topic number 6. I have 2 on GameCube, and while I used to love the swarm function, now I'm a pointer control person. I mean, Pikmin 4 is its own thing, but Pikmin 3, pointer controls and gamepad. Pikmin 1, pointer controls. I just haven't really been feeling the callback to 2. But anyhow, all of that to say, when I was a kid, me and my friend had a really, really fun time playing Pikmin 2 together, where I would play and he was like the navigator strategist. And that was one of the only times that we didn't play co-op. And my dad was like, make sure you're taking turns. And I'm like, trust me, I would be dead without him. He's playing this game more than I am, because I'm just the executioner. I'm just getting these Pikmin killed. And oh my god, that is a dark, funny fucking game. You will just have such tragedies handed to you. Oh my god, yeah. The Pikmin feeling never goes away of having their lives in your hand. But they do die a lot less in these games now. I mean, Pikmin 3, that devastated me. But Pikmin 4 has been a cakewalk. Oh gosh. I don't think we have time for a bread bug story. We once had a wandering Spamton salesman come into the stream, and he just kind of kept talking, or they just kind of kept talking. So we ask all missionaries and storytellers to keep it brief here now. But yeah, Pikmin. To be okay, so Pikmin is definitely a B tier favorite series, because it's not, the Pikmin feeling hashtag isn't about like losing them. It's not even necessarily about that balance of life and death. It's just like that feeling of caring, like being so plugged in and having to really, really use your brain and your heart together. Like it's this very synergistic thing where like, because you're in nature and you're caring about these little dudes, like you're kind of like having a full body, like, I don't know, tactical experience. Like you're really like not just managing ideas and strategies, but like really trying to use your brain to make things okay, just like on the ground for your little buddies. And I think it's a little harder to put a finger on without the word dandery, but it really is dandery. Like it's not just strategy, but like planning your life, like planning life. It's just this very fun, fresh feeling experience. Like I don't know, there is this very fresh feeling that I get in my chest when Pikmin's going really well. And Pikmin 4 has been so damn fun. It's just really easy to get into. Even though it's really simplified, I think they simplified it around this idea, so I'm like kind of sold on it. Yeah, Pikmin has a really clear feeling. I don't know, it just feels very, I guess you could say like community is part of it, you know, organizing the community. I think the friendship between unrelated buddies is like kind of my favorite part too. Like I don't know, Olimar and the Pikmin. I love friendship between like aliens and other people, you know, just like people who can't really communicate but become friends to like do something. It feels very human, you know. So Pikmin has a lot of really like nice fresh feelings in there that sit very deeply. Oh my god. Well, it's not like some kind of objective list. I'm definitely not a gigantic Pikmin fan. I really enjoy it though. I'm not just a casual fan. I'm a big fan, but I'm not obsessed with it. So A tier is for obsessions. ABSOSSE. I can't fucking spell it. Maybe Noreen's right about autism hands. Boken. Dame. Yeah, A tier just combines all of that, I think. Like, yeah, I don't know, that my A tier favorite series just sit a lot deeper with me. Like a lot of the B tier series, I didn't even really get that into when I was younger. Like I just kind of played them when I was later in life. And like not every part of them super speaks to me, but they do speak to me like pretty strongly. Like that Pikmin feeling. It's so good. Even Pikmin Bloom gives me it. Like so yeah, I don't know. I love Pikmin Bloom. I've been playing it a lot on the train, and in Japan a lot more people play it. I mean also in cities people play it more, so I'm getting a twofer. But I don't know. Like growing my troops, strategizing where to send them, working with other people to take down mushrooms. Even if there's no point and there's like no really solid like extrinsic reward for all the work that we do, because like I'm kind of just doing work to do work. It's fun. It's just the Pikmin feeling of like doing work and planning and it's such a good feeling. The Pikmin feeling. It's harder to put a finger on than the Zelda feeling or the Castlevania feeling, but I really value the Pikmin feeling. I'm not like a gigantic fan. Like I don't know. I like it a lot, but it's just like, different things for different people. Deathless is insane. That's powerful. Yeah, people get that way about Hollow Knight too. I've just never played a game long enough to need that kind of challenge. Aha! The tiny steps of a tiny creature. The tiny steps of a tiny creature. That's really fucking funny. I like, like in my brain, I know that. Oh, did we really? Oh my god. Good effing start. Oh my god. Oh, also, side note, I was talking before about wanting to maybe switch my Splatfest region to Japan to have it start on Fridays, but I was not right. I think the whole world has Splatfest at the same time, which means that in Japan I'm locked into starting in the morning on Saturday and then having all of Sunday night until the morning on Monday to do Splatfests, which is not that good. It would be fun if I had a Monday off for vacation or something. But in America, I would have all Saturday, Friday night was fun to start, and then most of Sunday. But I will say, I was already thinking about trading Friday night for Sunday night because I always feel like I was stopping too early on Sunday night when it got cut off at like 8 or 7 or whatever. So I was like, yeah, it was fun to play until the last time for Team Fame. But I was already like, I gotta like do dishes on Sunday night. Like it'd be more fun to do Splatfest on Friday night, but I don't actually have that option. Splatfest starts during my stream at 9 a.m. in Japan. So Sunday night, Sunday Lord. Oh wow! Oh, you play good games. Is your name Holly? What are your pronouns, Holly? I would like to discuss these incredibly cool games. Yoshi's Crafted World? Wow. But you'll get 112 then. Good luck. 1,000 games of I Spy. Now that I've never heard. 100% Celeste. That's awesome. That's really awesome. Celeste and Hollow Knight are two of my favorite games. It is hard lately to place. And that's part of the thing is I love ranking my series, and I have a video coming next month about franchises and series that I've putting a lot of thought into. It's tough with indie games though, because like I can kind of just throw the Hollow Knight series as like one of my favorite series because there's 2 games, but there's no Celeste series. Like if there was a Celeste series, I'd be like, that's one of my favorite series. It's an A tier series, but I mean Earthblade shares so much DNA with it that I think I might just be like extremely okay games are A tier games. I don't know, but no, it is actually hell ranking individual games right now. Because as I had it a year ago, there would be like 17 games trying to break into top 10, which obviously can't happen. So right now, I've just been trying to sort out like my favorite 7 games, or just like the toppity tier to see what happens after. And I've got that sitting. I feel like Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze is the lowest on the rung. It's kind of auditioning to be there, but it only barely broke out up against the rest of the pack. The pack being the top 20 and including Celeste. All of that to say, rather than like plugging away at it until I finished it, I've been doing replays like every year for the last 4 years of Celeste and Hollow Knight until I get slowly to 100%. And that's super fun. Every single year I feel better at the games and I feel like I can get further. And I never push further than is fun. Although one time I spent like 10 hours in Farewell, which I didn't know was supposed to be done after Seasides. And I've never done Seasides. I've done the B-sides all a good amount. I think last year our biggest achievement was doing Summit B-side for the first time. And that took a lot of work on stream. We had a whole stream dedicated to that. This year, I'm going to try to do Seasides. I'll have to schedule Celeste Month a bit differently, maybe, to have time for Seasides. I don't know what I'm going to do. I might just beat some B-sides off stream, because we've already done them so many times. But I would like to push further into Seasides this year. But no, I spent like 10 hours punching way above my belt to get through like a third of Farewell. And it was insane. That was like crazy gameplay. That's so freaking funny. Persistent trolling about Celeste too. Oh my god. It's never too early to plug that. Birthday stream is a funny concept. I've been thinking about like, you know, I had a thought. I had a thought and I was like, this could be a birthday stream. What would it be? Oh, play Kirby Return to Dreamland Deluxe, because I can stream that. Like, I can't stream the other big three, because they're on 3DS, but I can stream... Oh my god. New topic. Oh my god. Liz, I need confirmation that you are here. I need confirmation that you're here before I tell the story about my dad packing up my Wii U. The long and short of it is, I could stream the original Return to Dreamland. I can stream a lot of good shit because, you know, just to cut to the chase, as of now, my Wii U is coming. I've been planning for years to be without my Wii U for a couple years in Japan, but I made a play. And I will tell you about the play if Liz is listening, because it's very much a story for Liz. Yes! Okay. So, I was voice calling my parents, Dad and Jen, and I was like, oh, can you help me actually do something? Because I realized I had been planning for so long only to bring the consoles I can fit in my bags when I come over. I was like, okay, you know, I can live off my 3DSs and my Switches. That's totally fine. I never considered that there's no rules against mailing a console to you. I think in a way I thought that would be like putting too much stuff in my apartment and it'd be hell to move out. But I've got a tri-stringer. Watch my new video. I've got a whole physical water gun tri-stringer here. I have plenty of stuff to ship home now. So I've decided if I'm really settling in, the Wii U would just be amazing because what really did it is I was like playing a ton of Pikmin 4 this week and I was like, I'm gonna want to play Pikmin 3. That's my favorite game in the series. I do not want to get needled down to either begging and praying for Wind Waker HD, Twilight Princess HD on Switch, because those are Wii U games. Actually, they're only Wii U games. No one else has them on Switch. So those are on Wii U for me, and Pikmin 3 is on Wii U for me. I already kind of regrettably, not really regrettably, neutered the Wii U by buying DK Freeze on my Switch, and I don't think I'm going to regret that because handheld could be fun on the next Switch. I don't do handheld with it on my Lite, but if the next Switch is a better... That's the 7th conversation topic. The next Switch has been coming. If the next Switch is easier to hold handheld, I think that would be a lot of fun with Tropical Freeze. And using the gamepad was novel, but like, boy, that thing can fucking creak and clack. So, yeah, the Wii U is already starting to lose its library, and I'm like, I don't want to buy Pikmin 3 Deluxe. Like, there are good parts of it, but I just felt so tacky buying it a second time when I actually love playing it on the gamepad. So I was like, am I going to take away this last thing that the Wii U has? Or am I just going to like go these years without Wind Waker without Twi-Pri, without Pikmin 3, which was toxic in its own way because I was starting to get craving for 3D Zelda because I haven't even processed this. I'm gonna have them. Oh my god. I words in my head. Pikmin. Oh, I have this time to play games a lot more than I used to because I'm not in grad school anymore. And I'm like, oh my god, I could play 3D Zelda, but only having Skyward Sword, the two Breath of the Wild games just sounded so toxic. I'm like, there's no way. I'm gonna end up hating my favorite one if I'm going through the polls, right? Because all the Zelda games fall somewhere in the middle of Skyward Sword on one end of the spectrum, which is a Wii Sports Resort adventure, and then the Breath of the Wild games on the right side, which is like baby Elden Ring, Tinker Toy Elden Ring. And I'm just like, I am gonna have a toxic relationship with these games if my only one that I consistently enjoy is the jankiest in its Skyward Sword, because I love Skyward Sword, but I love it especially when it has like normaler 3D Zeldas to bounce off of. So I was like, okay, I guess I could play the fuck out of the Hero of Time games on my 3DS. Like, I'm glad to have them, but I've never played them that much. And I was just missing Wind Waker and Twi-Pri so badly as normal Zeldas that sit in the middle. And I was like, bruh, I haven't even finished Twi-Pri, and I had to leave it because I had to leave it with the Wii U for these years. I was just like, I guess I'm gonna get spoiled on everything. I've already been spoiled on like 80%. Let's just go all the way. And I was like, boy, I'd love to play Wind Waker, but I can't squeeze that in this year. But no, I walked my dad through packing up the Wii U, and I'm gonna get the Wii U here. I'm so happy. My co-teacher was like, you can buy a Wii in Japan, you know? And I'm like, that's motainai. Having 2 Switches, that's not a waste. Having 3 3DSs, that doesn't make me feel wasteful. Buying a second Wii U, that would make me feel wasteful. I'm not rebuying all of this. So, I guided my dad through packing up the Wii U, which was really fun. It felt like doing brain surgery because, I don't know, he just struggles with doing things like that. But I packed up all of my stuff in my house before I left, and it felt so much like game shopping in my own house, where I had to guide him to my tall bookshelf and be like, okay, so top shelf, there's a stack of DS games. Those are the black ones. The bottom one down, that's Dragon Quest IX. I don't know why I forgot that one. Ooh, I randomly forgot Squeak Squad and Superstar Ultra, which was costly. I'm like, oh, I'd like those too. And then he grabbed those, and it was like having an Instacart shopper for my own house. And I was like, okay, so let's go to the Wii bin. And he was like, how do you have so many fucking Wii and GameCube games in here? I thought this was an Ottoman. I'm like, it's the Wii and GameCube Ottoman. Help yourself now that you're in retirement. And he was like, okay, I got the Zelda. And we just like went through them all. And I'm like, holy crap, I forgot it. Like, I barely processed that I was going to be without the original RTDL for all these years. It only hit me recently. I was like, holy shit, no Wii means no RTDL original. And I'm like, well, I guess I really am lucky that we got the remake. But no, I was like, oh, you could grab that one. That's my favorite game of all time. I'd love to have it. I would simply love having that one. We didn't grab Pikmin, but I got City Folk, Mario 3D World, which I was devouring back in the spring, but had to stop because of Japan. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so fucking happy. So now we can stream all of these. Oh my god. I'm gonna end up having him send Pikmin 1, aren't I? So yeah, I might rebuy Pikmin 2 on Switch. I've thought about that, because I've already been considering getting the new Play Controls version. I will see. But, oh my god, all of that to say. So I was also like, oh, if I get the Wii U, I can also get one of my plushies that I left. Because all I brought was my teddy bear, who was like the core of the plushie army. Like, I was born with him. He was bought on the day that I was born. We were inseparable. So I love having him here. But I was like, damn, this is like a New Game Plus kind of thing for him. He has none of his buddies. Like, nobody survived the purge. Everybody is in America. But I realized I really, really want my little ghost plushie. And I'm like, oh my god, my dad could send him with the Wii U. Oh, not him. I keep calling my plushie him, but I've been changing to they, it pronouns for the little ghost. So I also had that with my dad. I was like guiding him to where my plushie was. And I'm like, oh, like he's over there. Or no, actually they're over there. And my dad like understands the concept of they, them pronouns, but he hasn't had to use them really. So he started trying to use them for the little ghost plushie. And I was like describing it. And I forget why the pronouns came up, but we were looking for the nail, and he's like, okay, it's gonna be hard, but I'll try to find they's sword. If I see they's sword anywhere, then I'll let you know, or something like that. Or like, oh, they's gonna be comfy, tucked in with the Wii U. So I'm getting they, and I'm getting the Wii U in a package, and I am just like the happiest camper. I am so happy. That was supposed to be a tangent about Link Between Worlds. Yeah, the Warriors. Oh my god, 10x battle. I thought you might like that story. Yeah, have helping him like shop through my game collection and then randomly drop an education on using singular they pronouns for the little ghost was so funny. Exactly. It was so memorable. Tunic. Can the Switch run Tunic? I've always wondered that. Does it run well? I didn't play Tunic when it came out, even though I was following the buzz, because I was playing another game called Death's Door. That's a similar, like, incredibly beautifully crafted, super, super, super good graphics, wonderful art style, like 2D, top-down Zelda type game. And I was still working through that when it came out. And also, I think it was started as, like, a PC Xbone exclusive, so I did not put it on my radar. But I know it's on Switch now, and I know it's life-changing, so I haven't played it. It sounds super, super valid to love Celeste, Hollow Knight, and Tunic. That sounds ridiculously valid. But I'm saving it. I'll play it someday, and I'll be really happy. I've mined through a lot of the, like, indie all-time greats for 2D exploration already. Like, only in the last couple of years since playing Hollow Knight, so I'm trying to, like, pace my consumption of indie all-time greats. Oh my god, look at that purple splash effect. Look at that purple splash effect. This is a sensitive side-scroller. This is a sensitive side-scroller. I think this term might really cause discourse, but as long as my channel is in relative obscurity, I am confidently using the term sensitive side-scroller from now on. Just this art, this fucking art. It's only Kirby. It's only Kirby and Hollow Knight and, like, oh, the occasional game that is this fucking, oh, amazing. Oh, good. That's fun. That's the thing. I've been wanting some more puzzly games, so I might put that on my radar for 2024, unless, like, I have so much time to play games this fall that I burned through what I was expecting to play. And you might be the hero. We are trying to oust Rayman Legends from being my favorite game of the year, because it's currently my favorite game of the year, but I have a lot of hangups about giving an award to a Ubisoft game because they're a really toxic company, and I have a lot more thoughts about that to put in a video. Hornet, get the fuck over here! I have a lot more thoughts about that, but basically, playfully, I love this game. I love this game from the bottom of my heart, but I am really looking for something to play this fall that will be my new #1 game. And my friend said The Messenger. Obviously, The Messenger has been on my radar. But I'm like, am I really going to burn through an all-time indie great with Metroidvanias, like, just to take Rayman out? But Tunic, I mean, I've heard November playfully called Zelda month before, and I'm all out of Zelda. So it might be come November, I'll have played so many games this fall that I've worked through, like, my own personal kind of, like, not backlog, but, like, short log of backlog games that I want to play in the short span. And I might be like, it's time for Tunic. Because, yeah, my computer probably couldn't run it, but I could put it on my TV, I could put it on my classic Switch. Oh, really? All I know is that it's like a god's gift to man, highest quality all time Zelda like with a fox boy and like great graphics. I could go fucked up. I mean, depends what kind of fucked up, because like that sounds very surprising, like a drastic departure. Yeah, you understand. I hadn't been to the mushroom dungeon. Every single time I refer to this area, it's a different name. We've done mushroom crossing, shortcut to mushrooms, mushroom dungeon. Every time I haven't been here in a while, so I stopped through yesterday to like get a second sense of it, and I'm like, ooh, it's like Green Path and Forgotten Crossroad. I'm coming to this early feeling that like first three areas are like kind of a peak of Hollow Knight. They're so cool, they're so distinct, and they all have so much going on. Where I think other areas like may have been contributing to my burnout faster. I mean, we'll see. We will see. I'm not gonna rush to conclusions, but like these are just lush. They're really cool, and they've got a really good color balance or whatever. Each one has its own look, really, and these mechanics are really fun. I mean, but yeah, no, I saw the particles in the air, and I'm like, ah! Truly, this is the Green Path of Forgotten Crossroads. Truly, this is the Forgotten Crossroads of Green Path. Kind of dark, really messed up. Huh. Could you describe that with like a theme? Like, does it deal with like depersonalization? Does it deal with like betrayal? Or like, I don't know, like is there like a, like what's so dark? What's so messed up about it? Does it have like a dark backstory? Like Hollow Knight? Or... I feel like CERN is like a leading world particle lab that you used to work at, that you know people at. Like if I Google, I'll be like completely befuddled by, not befuddled, but like astounded. Why do the mantises fall apart like a bicycle without its chains? Like that was gory looking. Having its body bounce while the limbs fell off. That was like, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. Oh! Why? Yeah, these guys... Castlevania. These guys used to be, like, my first run-in with my least favorite type of enemy. They feel more manageable now. I was playing some of World 5 last night in Rondo, and that's, like, all... that's, like, all lurker enemies. What do you call it? Hover lurkers? I don't know what to call them, but... enemies that hover around you in a kind of unpredictable way and dive in at unpredictable times, they stress me out to no end. The skulls at the beginning of the boat level and the griffin riders later are so bad. Oh wow, that sounds wild. Mantis. Again, all these early areas, maybe the whole game, Violent Soul or whatever it's called, feels like a pistol. It just feels so strong. God, I got to the second form of the boss of the boat, which is Death. And in this game, Death's first form is just a complete onslaught of swirling scythes, which I do not know how to dodge besides walking back and forth. I don't know, maybe I should just use an item crash on it. I was trying to learn how to use item crashes last night because I've played the whole game without them so far. And then I got through that, honestly, not with anything crazy, kind of sub-weapon spam, but then his second form, he like goes away, he launches crazy blasts at you, and then he comes down, and instead of floating around, he stands on the deck, and he holds his scythe in a really cool way and starts like strafing back and forth, and he just fights you one-on-one. Like there are still scythes, I think, like floating scythes that can fuck you up, but oh my god, it was so cool going from like him like wandering around and like shooting scythes at you and like super beams to just like, okay, we're fucking fighting mono, e-mono. I've been trying to do it with Richter. I've been learning it really well with Richter. I like accidentally, without any warm-up, while trying to learn item crashes, played through to death and got like almost to a second form, or at least like I used an item crash on him. But No, I haven't even been using Maria. Maybe because I jump so much more with her, and it's nice to have Richter's sub-weapons, come to think of it. Maybe Richter is better for the boat, but normally I have to use Maria to get further. But I've been learning it with Richter, and I'd like to finish it with Richter. It's been gratifying. Oh! Oh, wow. Oh, my. Oh, no more spoilers. Thank you. That's like, that gives me a good taste. That gives me a good taste. I don't want to know anything else because that sounds like there's really cool revelations. The whole game used these machines to power things. That's dark. Yeah, that is certainly dark with a capital D. I have to think about what I feel about that. Like, I don't know what direction that goes in. Oh my. That's certainly stakes. Well, and now I have a sense for it. The Dash Master, truly one of the greatest gems. Gems. What are they? What are they? Badges? No. Pins. Regalia. They are charms. Fuck. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's hard going from one file to another when one of them is still pretty early, because I keep expecting to have Shade Cloak. Charms. What are they, if not the fossilized bones of my parents, powering the entire gameplay for a disturbing revelation later on? Ugh! Nah, we see all our parents' bones in this game, although I don't think I know who the ghost mom is. We don't need moms. Chris! Chris! You and me are gonna have no longer moms. I haven't thought about whether or not to do Deltarune this year. I really don't think we're gonna get Chapter 3. I guess we wouldn't, right? Because it would probably still be 3, 4, 5. I don't think I'm gonna... I mean, if anybody wants to come join a voice chat, we could always do our own voice acting, but I don't think I'm gonna stream again, and I actually had kind of Christmas stream ideas. Oh yeah, there's the Scrooge Metroidvania. Well, that could even be like late November, where it's like, you know, the Christmas Advent is never realer than when you're like not quite starting it. You're like, boy, I wish it were December. I wish I were feeling Christmas Advent. Oh, I know the ghost mom. Haha, I know the ghost mom. Thank you, I forgot. I've only met her once. Most Hollow Knight lore I know. Most of the game I know. I think the only thing I don't know is like how particular cutscenes play out, but even those ones I've seen now, like after Path of Pain, and I just kept seeing fan art and I was like, wait, what happens after Radiance? And now I know. Now I know how one particular creature plays into the story. Oh, we've already gone so far. Oh, but I'm not ready to be done. Am I gonna pay off Mirabelle soon? Well, the camera's getting janky wanky. That would be the ungrateful Wonka. You guys. Fuji Disgaea moment. I'm not killing any more of you goofballs than I need to. So, I want to do Lords. I don't think it'll take more than like 5 tries. It might take more, but I want to explore the Mushroom Crossroads. Yes. I want to explore the Mushroom Crossroads really deeply and like get as much as we can. This was a moment during my Let's Play where for some reason I was hit the strongest by like, I remember the way I phrased it was like, I am going to play this game every day for the rest of my life. Something about the Mantis Claws is just like one of the best Metroidvania upgrade items, feelings of all of them. I don't know. The wings are incredible. The wings were also like our season finale when I did that Let's Play the first time, not knowing what was going to happen. The Mantis Claw really is just so cool. It's just so cool. The feeling is just so cool. For being kind of mundane, it's so cool. Oh no, I know so many friends in that position though. I know so many friends that are like, yeah, like just like grinding the Colosseum or grinding the Pantheons or something. For me, that is firmly like, I'll do that on my 6th replay. Because even like seeing how strong the dream bosses were, I was like, yeah, I could do this 30 times, or I could just replay the whole game and enjoy kind of my favorite part, which is the exploration, and then passively get better at combat, and then come back and test myself against it, like a measuring mark. I know not everybody wants to replay the game 8 times to get to 100%, but for me, that's the most fun thing. So it is cool to have so many measuring marks for each replay. Like if Luigi's Mansion had a Pantheon of the Gods. I know they added Boss Rush on 3DS, but if Luigi's Mansion had content that it would take 17 playthroughs of the game to get good enough to do, I'd be doing that gameplay, and I'd be like, I sure am glad for this. I sure am fucking glad for Luigi's Mansion Pantheon of the Gods. I did not see Quirrell. Maybe I wasn't focused enough. I did not see Quirrell. One issue with Neryl's review of Metroidvania, or one issue he had, was that he didn't give a shit about what Quirrell said and came in here and beat the Mantis Lords right here his first time, and then went into the fucking Deep Nest with no flashlight and didn't get any reward. And that is like kind of, you know, like it happens. It's kind of unfair to hold against the game because that's such a specific situation that it like in-game warns you not to do. But most Metroidvanias wouldn't even like, most Metroidvanias wouldn't do that. Uh-oh. Give me your soul. Most Metroidvanias, if you can get someplace, it won't feel terrible to be in that place. But this one requires you to like really respect the world a lot more. And it will just straight up give you an unrewarding fight. Fuck you. Fuck you. I forget how I usually do this. Can I fight through and kill him? I thought I could get a bench for fighting the Lords. I'm not even fighting the Lords. Fuck you guys. I'm gonna go talk to Leg Eater. Yeah, it's too early for this bullshit. I need soda. Fuck you. Exhausted ghost. But we were having such interesting talks that I accidentally did the whole area we were supposed to do on stream today. I mean, there's more, but... Thanks, Quirrell. Does anybody remember the cost for the first nail upgrade? Because I might get the nail upgrade. I might. See, this is so cool. I don't understand why you wouldn't just do what he says. You'd have to be so not immersed, which like can happen, but it's so immersive. I wish my soda gummies were better. I have all the turtles and 2 packs of jelly in front of me, and I don't really have an interest in eating them. I devoured the Octos and Tacos, though. Fuck. This is a first. I think I need to run to the Konbini because, oh shit, because I haven't I don't have a drink or anything. I don't have a fun stream drink. I also need to buy booze for later. Okay, that's a very polite placement for the shade. It must have been like right upstairs. That's what I thought. You're right. Yeah, I do know that. But I thought that maybe there's a way you could not have this entire run back for the Mantis Lords, but I guess you just get used to it. Yeah, they are sisters. It's like lords. Yeah, they can be lords. That's cool. Okay, okay. I'm gonna take like, I think a 20-minute break because we did the entire freaking area in an hour. It's too funny. But I'll be as quick as I can be. Okay. I can't believe I didn't have the AC running while I was at the cone beanie. Like, the whole point of breaks is to run the AC. But I guess it was much cooler this week, so I didn't realize it'd be getting so hot again. Niji gummies. Nijisaki gummies, but they are all the same flavor, and it is just green apple. That's kind of a hell. No, like, that's kind of the thing. Green apple, grape, and peach, none of those are like my favorite flavors, but the pure rings are so good that they just are amazing. And then they inject them with really, really good ones. Did I mention kiwi? Did I say the wrong flavor? I had to say kiwi. I meant to have a tangent about kiwi because having kiwi in the party pack was like kind of my introduction to kiwi stuff. And then I had kiwi soda. That was like for last week's stream, I think. Maybe I drank it a different time. I guess I was sick, so I didn't drink it. I still am kind of tired. God, nothing good came from this week. That was a minor hellscape. Yeah, I was sick all week. I'm still kind of tired, more than I thought I would be today. But I probably got fucking COVID. I think it was just a cold, but like I got a negative test, but it feels like fucking COVID. Not that bad, but like if I were to get a third COVID, it'd probably feel this way. Anyhow, boy, if I knew, I wouldn't have gone to school. But yeah, kiwi stuff is really good. And the best I had was actually this milk tea with kiwi flavor. It was like kiwi milk tea or something at a Crete place that I love to go. And it had this awesome sour bitter taste with boba and solid kiwi, which I didn't like as much, but it was so tasty. So I've been trying not just melon, not just my melon journey, but kiwi stuff too. Because yeah, strawberry, kiwi, and Mikan was just like the perfect balance to those more mellow flavors. God, the party pack is good. No! Hello. Yeah, Liz, if you love the turtle gummies so much, I'll just keep them here till you come. I'll just keep them here till you come visit. Let them go bad for 6 months. Oh. Yeah, hang in there. I mean, I will be honest. COVID is mostly stigma. Like, I'm sorry. As somebody who was so, like, stay home! Get vaxxed! No! Like, as somebody who was so, like, trying to herd the Pikmin during, like, the worst of the pandemic, it is just, like, a long, mild flu. And the stigma and shame of having lost the race you said you would never lose in 2020. That's how I feel about it. It can be worse if you're not vaccinated, or if you're older or more immunocompromised. What I like the least about COVID, and what does linger with me, is just that it's new. And they used to talk about, like, oh, it'll make you lose your taste buds. And I'm like, so this is some kind of neuro disease? Like, I think we would have talked more about it if there were more threats about having long-term impacts. But my biggest fear is the long-term impact and, like, losing the sense of taste on the left side of my tongue when I'm 56 because I got COVID. Or fuck vaccine skepticism, but my only concern is really, like, we don't know what we're doing with this illness, so I worry about long-term stuff just because, like, I mean, I'm no medical person, but yeah. Yeah. My only concern is that we don't know the long-term effects, but most things that you get don't have long-term effects, so yeah, both times I got it. I mean, the first time I was really out of it, but the second time it was just like a long, exhausting cold. It was just always riding on my back. I may as well have gotten it a second time for how long this has lasted. Oh my god, of course you can say that they're gender euphoric. Yes, strawberry, Mikan, and kiwi are all very you. I will go one step further and back you up and say that I agree with that feeling. Oh yeah, long COVID. That's the other thing I'm scared of. So yeah, COVID is scary, but it often can be so mild. From my experience, getting it every time I do something brave. So I think I got the best fungal waste snacks I could. I wasn't super drawn to anything, but I think in the end it came out extremely on theme. So I have tapioca time, dessert drink. Dessert drink? No, this is morning energy. This is tapioca milk tea. It's a nice brown milk tea. You could picture the scene, very normal, and it has boba. So milk tea and boba. Take in the surroundings. Milk tea and boba. I think that's very fitting. I also got, as an impulse buy because of theme, and because I love them and I haven't bought them at the Konbini yet, Dongo! I have sticks of tan Dongo with nice round little shapes, maybe smaller than your average Dongo, and they're all brown and full of sugar and rice and chewiness, and they got a brown syrup on top, and I think that is super fungal waste score. Crapshoot sounds right. I'd say if you've got it, it might be a cold and it might be COVID. You're probably gonna get like normal and just like feel like shit for a week, but no, I'm never gonna be someone who's like, don't worry about it, but like if you have it, that's when I'm like, okay, sis, let's talk about this, because I've had it twice, and I did not want to have this fucking illness, and I felt so weird, and my sister is just so serious about it, and yeah, I felt so weird and bad to get it. It felt so bad. It was mostly emotional. The fungal waste set. I love sets. Sets are nice in Japan. I need delivery themed Hollow Knight sets. If you're gonna be a famous Konbini someday for being in my Melovania Hollow Knight streams, I want delivery themed sets every time I stream. They're like, we'll do nothing for the bitch who uses the wrong verb about bags. I'm incapable of drinking boba slowly. There's going to be a mild amount of air conditioner noise for a little bit. Sewer. This is hardcore. This is just straight up a one-way door after you beat the whole sewer. Sewers will never be boring. I have not come around to them in the way that I have, I will never come around to them in the way that I have Deep Nest, because Deep Nest is actually beautiful and actually a home for some of the most intelligent people I know, but the sewer is a hellscape. But I will say that the sewer is not boring. It's not fucking boring. Gumbot's it, Nareen. Yeah, bye. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, again, like I said, the Castlevania feeling to me is putting up with bullshit. Like, not putting up, but like striving your very best against bullshit and accepting reality and rising up to meet your convictions and do what has to be done. I don't know if that's what it's supposed to feel like, because I've been realizing that, like, yes, Classicvania is really hard and knuckle breaking. I've broken so many bones describing things as hard. It's very knuckle breaking, but also like kind of all old games are. Like I'll be like, man, Castlevania throws bullshit at you, and this symbolizes like the inherent insanity of life or something like that, and trauma. But I'm also like, oh, this might represent that it's an SNES era game and nothing more. So I guess I have to play more SNES games. What arc could this lead to? Yeah! Like, to me, the sewer is only bordering on fun. I think we're very similar. Deep Nest, having done it 3 times, it doesn't creep me out as much anymore. It just, like, really makes me, like, present. It's so scary, and I'm like, fuck. But, like, I know what I'm doing, and it's very pretty. It's easier to notice the pretty parts now. I forgot about the abandonment issues. They made a real Fujoshi. Sore wa meiku. That's right. That did sound kind of vaguely Japanese-ish. I don't think they do it nearly as much in 4, but with the 3 characters in Splatoon 3, the 3 characters in Splatoon 3, deep cut, otherwise known as the 3 characters in Splatoon 3, the 3 characters in Pikmin 3, each one to me sounds really strongly like they have an accent. I feel like they use stuff in their kind of made-up language, I think is made up, that sound a lot like characteristics of, I think, either Korean or Chinese for Brittany, Italian for Alf, and I think Russian or maybe like another like Northern European kind of language. Not that Russia's Northern Europe, but you know what I mean, like that, or like either Russia or like another like kind of Nordic. Like it's either Nordic or Russian. Like yeah. I think it sounds Russian to me though. But like immediately I was like, Brittany sounds like she's speaking Korean or Chinese or something, and Alf definitely sounds like he's speaking Italian. And I don't think anybody else does it. But I think in Hollow Knight they do a similar thing, and it might just be because the voice actors they pulled like just have their own kind of ways of talking. But like it feels to me like Quirrell is speaking some kind of Romance language, like Spanish or something. People have said that Hornet sounds like she's speaking Japanese because she also says like ich or like ni san when she jumps in Silk Song, as if she's like counting jumps. And I think I do mostly hear Japanese-ish sounds for her. But with Predator, it sounded also kind of like an East Asian language, like Chinese or Japanese or something. But I'm not like a linguist person really. I just kind of go off what I've heard, people say. Not like other people's descriptions of language, but my impression of hearing these foreign languages and what kind of characterizes their sounds. Quirrell definitely feels like he's speaking Spanish. That was cool. I let you see that. I'm so cool. This might be the understatement of the century, but it does need to be said that Hollow Knight is Kirby for Chunies. It's Kirby for emos and edgelords. Not that a lot of emo people and probably edgelord Chunies don't gravitate towards Kirby in their own way. Goodbye, dinner. I'm dead. Haha. See ya. The bug phonemes, yeah. The fact that this is my commute to the boss fight, which I am gonna start saying now, the commute. It's certainly Kirby for edgelords. I'm going to Deep Nest my way. My way! I've only seen that Adventure Time episode like once, but it really stuck with me. Noreen, are you Adventure Time passionate enough to watch like the post-series stuff? Like the shorts and stuff like that? I don't know if you've seen the Fiona and Cake series that seems to be out. I've been looking at it a little bit, even though I haven't finished the series or gotten to like the post-series stuff. I've been like picking at it because I like the character designs a lot. Oh, I don't have my dream nail. One crazy thing about my current third playthrough is I've started to enjoy doing the dream wheel pickups. They're neat. I haven't spent a lot of time with my middle schoolers. It's hard to get a judge for that kind of thing. I'm trying to think if my middle schoolers have uniforms. They might not. One of my main elementary schools does not have uniforms. My middle school definitely was wearing uniforms the first day I saw them. They kind of do all wear the same clothes in the summer. I think they do. Yeah, they do all kind of dress the same. So I've not been able to see anybody wearing all black or anything. God, my middle schoolers are so cute, though. I mean, I actually love working with kids. I think it's kind of the right time for me. It's hard, like this week was especially hard because I really, oh my God. I don't know if I was telling you or not, Noreen, but I had a tough week because this one kid was asking questions about like my gender because like I have definitely heard from other Jets that like the kids will just like say the first thing that they think when they see you. So every single time I walk into a new class, which is getting exhausting, meeting new people is getting exhausting, but I'm almost done meeting new classes. I've met like literally like close to 20, no 30. I've probably met 30 classes. Yeah, so I walk in and all the kids go, "Tucky!" like, "Sega Tucky!" Like all they can say is how tall I am, which is fine. But I don't fucking know if it's because of my height or because of like, I don't know. Like I think I pass 95% of the time. I pass as somebody who would be assigned female at birth. No one thinks twice about it. I just don't have many interactions in my year, more than like once a year. Like even working with kids all the time. I mean, a lot of those kids knew about trans stuff because they were trans at summer camp. But even meeting a ton of kids at camp, like I never had an issue where somebody like saw me, didn't know how to read my gender, and then like proceeded to be confused by it. I've never had to explain my gender to a child before. But this one kid, I think he was kind of like being like mean and like needling about my height, and it might not have been a not passing thing at all, but like it literally may have been a height thing. I don't fucking know. Again, it's so hard to say. But basically, it got me really paranoid because he was asking about like my fucking seibetsu, which was like he was definitely one of the most like rowdy kids. I think that's not a normal thing that a kid would normally ask. But he was like fucking asking the teacher about like seibetsu, which means like sex and gender interchangeably, which like is not a thing that I have to deal with often. And like how do I say? I don't mean to throw a pity party. You know, I understand that this is a very privileged situation to pass like over 90% of the time, but it is just a tough part of that privileged experience to suddenly be thrust back into holy shit, like how much am I passing? And I was just in a hellscape all week because I was in a kind of a rough headspace anyhow this week. So I was super paranoid about that. And I mean, when you have a kid asking the teacher your seibetsu, like you're gonna think you're not passing, which freaked me out because how can I do damage control for hundreds of 8-year-olds that don't speak the same primary language as me? Like, yeah, I was super fucking nervous. And then I spent the next 2 days at a school where we teach them in my introductory lesson about the difference between Miss and Mr. And it begins with them saying Mr. Kikuchi, my co-teacher, and then they see me. And so for the first weeks, I was confident that this was because I didn't worry about it. I mean, again, I was so fucking worried that I might pass less in Japan. And so far that's not been happening. I meet people every day. I have not had any interactions where I feel misgendered. And of course you worry, like, what if you actually only pass 60% of the time, but those 40% of people are polite and don't say anything? No. If 40% of kids thought I was a man, they'd be saying something. And I'm kind of getting back up on my horse about that, but all they ever say when they first see me is, "Taki!" They just freak out about how tall I am, which is like, fine. We're dealing with a much deeper hurt than that right now. But oh my god, no. So they have to start off with being like, "Hi, Mr. Kikuchi," and they have to go, "Hi, Mr. Arya," and then we go, "Oh, Mr. That's not right," and then we teach them. But of course, coming off of having a kid ask the other teacher my seibetsu, my distinction of gender, read sex, I didn't really have that confidence in the moment. So I was in this hell on Thursday where anytime there was murmuring during the Mr. Miss section, because there would be kids who would call me Mr. as a joke, and the first time it felt like a funny, like, oh, I'm the class clown kind of thing. Afterwards, I'm like, oh my god, is he being a dick? But I would have to imagine this unspoken and immediate understanding between all of these separate classes, unfailingly, of elementary schoolers, in which like a significant amount of them are confused about my gender, but they all just roll with not saying anything about it because they're so polite. I don't think that's happening. Because of course, when it's only like the louder kids that are making me concerned about this, I'm like, what if they are all thinking this and they're not saying it? No, that would definitely be happening. But it's just a complicated web. Because I don't know if the Mr. Confusion is a grammar thing. Of course, it probably is. Like, we're literally teaching it as a grammar thing. But it was just so hard to not freak out whenever there was, like, murmurings or, like, some kids would be like, it's Miss, not Mister. That could be a grammar thing. It could also be a body thing. And oh my God, I was not here for it. I was so worn down by the end of the week. I was feeling a lot better yesterday revisiting classes where they'd already met me and like there was not a mister to be heard, so I think things are fine. But to just be thrust from not having to worry about passing to being like, is this job gonna become an unbearable hellscape? With like very little tolerance for being misgendered because it doesn't happen more than a handful of times a year. It's a very unique and painful experience. Like, it's not worse than being misgendered every day and having to fight and explain everything constantly to your kids like a lot of trans people would. But let's just say I went on this tangent and got all that out because I don't know if I could work with kids forever. Because like if it's not being trans, it's being gay or something, right? Like, it's hard. I didn't realize how hard it would be to not be cishet and work with kids. It's hard. I never really thought about how much you are the first experience for kids if you're any kind of minority as a teacher. And it's very taxing, just right off the bat so far. I would think they would write off any suspicions as ethnic rather than gender. That's what I was thinking too. I was like, are they gonna like not even be able to process a tall person as a woman? Or yeah, it's exactly what it is. I've been like, I feel like it would, because I had to meet a lot of Japanese people to start even getting a sense for like what a trans person looks like in Japan, or what a trans person looks like who is like Japanese. It took a long time, so I'm like, I don't think kids would be able to tell if I, you know, do all the stuff that I do and present female, that I have these fucking subtle, like, you know, tells of being trans or whatever. They're not conspiring transphobia. No, I'm more like transpire. They're transpire in my brain because I'm just. My brain is just overactive right now, really. But it was legitimately really scary to have one fucking kid asking about my seibetsu. Because, like, I can see this whole situation where it's just a funny joke and, like my teachers aren't quietly silencing him because they all know I'm trans and they don't want to say anything. I just think they're trying not to insult the new teacher, and he's just having this thing about like, oh, this fucking 7 foot tall, this 7 foot tall lady is a man. And it's just haha, because that'd be funny for a cis person if you're an asshole kid. like I could see that being a bit. It's just not funny for me. Because no, like again, if they're not all seeing something and not saying something. If I was passing less than 95% of the time, like I feel like I do, these kids would be saying something. Every single day I get their first impressions of me, and it's always, Take! It's just always about height. If they were actually having gender questions, I'd be hearing it. It's hard to convince myself of that. No, that's the thing. That's the fucking thing. Is like I'm not like I'm really good at dealing with the internal shit, you know? I have a high tolerance for that, but I don't go out and cause conversations. Like I don't have a lifestyle. I don't have a passing percentage or whatever the fuck, which again, passing's a concept I don't love. Like there is no denying that I have to grapple with it because of how much it impacts my lifestyle, because I just kind of fell into this super high percentage passing lifestyle immediately, and yay, I love it. It's increased my quality of life tremendously, but I just don't have the skills or the tolerance to like be that awkward conversation for people every day, which I think unfortunately people who pass less have to learn how to be able to do, when like every single time they run into somebody it's a conversation. That's never been me. That's never been my life. So I don't know if I have the stamina to be with kids. And I mean, I never really wanted to be with kids that long. I think I'm just processing some maternal stuff right now. I was like going further and further and further on my path of like becoming an adult, being, you know, trained to support myself and everything. And it just happened to become this incredibly strong, resounding chorus of scenarios that I am placed in coincidentally, in which I become a middle school teacher. And it is helping me process a lot of stuff about getting older and stuff. But no, I couldn't picture myself in my 30s wanting to do this every day. I sure as fuck couldn't picture it in my 50s. I mean, unless I start passing way less in 2028 for some reason, when the new galactic order tells everybody about cheekbones or whatever the fuck. Like, I don't see myself building enough tolerance, because I don't see myself being thrust into that lifestyle suddenly. I thought maybe Japan would be that way because I'm so fucking huge, but no, it's ethnic. Yeah. Eating my boba. Bouncing on my mushrooms. Airing out the kizu, the wounds of the week. It was just tough. It's already tough introducing yourself to kids. And like, it was so fun and nothing ever went wrong for the first dozens of times that I did my introduction, that I wasn't anxious. But when you start getting anxious and lose your confidence, kids are a tough audience. They're just a storm and you have to ride it. And if that storm misgenders you, you're just gonna get fucking beat to death. I mean, sorry, like, that's scary, but like, unless you can spend a lot of one-on-one time and like help the classes be more respectful to you, which again, my teachers have never been wavering. There's never been an awkward in-office conversation about my gender, which is, again, if no teacher has ever been awkward about it, why would I assume that the kids are able to see it? Like, I mean, teachers maybe are seeing something and not saying something, but there's no way the kids are seeing something and not saying something. I'm sorry. It's just like, oh my god, it's just been really on my mind. Oh, we're doing all of this. Where's my shade? I'm not doing this if I haven't got my shade. Exactly. Like, my dad was joking. He was like, you pull that kid aside and be like, hey, kid. I'm like, no, I'm not going to scold this kid. This is a total asshole class where they just say whatever they want. But I think you're right. I think he's going very far being an asshole. Like, not to my face, just to, like, talking to the other teachers. And they're being very nice about it. But it's, exactly, he's being way more of an asshole than he knows. But again, it's also been helping me because, like, I can't be mad at kids. Like, that's the thing. It's evil for somebody who understands transness to continue to misgender you. That's, like, the most evil. People who fuck up your pronouns because they just can't disengage a certain pronoun from a certain way of your body being, they're trying. That's trying and failing, you know? Even my dad and my stepmom will do that to me. And I often will characterize them as, like, my strongest allies. But, like, once a year, one of them will just fucking call me he. And it shakes my damn confidence in our relationship. But I know that they see me. I know that they understand. I don't know. There's also complicated shit with parents. Not to go into every part of the trans experience. But I think someone knowing you before you transition, it's just fucking hard for them. Anyhow. There's nothing evil about even a punk kid, like, being, like, needling and confused about something he's never experienced before. I bear no ill will to what's going on. It is literally just between me and my body right now. I'm just confused, because usually I don't have to do this. The worst time ever, oh my god. Y'all know how bad summer 2021 was for me. And one thing I don't often talk about is I spent 2 weeks working at a grocery store in the depths of it all. And oh my god, that's a very phallic image. Oh my god, I got misgendered once a day, if not more. I do not know what it was. Like, that was truly pushing the 5% or whatever to its maximum. Like, every single day I got misgendered. I don't know what it was. It might be height. I don't fucking know. It was this very fast-paced environment. It was super loud, and it gave me this insecurity about my voice I don't quite understand. But every day with my mask and my ponytail and whatever voice I was using to talk over people, every single day I would leave in tears because it was so overstimulating. And I would always get misgendered and lose like all of my shields, that you would normally use to deal with that kind of environment. I was reduced to such a pathetic state. But that's the only time in my entire life that there's been something about the scenario where routinely I will see like 10% of people not read me the right way immediately. And it's not even about transphobia, transpositivity. The odds that somebody reads you one way or another and thinks to correct is like, it's real in like New England or, metropolitan areas where people know a fuck ton about transness, but most of the time it's the first reaction, and then after that you have to deal. But I never usually have awkward first reactions. Oh no. Go server one gender drama. Everyone, get into the mushroom kingdom. Rip. I'm glad you can watch as much as you have. Wow, that boba's getting downright slurpy. No, that is the thing. That is like the 5 golden things about all this is I was so confused about how to cope and I was so thrown off. And I was like, well, I don't have the time or space to be as freaked out as I normally am. So it sent me to more creative places. And I was like, well, let's keep in mind that like my hair is not the longest in the world right now. I'm wearing shorts, which in some instances can even be gender nonconforming. And I don't, I get read by people who are transpositive as like an AFAB trans mask she they. Like, I can't get read if I can quote pass, and then I get read as like I was assigned an overly feminine identity at birth and I want to be a bit of a tomboy. Like that's how I conduct myself, which in and of itself, I think can create like a 5% non-passing rate of its own, or a 5% confusion rate. For me, it's always about my voice and my face and my bone structure, but there's so many other things. Again, a lot of trans experience is, I think, we get bottlenecked. I get bottlenecked. You may be bottlenecked into this like rat race of trying to emulate this one super traditional cis woman experience, right? But there are so many lifestyles that we intersect with, and the more that I expand my perspective about all of the kinds of people that get misgendered and for what reasons, the more it doesn't feel like this game where, I don't know, like I'll meet trans femme people and they'll compliment me on stuff as if like we have a common cause, like we're all playing the same game, like the way that a football player would commend another football player's posture when throwing. I'll get compliments on my voice, and it just throws me off because I'm not rushing to the end zone. I'm just trying not to get misgendered. It's just like good, like the idea of good, right? It's weird. The idea of good is very confusing because I understand and I acknowledge that passing is a thing and that has its own goals, but the idea of my voice being good is very unsettling. It's just the idea that there's like an inherent goodness to sounding like a cis woman. Like I understand that it's safer and it plays into passing, but that's not the goal. I mean, that's also because I'm non-binary, but I haven't really sorted that out. Oh yeah, oh my god. I I was happy in the haze of a drunken hour, but heaven knows I'm miserable now. When I listened to the Smiths, I was traumatized, depressed, lost, rolling up at the doorstep of grad school, which I knew would be my own fucking Castlevania, just to beat my ass for 2 years, living in the attic apartment of an old couple I did not know, in the fucking summer heat, not talking to my mom, having kind of run away from home, getting misgendered at the grocery store all day long, and then coming home to listen to the Smiths and just fucking laugh about it. Oh my god. Like, that's like, that was like concentrated. That was like concentrated darkness. I was a joke. I was just getting my ass beat during those weeks. Oh my god. Oh my god! Yo! 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 Oh my god. The trans Nihongo Jozu! It's hard. It's so freaking hard. It's hard. And both Japanese and transness for me are getting hard because it's getting harder to relate to the experience of the beginner. Of course, I'm much more passing Jozu than I am Nihongo Jozu, but it is hard. It is hard. It is very hard to have a more rare experience, I guess. It's just confusing because I have that trans Jozu baked into an experience that isn't aiming to be trans. It's fucking complicated. Anyhow, that is good. That is objectively good because it makes you more comfortable, and that is fantastic. And it sounds like you're. Okay, now I'm going to talk about Splatoon. Oh my god, I'm talking about that story with Leg Eater. This is how it felt, sitting with Leg Eater. That's how August 2021 felt. I just had, like, no furniture. I had, like, my stapled picture of Kaminari and Jiro being friends on my fridge, and I would just stare at the ceiling and be like, what's happening? Oh my god, yeah. I'm not that deeply into the Smiths, but god, do I have strong memories. I'm not even singing. I'm like conjuring up demons that the Smiths sit with me in. Oh my god. So, okay. The Splatoon word. I promise this is a natural extension. So I mentioned in the Gummy chat that it's like we're at a campfire. I feel like it's only you two in the chat. If Juno's listening, she can definitely listen. And this is one of those personal talks. But it's also about video games. I tread a line very carefully. I mentioned that I didn't understand the ikasu pun. I knew that ikasu meant to like make use of something, and I knew that ika was like a squid pun. But I went and looked up at some dictionary definitions for ikasu, and it's a really beautiful word that can mean just like straight up to like inject life into, to like bring to life, to give new meaning to. But the main meaning is this whole jumble of things that I think is hard to translate, and it's why they haven't bothered into English really. But it really speaks to me really, really deeply and perfectly encapsulates Splatoon. And I think it's really the dandery of Splatoon. So I'm going to sit with that, and I might end up making a video about it. It is ikasu, to make use of. And it is all of these things, right? So the Inklings giving new purpose to random junk, right? The Inklings finding like, car wipers and seeing that and like, oh, that could be a sword, and then having fun with it. That feeling of elevating the car wiper into a sword, that's ikasu. That's the feeling. I might be a little bit wrong. I want to study this word more, but that's ikasu. That's like ikashite and all. Yeah. It's making use out of. It's making a life out of this random object. I think that also extends further into fashion. Taking what you are given with a clothing catalog and making your expression out of it, right? I think that's kind of the heart of Splatoon. They're making the most out of objects to have fun with in turf war. They're very scrappy and crafty like that. They're also giving life to their self-expression through clothing. They're being given all these colors and styles and stuff and making something out of it and making self-expression out of it and rising something out of the randomness. I think it also goes deeper, and this is why I want to research it more, to the story that is explained in Alterna, is that the human desire to create and have human culture, long story short, got condensed into the liquid crystals that create ink. These colorful liquid crystals became full of humanity's desire to recreate their own civilization. Humanity wasn't allowed to have their civilization due to the nuclear war, so they lived underground, and these dreams of recreating New York, recreating LA, recreating the whole world, recreating culture, recreating human civilization, those wishes got put into the crystals that got mixed with the sea life. So the reason that the sea creatures look like humans and do human things is the human desire to create something and to create culture gave rise to the new intelligent species, the many intelligent species, because it's framing human sentience as a desire to rise meaning and create powerful feelings and movements of emotion out of the random. And these creatures, these sea creatures, became the new intelligent species and began to do the same thing because they picked up right where humanity left off at the point of creation and injecting things with spirit. And that is so cool. So I think it hit deepest when I was like, oh my God, that is so trans. Because I was sitting here like, man, I can sure feel the mortality in my 93% passing bones. And I'm like, you fucking Ikasu'd that. You took your body, you felt how you wanted to feel and how you wanted to present yourself, and you had to make what you wanted out of it. You had to inject it with your spirit. You had to take the parts you had and warp them till they were comfortable. You had to take the life you were given, like a fucking broken paint bucket turned into a glop shooter. You had to take your life and your body and your social identity into your own hands and toy with it to give it the life that it needed to be a thing. And that's when I fell in love with Splatoon. Like, it hit so deep. Everything lined up. I was like, this entire game, like the dandery of this game is creating self-expression. Like, oh my God. It's so cool. I didn't get it before. I didn't really understand it. I was like, LOL, yeah, the liquid crystals made them all humans. That's just an explanation for why we have humanoid fish. No! It's all dandery, except not dandery. Dandery's for Pikmin. And that's also getting explored in a really thematically tied in way in 4, I think. It's about Ikasu. It's about making something out of the scrap and the mortal, which is so cool. Oh my God, okay. I had a lot of stories I wanted to tell this week. Oh God. I literally talked to him last night. He's still scary. No, I want to pay off Mirabelle. Hey, it's mean. Hey. Scary. Yeah, so I feel like I saw the heart of Splatoon, and then I saw the Splatoon reflected in the self, and I'm like, yeah, I'm ready for the tricolor Turf War. I'm ready for Turf War. I'm ready for Splatfest. No, Ikasu is like fucking so cool. It's so cool. Hey Max, I'm on Team Philosophy. I just had a giant thing, oh my God, about the word Ikasu, which I think is like the dandery of Splatoon, and I didn't really understand it until like yesterday, and oh my God, it's just such a cool thing that I feel like is so meaningful. It's so special and cool. I'm just like really going through it with Splatoon. I think from what we've talked about, Gathering, we got it, Ikashed at our broad shoulders. No, this is only the beginning. I'm gonna make a whole fucking dandery video. This is like, I'm gonna let this one sit like a long time. I have a lot to say. I think from what I've picked up, maybe we're on the same Splatfest team, Max, because me and Liz are on Team Fry. We're on Team Fry. Shiver is my favorite idol of the three, but the question is who's going to be the best leader. And Shiver to me is like Jesse and James Team Rocket in one person. They have the ambition and the constant foolishness and just that slight edge of like constant butt of the joke that I just feel like Fry I just feel like Fry has the better leader potential. She's goofier, but she seems a lot more grounded. And I feel like there's a lot of situations where Fry is actually kind of the backbone, in my opinion, of Deep Cut compared to Big Man and Shiver. Also, Big Man, I just don't super feel for the leader. So I'm on Team Fry. I'm on Team Fry. No, I was thinking yesterday about how like I don't feel like, and I watch a good amount of YouTube like game like reviews and stuff like that, and even like super deep personal video essays and stuff, right? Like GameCube nostalgia bros are super popular now, and I just feel like I don't see enough discussion about the games that execute their themes really well, right? I guess if I watch more Hollow Knight videos, I would feel that way, but like yes, I know Pikmin's really good, but like I really want to watch a long video about Dandery as a theme. Like because that's, I don't know, I like a game with a good theme, and I think a lot of Nintendo games actually have really strong thematic identities. Some of them don't. Some of them really do. What has brought you to Team Big Man? Yeah, I've seen a lot of Fry support, but also everything I've seen has been super toxic since day one because the Shiver hate has gotten so intense during the last 3 Splatfests. I feel like this couldn't be a worse setup for, which is kind of funny. Like, I feel like Shiver is going to be the first idol to get canceled because we had Team Vanilla win, which should not have won. There's no way Vanilla should have won over Mint. Strawberry was kind of doomed, but Mint, like, come on. Ugh. It's hard because other countries don't like Mint as much as America does, but come on, like, Vanilla. It's because of the cum ink and because of Shiver. And then I feel like that last Splatfest was really silly because obviously Love was the right answer, and Fame was just kind of a throwaway, but like, money won. No, I understand why people feel like Shiver just wins every time. And then they've hit us with, we're picking the new leader of Deep Cut. You're literally picking idols, and every single this piece of discussion I see centers around Shiver. Can we stop them? And then there's also the thing where like people on Twitter were trying to cancel Shiver and Fry for bullying Big Man about the new song. It's too funny. It feels like they're fabricating discourse, but they're probably not intending to. It's insane. For the memes. I feel like, not to mischaracterize your team, but I feel like a lot of the Big Man support is Shiver needs to go down. But I'm way more on the like, I don't want Shiver to win. I would not have fun on Team Shiver right now. But like, Fry, it's like Fry is the constant underdog. Shiver, even though by percentage it is barely a contest between Shiver and Big Man. It always, and I almost feel like it's because of somehow like, I feel like it's because of like the way that Tricolor works. I feel like there's something about the way that like, because it wasn't just that Shiver won the first 2 Splatfests. It was Big Man was winning at halftime, and then Shiver won for like 2 in a row, and then Big Man reversed a curse. So I think the reason that it's so crazy. I mean, again, I haven't played a lot of Splatfest before Splatoon 3, but people I saw say like, oh, like, you know, what was somebody else had a really big winning streak, like Callie or somebody like won every single thing for like way longer. But it's not about the sheer number of wins Shiver has. It's having to go through every part of these Splatfests the same way. Unless the theme actually does like split things up. It seems like if there's no strong winner for the theme, or strong loser for the theme, like Team Sour, it is that Shiver and Big Man split the 80%. Big Man is winning at halftime. Fry does not get enough votes. And then in the end, Big Man loses. And it just seems like it's getting worse and worse. Whether it's sheer popularity or just the way that it's set up, like, It's ridiculous. Exactly. Shiver the fictional Octoling canceled on real life Twitter because the fans are too rabid. I love Shiver so much. But I love Shiver as somebody who, like, I think I see myself most in Marie and Shiver. Those are the idols that I relate to the most. And kind of Marina in a lot of ways. There's, like, a lot of, like, thematic stuff that I relate to with Pearl and Marina. I just haven't spent a lot of time with them. And I was, like, way overexposed to Splatoon 2 in a bad time. So it's hard to kind of re-engage with them. But, like, Marina and Pearl both have a lot of thematic stuff I relate to. But it's, like, straight up as characters, like, it's Shiver's like the most relatable. Like Shiver is so real, and it's so fucking funny because like they're so cringe fail. Like they're so, to me they really are both halves of Team Rocket in one person, or not the Meowth's not a half, but they feel like Jesse and James in one person, and that is so much cringe fail loser in one body. But like the LGBT fans see Shiver as like this trans mask king and just this complete thirst icon, and then the straight fans see her as this like Rosalina Cynthia like step on me type Nintendo fetish character. But I do not see either of those things. Like I guess I see trans mask Shiver for sure, at least non-binary, but like oh my god, the people who see her as this like step on me mommy type character make me laugh so hard because I'm like, we're not playing the same fucking game. Like that's just like at best, that's just reading too much into the design or something like that. That's just ridiculous to me. The fact that like she's become one of the most like fetishy characters in Nintendo is so funny to me because she looks like a fucking Hey Arnold character. She looks like a potato. I love her. She's just like she's just the least sex icon character of all time to me. But my Twitter feed sees her as like this like Metaton androgynous like trans mask king, and then like every het guy sees her as this like Cynthia fantasy thing, and I'm like, you're all wrong, you're all so wrong. I feel so right in saying that as Shiver. And then I relate to Marie because I'm getting old. Which is to say, I get a very certain kind of kick out of what's been happening with Splatoon 3. It's just so out of control at this point. I guess we've done it all. Damn. In some ways, I'm like we're back in it for real. Like I'm really back into Hollow Knight. But in other ways, I'm like, boy, I have done these puzzles far too many times to feel anything. Like in some ways, reapproaching it like from a Kirby angle, like everything feels better, but it's still very, very easy to do. Thank you. Oh shit! I didn't really want to slaughter that thing. A game that keeps you so in touch with the degree to which you are becoming the evil. I have a lot of money, but I could have more. Shiver 2023. Although Shiver doesn't have a lot of money. Okay, here's a take. Here's a take about Deep Cut and Shiver. I don't think that they do enough with like the whole Robin Hood side. Of course, it wouldn't be as funny if they spent more time on that, but I do feel like they could have done more with like having a kind of like money hungry boss type character in Shiver, and the Robin Hood side of things. I think it'd be funnier if they were all obsessed with the money. I think that would be like a fun way to make them feel like a band of thieves more so. And I mean, they kind of already are, but they could have gone harder with that. And it would have been mad funny. And it would have been like, aren't those idols terrible people? And it's like, no. Like, in a way, I wish they went harder on the whole bandit delinquent thing, but even having it is just a complete treat. Yeah, I've played a little bit of Splatoon 1. Because the Squid Sisters are like my favorite unit. Like, I think my favorite... It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. But, I love the Squid Sisters together. Like, I just really, really love them. Like, Deep Cut... I'm very neutral on Big Man. But, Oh, it's the gang. Shiver and Fry are just very like put them in my pocket, just like immediate favorites. But like the energy of the Squid Sisters is probably my favorite unit. So I love them, and that's why I went back and I bought one on the Wii U, and I couldn't believe like every single news thing. Like I think my feelings about Splatoon news is that coming to 2 at the end of it, I thought Marina and Pearl always had something interesting to say about each stage. And then at the beginning of Splatoon 3, they had nothing to say about the stages, although they're now adding it in with the newer stages, which goes a really long way. But then in Splatoon 1, so like Deep Cut said like nothing, I thought Pearl and Marina said a great amount. And then I couldn't even handle actually Marie and Callie in Splatoon 1 because every single time I turned on the game, if like a cycle of Callie being like, this is Wahoo World, we can go to the park, and Marie being like, yeah, you're gonna get fucking trapped in the water slide. Like every single time it felt like Marie was being too harsh to Callie. Like it feels like she was constantly pushing down on her to the point I was uncomfortable. Like I love Marie. Like it probably her dialogue during the Splatoon 2 campaign is what made me like really like Splatoon Idols, but she was way too mean to Callie from what I've seen so far. Like, it was, like, uncomfortable. Every time I turned on the game, I'd be like, I can't really stand to see her taking this. Like, just constantly pushing down on Callie. I think having a rival dynamic is fun. Especially because, like, Off the Hook doesn't really, like, nudge each other quite that much. I think it's kind of fun having... like, the competition between Callie and Marie in that game, but... It was kind of too much for me. I was like, this is mean. Like, she doesn't know what you're saying. Oh, pink, come back. Oh, yay. Yeah, my thoughts on these, no! Yeah, I think Marie was too harsh. Like, I'm all in favor of like the idols having a lot of personality and like having memorable stuff, but it was hard for me to watch. It was hard for me to watch a lot of the news that I saw. I'm sure I would balance out if I watched more now, but which I technically will. I started playing Chargers because of Splatoon 1 because they didn't have Blobbers or Tri-Stringers, obviously, but I don't know. I haven't been playing Chargers in a long time. There's definitely no Charger I would call my main. And I'm just like, I really like how loose and prediction-based the aiming is on Tri-Stringer and Blobber. So, like, I don't exactly know what I would play if I booted up Splatoon 1. I'm really excited to have the opportunity to play more of it, especially story mode, because I'm getting my Wii U shipped to Japan, which was not part of the plan originally. But, like, what am I going to play? Because, like, it was really fun playing Turf War with like the original Killer Whale and like that one map with like the two sides, like the two long hallways. That was fun. That like made me a Charger Killer Whale person, but I don't know if I could go back to like all Charger life. Like I think my next most comfortable gun is the Explosher, and that is like not a gun I can play more than like a handful of games with at a time. I literally don't know. A spoiler? Oh, wow. I'm trying to think of what that could be a spoiler for. This game is beautiful. I was just looking at the OBS playback. It's a beautiful game. Let me get water. No, I have water. Let me be content. Let me get Dongo. Fucking syrup. Yeah, beyond beyond being round and brown food, I like boba and dango for fungal waste, because fungal waste is definitely chewy. Definitely chewy. Has Zod been affected by the plague? Zod keeps comparing the air of Dirtmouth to the underground and not giving a fuck. Has he been breathing the radiance air? Is this dude gonna turn? Oh! Oh no. Okay, please tell me that it's not Sumi Cuckoo. Please tell me it's not them. Yeah, Max, I didn't used to know a lot about Splatoon. I just kind of played the blobber and smiled. But I've been watching more videos and learning more about like map design. And it's really a bummer how linear all the maps are in Splatoon 3. Like, I haven't played much of Splatoon 1 Flounder Heights, but I found out that like Splatoon 1 Wahoo World, or Mahi Mahi Resort, Splatoon 1 Mahi Mahi Resort has like a bunch of paths and stuff. That sounds really fun. Oh no. Why? Am I... I was like hanging on, right? I was hanging on with Superstar Season 2. I haven't even watched it, but I was hanging on with you being like, yeah, I disagree with some things. And then my friend Nico being like, yeah, Cuckoo kind of becomes like a yo character where like she's just like a joke character. And I'm like, Sumi Cuckoo is like the most interesting thing to me in Season 1. No, that's not true. There's a lot of intrigue, but they were like my favorite dynamic. And they were like just straight up really interesting in their episodes. So I'm gonna not be thrilled if I don't like their banter anymore. Oh my god, that's so hard to believe. The new ones this week for Drizzle season? That's cool. There's genuinely a lot of greats. I remember, I haven't played a lot. I've mostly been distracted by my Blobber Deco. I really like it. I really like it. I remember there's like a lot of grates and uninkable walls in the middle of the city one, and I liked the atmosphere and the bridge in the middle you have to jump over in the Arctic one, but I don't have put together thoughts or impressions otherwise. That was a hit. I'm not selling myself as someone who can beat this guy right now. Yeah, going back to like a Humpback Pump Track in Splatoon 3 with the Blobber, I'm like, this was pretty fun. I like the big open. I was literally just in Crystal Caverns, like enjoying the ambiance, like when I started playing Hollow Knight again last month, and I'm already like, I'm tired of that, which is not a good sign. It'll be my own mark of pride if I can max out Mirabelle before I do the Knights. Oh, so does anybody in the chat right now remember the cost of the first nail upgrade? I'm curious if I can dip in and out on this stream and grab it before the Mantis Lords. I'm not opposed to a challenge at all, but it might be good to have that in my back pocket. I watched a video from a YouTuber called Prochara who did like a big poll of his fans, like most popular, least favorite stages. And I think the Hammerhead Bridge downgrade made it like the most despised map that his survey returned, which like I can't really say anything one way or another. It's hard because I'm really getting into Splatoon 3's weapons and stuff, but I really enjoyed Black Belly Skate Park. Like, I really did. I'm starting to be a little frustrated. I'm not frustrated, but my attention's getting torn in terms of some things, like maps, while being really pigeonholed into just playing a lot of Splatoon 3 right now, whenever I have off time in other ways. And it's a little bit like, eep, am I going to get tired of this faster than I could otherwise? I love Splatoon 3. I really love it. I feel a special connection to it. But boy, there were some decisions made. Like there were really some decisions made. I don't know. I feel like they really got to do some reconsideration before. They really got to do reconsideration before Splatoon 4, and I think people will really call out for it if the reward for side order is getting Inkopolis Square, because Octo Expansion is like my favorite piece of Splatoon content, even though I'm bad at it still. But like, I was just so excited about that, both because it was this really awesome, beautiful game on its own, and also because you unlock Octolings, which has a lot of appeal on its own. And so far, all we have is this suggestion that, like, you know, the incredible power of combining this gameplay that's driven by its theme of leaving the underground and freeing the Octoling, paired with getting a whole new side of character creation, that was really cool. A random reskin of the lobby, as everybody says online, that's a lot less interesting, and I think discourse will probably turn towards, like, do Splatoon 4 better if that happens, because that's going to be another really big letdown. Oh, it's only 250 geo? That's great, thank you. Yeah, Max, I've heard a lot of people say similar stuff, and I'm starting to feel it myself. The maps just seem like a big problem. But I mean, I love my guns, and I love loadouts. Liz, I was looking at stuff to go with my Anarchy striped sweater that I'm making that also has Special Saver, and the outfit that I found in my strategy guide without any of the updates is the black bucket hat and like these big chunky red and silver boots, which I think is kind of a fit. Although I really feel like you can change your base. I might be wrong, it sounds like I'm wrong, but I thought you could change the primary special sub power of your clothes if you found another copy in the store with a different one. Like, I think it's fun working within the restrictions of like this piece of shirt does like ink swimmer or whatever the fuck, but I don't know, I really thought that's what that mechanic did, like rebuying them. Okay, we've eaten pretty good. I'm kind of like, I don't know if I want to commit to this, but I'm kind of thinking like early Queen's Garden or something in this game. I'll see where my heart calls me. I'm trying to do it as linear as possible for this first part. No like early Crystal Caverns or whatever. I feel like I really burned myself out with Crystal Caverns. Like half the time I think about my burnout with this game, I think about Crystal Caverns and like trying to do stuff out of order, which always involves Crystal Caverns and a lot of backtracking. Like my burn, I don't think about Deep Nest when I think about burnout. So maybe we're going there, but no. Even though I spent so much time in Deep Nest for my Tram Pass No City run, I don't feel burned out on Deep Nest, I don't think. You can? Like the core one, like the main one. I thought you said that you couldn't. I'm gonna make outfits that are good then. I mean, it was kind of funny making a bucket hat outfit for keeping my Giro radars, but like, nah, I could just make a good outfit. If these outfits are so damn expensive, then I think another fun thing is that good gaming on display right now. Another fun thought I had, my cousin's playing Pikmin! My cousin or his boyfriend are playing Pikmin! That's mad fun! I've been saying Pikmin's for the MLM. Oh my god. Every time I rescue a castaway in Pikmin, I think they're a girl, and then I found out they're a femboy, and I'm like, this game is literally for the MLM. Like, the more captains they make, the more I feel like 28-year-old trans mask MLM, like, are the most represented by this game. And, like, I'm just waiting for it to become trans mask culture or something. You have to just believe me on that. I'm just telling you, this is what, like, all of the gay guys I know feel like. They feel like Pikmin. Anyhow. Bruh, imagine the blood that would need to be shed for Splatoon to ever have a reputation as a sapphic game. Like, it deserves it. It really does. That's never gonna fucking happen. Nothing will ever be for the WLW except being called mean. Even the WLW aren't for WLW in this fuck shit world. Sorry, I don't like veering into like dark humor and laughing about it. Like, I mean that's what you do with dark humor, but I don't know. I see people who spend all day just like saying dark things with a smile, and I'm like, are you okay? See, I'm okay. I'm in perfect condition. I keep my shade close to my chest. I walked all that way without using a bench. That or like Eater dragged me here, which would be a really fun thing to include in Silk Song. That's very creepy. Very creepy. Shit. Okay. I love unlocking star power. Oh my god, remember when I'm glad it didn't, personally. I would have had no time to play it this year. Yeah, we were really convinced. I'm glad Tears of the Kingdom is out, so we don't have to worry about like Switch 2, Silk Song, and Breath of the Wild 2 anymore. No, literally, like, Sai is, like, making this Pearline design by hand, and people are never going to respect that it's for the WLW. If we start saying that boy Inklings have Kenergy, then we have a trendy way to shift the conversation to it's a girl Inklings world and y'all just living in it, and then we can get there for, like, Splatoon 5 or something. Boy Inklings do have biological Kenergy, though. It's in the lore for side order. Yeah, this year, yeah, with Mario Wonder here, as an Arlo viewer, you know that back when Tears of the Kingdom was supposed to be 2022, people were calling 2022 like the year of sequels, like the year of sequels to 2017. But I think it's low-key 2023. Now that Mario Wonder has all of this buzz, I feel like this was the real second hurrah, which I did not see coming. Also because I wouldn't have expected Pikmin 4 to have such buzz. It has huge buzz. I talk about it every day at school. That's what we have to do, Noreen. I probably said this exact same take last time I streamed, but or maybe last time we talked about this topic, but there is a degree of having like max saturation of female characters, and then it's really a question of the protagonist and who it's made for, whether it feels like it's either for girls or absolutely positively not for girls at all. Where if you have like a fucking 99% female roster, you might be like, hey, this game's for girls, but if that protagonist is a boy, that game is not for women. This is fucking not. But Splatoon does not have that issue of subject object. Splatoon does not. Splatoon, like, I think the fear of having an Inkling Octoling boy idol, that definitely speaks to the male audience kind of thing. I won't even get into that because if you know idols, you know. But that Big Man strongly speaks to that. But as of now, aside from the fear of an Inkling Octoling boy planet, I just don't feel like Splatoon is advertised towards one gender or another, which then the extreme, like, you know, the decent focus on girl characters makes me feel like this is actually one of the first games I've played that feels like it's for girls without being like a dress-up game. If you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. Oh my god. I don't follow Smashing Salmon on my main account, is what I just realized a couple days ago. because I opened up Melovania and I'm like, Max has a video of Nintendo Live in PAX? Like, holy shit. Holy fuck. I meant to watch that, but because I never watch videos on Melovania, I need to resub to you on my main YouTube so I can watch your stuff. I was like, holy shit. Yeah, I want to watch that. Motherfucker. It seems like... No, I'm really excited for Mario Wonder. It's like the last game I have energy for, which is why I told that person who came to the stream, like, we'll see if I have time for Tunic. Like, if I have so much time to emotionally process games that I can get through Mario Wonder before Christmas, then yeah, I could play Tunic in November and try and knock out Rayman Legends. But right now, I'm like, Mario Wonder, I'm booked. I got my backlog. I got all the games from the first half of the year I tried to play. I'm booked. And Mario Wonder just seems like a giant experience. I will say, Mario Wonder is another great example of me reviving something, because I just got interested in Mario. And to be fair, I think this one does come with an asterisk, because I started playing Mario World because of the Mario movie trailers. They got me hyped for Mario. But, you know, I still got interested in 2D Mario right when 2D Mario got revived, in the way that I got interested in 2D Metroid and had the thought, what if they made another Mercury Steam Metroid less than 2 weeks before Metroid Dread got announced, which is insane. I have not revived Donkey Kong, though. I have not revived Donkey Kong. It's a bummer. Splatoon 3, Liz. The way that Splatoon 3 got announced during February 2021, like, we went from zero Splatoon to overdosing on Splatoon when that game got announced. That timing was amazing. Splatoon was one, Metroid Dread was one, Pikmin was not one. I was not getting into Pikmin on my own before 4. The announcement for 4 made me try 3, and then Bloom, and I loved them. I loved them a lot. Oh, wow. Yeah, I know it's like a god tier game and stuff like that. I've just, I played Death's Door, and that kind of left me, like, kind of fine on top-down games. Like, I like them a lot, and I still really want 2D Zelda to come back, but, I've been mostly side-scrollers, because I did get kind of tired of Death's Door by the end. It's an awesome game, though. Another game that I kind of forgot to put in the top 10 list. Like, it kind of probably should have beat Dream Buffet. Also, the Shin Megami Tensei Metroidvania should have beat Dream Buffet or gotten an honorable mention, but it was over and gone so quickly during such a dark time that I fully forgot during the writing process. Yeah, the timing was literally like... That's probably the reason that I feel like I revive franchises now. Somebody get me into Yoshi once we really need a hero. Frankly, the internet should be a lot more invested in my Hollow Knight playthrough right now, because if I heal my burnout, I might get back into Hollow Knight, and I might be the one person who can summon Silksong. I wouldn't say that my interest in Kirby got anything going, because it took so long for Forgotten Land to come out, but there were really strong rumors for like a good while the whole time I was into Kirby, or getting back into Kirby, or getting deeply into Kirby rather, leading to Kirby Discovery. Oh my gosh. Well, someone did just spoil something to explain to me how dark it gets, but I imagine it's only one part of the story. Tunic. It feels like something I would play on my own, but I could do like a first impression stream or something. I really don't know. If I have energy... I mean, if odds are I'll play it next year versus November, but we'll see. Again, I used to have to plan my games so far in advance in grad school because I had total free time, but... Oh my god, I've been able to play everything I want. Pikmin 4 is so motherfucking good. I can't get enough. But now I'm replaying Triple Deluxe, which is not exactly a time sink, but... It's just enough of a distraction with Splatoon to keep me away. Like, I would be playing Pikmin 4 right now if I could, but I keep having other fun things to do with my day. I guess it's time. No, it's not. No, it's not. I need to pay Mirabelle. 38 is not that bad. Yeah, I'm gonna go do Mirabelle. Where is the Queen's Garden? Anyone know if you can do Queen's Garden without Isma's tier? Isma and Kronk. Yo, that was a slash. Whoa. I've been having an Emperor's New Groove rewatch creeping up on me. I do not watch movies very often, but I've just been like reading more about different cultures that make the games and stuff that I like. And Peru keeps being really interesting to me. And I'm playing a Peruvian game with a lot of like Peruvian culture in it right now. Maybe summoning Enna Dream Barbecue. I don't know, but I've been like, I could watch a Disney movie with an Inca setting. I could do that. Big Incan architecture fan growing over here. It's the pan flute that brought me in, but Enna was the thing that changed my arms to the chair. I really love Joel G's shit. I'm like, I don't think this is gonna be in a video, so I'll just say it. Well, one thing that will be in the video is my conflicted feelings about the Prince of Persia revival, which are very conflicted. But one thing that I don't think is gonna end up in the script is that I was reading about the series. I didn't know jack shit, and it started to become this interesting looking thing for AAA 2D games. And I kept seeing this stuff. I was kind of confused. I'm like, I don't know if I would like this or not. But at one point, I read enough Wikipedia articles that I was like, okay, fuck it. What is the Arabian Nights? Like, what is this fucking thing that everybody is influenced by? And I did some research because I have way too much desk warming time at my job. And I read as much as I could to get a sense of like what countries and what cultures come together to form Arabic culture and Arabia as like a cultural concept. And I read about how the Arabian Nights are a collection of folk tales from a lot of different countries, including Egypt and, well, a lot of them in that area, all the way to India. And I found a translation, and I just started fucking reading the Arabian Nights at my desk to get a sense for, like, what that kind of fantasy is like. And it's been a mixed bag. Of course, it's really old. And I think the French translation made things a lot more racist and anti-Semitic. So it's not fun anymore. It's not fun to read anymore. And I've not really been reading it. I read a bunch of Aladdin, and I was like, this is really cool. It is actually pretty similar to Disney's Aladdin. But then they brought in this anti-Semitic stereotype and had this whole bit about it after the weird anti-black thing left, whatever they meant by that. It's just random fucking anti-black and anti-Semitic shit will just pop up in these stories, and I don't know if that's part of the story. I don't know if that's what like grandmas told their grandsons told their grandsons told their granddaughters, or if that was like the French guy who inserted it. But I was like, man, now I'm getting involved in like Islamic versus Hebrew culture, and I kind of just put it down. I'm like, okay, so that's where genies come from. The one story that banged didn't have any, or at least not much at all, anti-blackness or anti-Semitism was The Talking Bird. I thought that story was quite fun. Quite liked it, and I'm glad that I know The Talking Bird. But it's not fun to read the Arabian Nights anymore, and I think I'm done. I think I'm done. Yeah, that llama's definitely gay. That llama's definitely gay. Yeah, no, I was just like getting sniffs on all sorts of really complicated stuff from intercultural bad that had been growing in many countries for a long time, and I was like, I'm not having fun anymore. I don't like this ride. Motherfucker. Why did I do this? Why am I here? Why am I specifically here right now? Where am I going? I'm going to preserve my money, not lose it. Yeah, take my money. Oh, it's not. Yeah. Oh, and just to keep the water boiling, Amber introduced me to our lovely neighborhood Lovecraft. H.P. Lovecraft, yeah. Our lovely neighborhood Lovecraft, who like created a lot of the concepts of eldritch horror, and specifically eldritch horror having to do with like the depths, which was drawn from New England oceans, which is really cool. And oh my god, he was a bad person about race and just not. Oh my god. She just watched me while I was like fainting from COVID in Minneapolis, like ascending, thinking about my life. We listened to a video just like kind of ripping apart Lovecraft stories and stuff, and yeah, he introduced a lot of concepts, and I agree with him. There are elder gods hiding in the water in Rhode Island, probably, which is wicked funny as somebody who's from New England, loves all the states, but has never gone to Rhode Island. I'm like, yeah, people were right about it sounding like a cult there. I love that concept. I'm stealing it. The elder gods in the murky seaweed. That's cool. Nothing else is particularly cool about him, though. I don't like that. I feel like you can do a skip into Queen's Garden with Crystal Dash. Yeah, no interest in Lovecraft. No interest in Lovecraft. Yeah, Geo, you monster. Geo is right. This is fine. We are not economists on this channel. This is a beautiful room, though. I never got to this part in the Let's Play. Oh, you're still here. I thought you'd be gone. I think you're supposed to be gone. Geo, Kalala. That could be English. I mean, not English, but like English flavored. In the way that we were talking earlier. Okay, let me grab water. 2-minute break. Okay. This has been chill for far too long. It's time to go to that place in Hollow Knight. The can I fucking do it zone. This might be a heart. Fuck. Oh, yeah, bite. Here, but yes. Ah. Castlevania, where you test your resolve. No. I'm just gonna go fight the Mantis Lords and just struggle. I'm gonna try it with an unsharpened nail. All that I'm dreading is the commute. See, I'm ready. I might need to switch controllers, but I don't really have a better one. Basically, if the pink fucks up... Oh, crap. If the pink fucks out, then I die. That's just it. But if I use my green controller, the B button jamming is going to get obnoxious. So I think we are not that much money away from a sharpened nail. And we are only like 500 gem geo from our last mask piece at Sly's house, I bet. Oh. 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 Feed me carrots. Yep. This seems like unfair. Why did it put me on this side? Wait. Yeah, this area is like a sneaky gem. It's really fun. And I never know it perfectly, which is nice. I'd say I probably know Green Path a little bit too well now, and I never know what goes where in Forgotten Crossroads, but this is a pleasant mix, where I only need to see like one thing, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'll correct my path, and then it's just a lot of wandering. Not a lot of reading the map. That's an interesting metric. Needing to read the map a bunch to correct your path versus just like going on instinct. Metroid Dread for the first couple playthroughs, if I went the wrong way, it'd be bad, like backtracking. Because the game barely has you backtrack, so when you legit try to backtrack, it can be very inconvenient because things look connected and they're not. It's just a little, I think it's a little tricky. But, yeah, I used to need to really read things. Now, if I look at the map, I can pretty much tell where I'm going. Where I screwed up. Shish Kebab Town. I'll shoot all of you bitches. Oh. You're nothing. You lose. What is that a quote from? You're nothing. You lose. There might even be like a, I win. It's like somebody losing it right before the tables turn. It's not Death Note. I'm thinking more like the ginger guy from Megamind. Oh gosh. That sounds kind of immersive though. I haven't used the drone much, but it sounds really immersive. What area are you in, Noreen? I guess this commute will passively give me a lot of geo and practice. I'm kind of up for like the outside the town part of it, but that inside the town part is really tricky for just a commute. You get nothing! You lose! Is that right? Oh my god. That's funny. I would never have guessed that. It was probably used as a clip in a Narrow video or something. I probably know it out of context. Is that like Willy Wonka freaking out at the kid before he sends him up in the glass elevator? I was probably seeing it parodied too, come to think of it. I was definitely seeing it parodied. I do not know where. Now you gotta hunt down the parody. Go! I doubt it. It's probably so weird if it was like me and my friends in high school. Or even just me scrolling YouTube now. The binary of high school and now. Nah, once they stopped making me go to school lunch, not that I'm not back to that, but time started passing differently / stopped once I was waiting for high school graduation and playing Alpha Sapphire and listening to Portugal the Man vinyls. I was like, oh, things are going to be different from now on, and they were. Wow, that gave me a hit of nostalgia for 2016. You get nothing. You lose. Were they all supposed to die or something? How the fuck does Willy Wonka have that kind of heel turn? I wonder if heel turn is one of those things that on YouTube people think means turning on your heel really quickly, like a sudden character shift. I think I heard it misused recently, which is similar to set pieces. I hear people say set pieces a ton, and I was like, I don't think this means stage props. And then I looked into it, and it meant kind of like QuickTime events, but then I heard somebody actually say it as stage props, and I was like, okay, this is gonna be one of those words. I will say this isn't the commute, but this area preps you pretty well for a hard fight, and it gives you the money to fund it. It gives you training and funding. The Dark Cavern. Have I done that? Is that in... Oh, what's the order of things? There's the one with the elephant slide and the tires. And then what's the other... What's the first one? That's the second world. What's the other world? I'm forgetting the order. I haven't gone to World 1 in a long time. Splatoon badges? They give me 3 badges, 1 of each Deep Cut member, for competing in 3 10x battles. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of Deep Cut swag. I think there's like a QR code you can read to redeem like a background of one of the members. And like, I'm not that into it because it's just kind of like colors and their 3D model. But I could go for some little badges. That sounds like a fun way to unlock them. Yeah, congrats. I think you can get like a special photo op if you win 10x battles. Okay, it's time. That's too cool. That's way too cool. Oh, my chest, my chest, my chest. This is the kind of thing I could not do during grad school, or I'd have like physical reactions. Yeah, but a lot of this game is staying calm and not jumping. I jump a lot because of Smash, but no. Fuck you. Oh, my pink went out and I didn't die. Yeah. Oh, no, no. If I had the prediction... He's down. Oh. Oh! Gotta try. Oh, not worth. Maybe. Oh! That was a stylish kill for her. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, I don't like him. Yeah, it's really fun. Hello, Mantis. How do you think the Mantis Lords got elected? Yeah, I think jumpers struggle more with Hollow Knight. We'll see about Splatoon. My brain couldn't not say it. It was reaching for the wrong S word. We'll see about Silksong. Right in the shade. So are you saying that they're in the right wing of the Mantis political spectrum? I'm not looking. I'm not looking. That's actually funny. I feel like some factor about the knight. It's not the horizontal movement, or is it? I feel like the knight has somewhat similar not air traction, but horizontal and vertical movements in the air to puff. And the slappy feeling of the nail also feels like I would get suckered into feeling like I'm playing Jigglypuff. This is not the best place for the shade to be. It's almost like masochism game. They style themselves lords, but they're women, which means they're probably gay, trans, and leftists. Yo, boy. They got Luma flies, and they're perfectly content, but I want to free them. Because I view them as dangerous. Because they're trying to kill me all the goddamn time. That was a crapshoot, to be clear. Okay. Fucker. Oh, okay. I'm not getting reimbursed for commuting twice. Oh, God. Okay. Not like this. If I just walked, that might have been better. I think I enjoy this fight too much to sharpen my nail. Yeah, I'm losing that. I'm losing this, though. Yeah, stupid. Ah, shit. Oh, no. Okay. Yes. There's enough flexibility that sometimes you can just brute force a heal, but not consistently. Okay, this is too long. This is too long for phase 1. I need to sharpen my nail. Now I'm getting bored. I mean, phase 2 is going to be unbearable. Yeah, so I think half of why Neryl hates Hollow Knight is he did this with no sharpened nail, just brute forced it very early in the game, and then did not get a reward for it. Instead got trapped in Deep Nest. Oh, God. Can I even heal? Oh, no. Oh, no. I didn't see that coming. And what? Okay. And. No! Please. Nice. Kirby Cutter has never looked so scary. Hal's gonna be like Mantis Cutter, and I'm gonna be like, elaborate. I think I gotta turn on the heat with offense if I want a chance to heal. I need to kill one of them. Oh, it was not worth it. Damn! So I was making a prediction that because she didn't spawn that long, I was trying to make a really hard prediction that they were about to give me a slightly longer break before going to do the wall clang with their Mantis Claws. It was a split second thing, but I thought that enough time had already passed that we were gonna enter the slightly longer gap where she was waiting for her sister to finish to do the double cutter. Hello there, fellow Hollow Knight player. I don't know why I struggled with that. I read it so clearly, but I'm in a different brain space now that I'm on Mantis Lord time. I've never fought so. I've never done that. I think that's Coliseum first. Yeah, I've never done that much Coliseum. Is he the end of the Tournament of Fools? Like the 3rd level? Because that's kind of perfect. Alright, let's see if I have enough resolve to do this. I felt like... Shit. If I need to heal less, it'll be better. Because my main issue is that I was getting tired. The first wave just went on so long. And if it takes a similar amount of time to get... I'm not even using offensive charms. Okay. If it takes a similar amount of... Fuck. Where is my focus? If it takes a similar amount of time to even break the first sister, then we're going to see if I make it to that part of the fight without an upgrade. I enjoy the fight, but I think it's just going on too long. Unless I do... What, I have Sprint Master right now? What do I have? What is my what is my charm? Soul Catcher, okay. I mean, that's not bad. But, yeah, no, that wave one just went on so long that instead of feeling warmed up, I felt tired by it. Oh my god. 15, that's rock on. I have defeated the game 3 times. Come back. Sometimes Geo just doesn't survive. Okay, well now it's gone. Unless they give me those 2. They gave me 1. That's hard to predict. 3 times? Yeah, I'd say 3. I guess I've actually... It's more like 2 and then a bunch of half runs as of now. It's like you add it all up and I've played the game like 3.5 times. But I've only gotten Bad and Sealed Siblings. And now my 3rd one's going to be my good end. So I'd actually say it's more like 2, but it feels like 3. This shade in the worst spot of all time. I'm not really looking that good. These the mob antises are fighting me. Although it's not fair to call them mobs because we know that they're like the most sentient enemies we're fighting. Hello. Yeah, that's never gonna get old. Also, is the ghost a lefty? That's really cool. It's honestly not that easy to zap them. There we go, with the soul shot. I was gonna say, I kind of fucked up with the twins. As if they're not triplets. They're not conditionally twins just because they're in a pair. Punish everything. Now I feel warmed up. Yeah, it's a heal. Yeah. Okay, okay. Tag. Tag. It becomes just like a cycle of slapping them. Uh-oh. Whee! Y'all shy today. Come on! What I really want is a chance to hit them. Come on! Am I gonna have to start using this Mantis Claw? Oh, there's the pause. No, it's not. That was a fake out. Oh, that's actually not that predictable. What's next? It's hard to predict. Oh, it's really hard to predict. Oh, no. Oh, it's not easy to predict. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, they started tossing me. They were just building up their concentration or whatever. Oh, no. Please. Oh, that was the game. That was huge. That was huge. Just having 1 extra life to play around with is gonna help a lot. Fuck, they're exhausting me with all these double cutters. Oh my god, stop! Just come! Quit the hitting and finish the job! Just get in here! Just get down here. Fuck off! Just stop! I literally just said that the biggest concern is gonna be me getting tired. Damn it, they fucking... Oh, they just landed on my ass. That did damage to my soul. Oh, that was embarrassing. Oh my god. Oh my god. They strung me along and just punched me in the gut. Oh my god. I just lost like half of my resolve. I lost like half of my resolve right when they landed on me. When I had two masks, a mask that I was cherishing, and they fucking like they didn't even hit me with their nail. They just like crashed into me on the downward head. That is where I lost my resolve. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're just over the age of 9. Okay. You are very strong. I will say, if you are just over the age of 9, we use strong language on this channel sometimes, so I might strongly recommend you watch a different channel. This is mostly grown-ups, and we do sometimes use vulgar language. So I will say that I do urge you to come back in a while. I strongly recommend. There's a lot of swearing. It's actually remarkable that I did all of that without saying any profanities. So I apologize. Maybe I don't know if channels usually set age restrictions. I don't know how you would do that on YouTube except for saying not for kids. But I'm sorry. It's my fault that there's no sign on the door. But this is yeah. Thank you. I think I tested my metal sufficiently. I've wondered many times about how to handle age stuff, and I think that my channel is rated OT for older teens. That's an old Tokyo Pop manga rating. I think this channel is rated OT. I think, like, you know, if you're 16 or 17, I'm kind of fine with that being the younger end, but I thought Kirby stuff would bring in a younger audience. I did not think it'd be Hollow Knight. I didn't think many elementary schoolers were that good at Hollow Knight. And that's why we need to draw up the constitution of viewership. Oh, God. I have been noticing that I've been swearing, like, specifically with the F word this week. I've been dropping, like, nobody's business, particularly the gummy video. As I said, I think you got to be 17 and have gone through some things to feel like I'm not a little too. It's like Adult Swim. It's just Adult Swim. Hi, Amber. One of my students is here, which is a joke. But yeah. I literally said I didn't swear. And you counted. Jesus. Mary and Joseph. Oh my god, right. No, I literally just said, I'm like, no one knows Hollow Knight. No one, not many. Oh my god, that's so fun. What have you been doing for TTRPG? Do I know the friends you're playing with? Are you, like, in person? Okay, third time's the charm. I am very tired, but just third time's the charm. Third time's the charm. I'm not very bound to it. Amber, right now, we just did the Fungal Wastes and ate Dongo and Boba, as you should, in the Fungal Wastes. And I've been trying Mantis Lords with 5 masks and no sharpened nail, which is basically no upgrades. Also no, whatever, Soulcatcher's fine. Actually, no, I'd rather Shaman Stone. I would directly rather Shaman Stone if I can choose. I just never think about charms on stream for some reason. Yes, so I really bore my soul to try... I don't really need the Geo anymore, so I'll do both. I mean, Sprint Master is good, though. But I've been liking Soul Catcher. Horns of Agony I might regret. I'm going to do all offense. I've been saying all offense is the only way I'm going to get through this. I've done quite a lot, actually, in these 2 attempts. But it's just taking too long. It's kind of draining me. I have to do pretty much all spells, no healing, to make it even, like, somewhat doable without losing my psyche. I'm no Monster Hunter player. I'm up for a challenge, but I don't know. I'm still figuring out what kind of challenges I like. There was a very, very talented 9-year-old in here. Monster of the Week. Oh, that's awesome. That's so cute. So, like, from town? That's awesome. Juno is my one friend that still lives in the town that I grew up in, or even that area, you know, where both my parents lived. And it's nice as hell to have a friend in town. I like big challenges. Yes, that is how I define it. Only bring me games that are big challenges. I miss Axiom Verge. I kind of did have another randomizer seed in my belly, but maybe it's still growing. That makes me sound very pregnant. I love the concept that we didn't need to set age restrictions for anything until we started playing Hollow Knight, which, like, kind of makes sense, but at the same time, like, that's not how it should be. I don't know. Yeah, no, I know. It's not, I'm not simply trying to beat them. I'm just, like, trying to try out how no upgrade is, because I enjoy the fight, and I thought it would be more fun to drag it out longer. I mean, this isn't awful, but I got a run where the twins just used an absurd amount of the cutter move on the wall, and it just took so long. Oh, that was wicked lucky. That's a good start. Yeah, they stand higher than the single sister does. We can't get slap damage on them, which is exhausting. But it's probably for the best, considering the angles of this shot. That was fortunate again. I was figuring those angles out as I jumped. I did not have the confidence there. Yeah, maybe I should be slapping instead of beaming when she comes down and just save beam for when I need it. This isn't awful, and that didn't take too long. It's just a question of when these girls are gonna fall down. See, I don't want to start having to do this. I'm gonna start fucking stuff up. Potentially more than once. Fuck you. Ah, see, this is dumb. I could lose 2 masks here. Or 3. My resolve is like a flimsy cup. Where is she? Oh, they are not predictable. They are not predictable. Oh my god. They have gotten 3 for 3 disrespectful kills on me. Downright disrespectful. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That was like whiplash. Going from throwing elbows with the Mantis Lords to that story. Oh my god. You don't still swear that little, do you? Have I not? No, do you not swear? I almost feel like I shouldn't swear around you if you saved your swears. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's like a whiplash. I'm like, that's one of the most powerful stories I've ever heard. This is fun. This is fun. Yeah, I don't know. Something about the freedom of Hollow Knight and, wanting to work on my burnout has me so laser focused on doing what I want to do that, yeah, it's kind of exactly that. I'm kind of appreciating the openness and, like, doing exactly what I want to do within the scope of what's allowed. God, I speak so dryly. And I mean so coolly. Like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just, like, really appreciating the openness. Because for me, this is basically an open world MMO. An open world Elder Scrolls game. Just, like, something with this much freedom that takes, like, 7 times longer than my average games. That's basically Elder Scrolls to me. It's buggy scrolls, so. I got this before. Okay, this is so random. This is so random. And I don't know if it's really gonna hit right until later on, but you just made yourself sound so much like Sypha. Oh my god, I'm so glad to have a friend I can talk to about Netflixmania now. Well, I actually do have another friend, but she's like very much like an IRL. We don't talk a ton, but I do have very fun Netflixmania talks with her. I don't know if you've got Netflix back. I might have to buy my own Netflix for Nocturne for like a month, but just having watched season 1, you really have you really have not even tasted what's to come. It's just the setup in season 1, and even at that, it's very dry compared to what's to come. But Sypha, you have permanently created a Sypha Naruto Sensei comparison in my brain. Oh my god, she becomes so fucking funny. She starts just very, very, like, I don't know, she's just kind of awesome. She feels kind of like a protagonist boy, where she's allowed to be as powerful as she wants. She's like the most like popular, like, she's like the best mage. Like her whole village loves her, or her whole culture loves her. And like she has like a tough backstory, just being a speaker and everything. But for the most part, she's kind of like borne her hardships well, and been kind of like an unblemished, like, she's kind of the most idealistic of the gang, but her arc is becoming like entertainingly, not jaded, but like entertainingly like adapted to the world around her. She's such a genius, she's such an ace, but she maybe has more learning to do than Trevor and Alucard do, because Trevor and Alucard kind of come out of the box fine. Alucard just has to learn with emotional stuff, and Trevor just kind of becomes like a more well-rounded person over the course of the show. But Sypha really does, like, I don't know, leaving her speaker life behind, she becomes very, like, cussing is literally an arc for her. She has like a cussing arc. It's so freaking funny. Oh, that's genius. If I were more driven to beat them right now, I could probably just beat them knowing that, but I will remember that. Yes, all you have to do is know that they're going to the middle. Yes, I used to do that. Oh. Remind me which scene he says that in. Is it when they're meeting Alucard and he's like, "You're just looking for your vampire messiah," and he's like, "I fell in a hole"? Or is it when he saves Sypha? I have the foggiest memories of season 1 because things just get so much better. Oh my god, oh, that show's so awesome. Also, like, good lord, I love that you're enjoying this. I will have so much fun to talk to you about this. Oh my god. But I will say, like, I will say, like, straight up, like, parents are a really big thing in Castlevania. So I wanted to talk to you about, like, basically, how do I say this? A new trailer came out, right? There's been 2 trailers for Nocturne, and they look incredible. But I kind of wanted to, like, sort of, like, warn you for the fact that, like, it seems like the entire arc of Nocturne is going to be about Richter dealing with his mom dying, like, in front of him as a kid, So I kind of want to like mention that, if just to like kind of like just to float that out there as I like get super passionate about this with you, that like parents are like a really big deal, and I cry every time I watch the trailers for Nocturne. It looks like it's gonna be off the walls amazing, but like very much about dealing with like a sensitive topic. So I want to like just float that, just float that when we talk about it, just to make sure you're okay. The Savior. God, I'm already quoting stuff from just the trailers for Nocturne. It's just such a painfully quotable show. Oh my god. Okay, well now we're gonna start a different arc. I'm still going. Oh crap! It's already noon. I'm not really in a rush. It doesn't really feel that late today. I could easily go for another hour, if not longer. So I'm gonna do a quick break and grab water. Okay. So, what was the other upgrade you mentioned? I mean, I could grab a mask. I mean, do I even... It's fun. This isn't a bad... No, I haven't seen how long the twins can last. I was saying, now that I use Soul or Soul Burst as like my main offense, it's not bad anymore dealing with the first phase unsharpened, but I probably don't want to commit myself to just like grabbing one mask upgrade and then trying it with that healing attack. What did you say? Nail upgrade or try Soul Sanctum? Yeah, oh yeah, Soul Sanctum would be a good upgrade. I probably won't do Soul Sanctum today just because I want to savor that. Hello, Juno. We are, yeah, I don't know if you saw any of the fights. They were actually awesome. I'm probably going to rewatch them. They were really epic. I don't know. I think I'm just going to sharpen my nail and do a little bit of the town. I don't want to go all the way to Dirtmouth. I don't want to do Soul Sanctum today. I just want to dip my toes into City. My goal has been to get to City without doing anything like crazy wacky. Like no Crystal Caverns early, no Deep Nest. Like I just want to like have like a normal experience. just to feel it again. And so far it's been mad fun. Yeah, no, we are fairly close. It's just that we haven't actually downed one of the twins yet, so it might take a long time. I'm not sure if I have the resolve. Wraiths. Oh, wait. Yeah, where are Wraiths? I haven't had Wraiths in my third file. Are they Queen's Garden? I think I can beat them with just a nail upgrade. I'm pretty confident about that. Because if it takes like half the time or a third less time, then at the moment I think I have enough resolve for that. And I think that'd be fun. Because honestly, just slapping them is fun. It's just a fun fight. Who are these? Oh, wait. As soon as I ask, I get an answer. I feel like Juno could help me identify these too. I've been wondering whose masks are speared on here. And these long ones, are they the really hard to beat ones in the Silk Village? I don't recognize these, but those remind me of the horror bosses, the horror monsters in the horror house. Jellyfish Canyon. I've been like making up all of the names as I go today. Actually, you know what it is? You probably won't guess it. If you don't immediately recall it, I don't think either of the two words in the name are that obvious. I guess when you think about it, the second one makes sense, but... Arm plates? Oh, the things that... Oh yeah, because they split your face and slashed at you. Hera Devout masks. Because they're fighting off... Right, because when you get to the entrance to Dirt... Oh my god. A sensitive side-scroller, I tell you. A sensitive side-scroller. When you get to the entrance that they're hiding to Deep Nest, they have a ton of spider enemies on their lances. It's so cool! I will say, yeah, it's a sensitive side-scroller. Again, everything is just hitting me better, more deeply now. Just having gone a while without playing this game much, or just playing it when I'm not in a dark place and can really go with it. I really felt the first time that I went to Kingdom's Crown or whatever on top of Crystal Peak, the mountain, classic mountain. I always call it caverns. I forget that it's a mountain. Crystal Mountain. Immediately fucks it up. At the top of Crystal Mountain, I kind of felt disappointed by what the Crown of Hallownest was like the first time. I mean, now I know Palor is pretty sick, but there's like no text or anything. It's beautiful with like the glowy lights and everything, and it's cool to be up there, but I wasn't very impressed. But this time I was like, oh, this is so cool. Big part of that was I felt like seeing the statue of the Radiance was its own reward. It's so imposing, and it really speaks volumes, doesn't it? It feels like the clearest declaration that the kingdom became completely obsessed with the radiance and the glow before falling. Like, it really, really, really hit hard. It's the highest point. It's the most visible thing from other areas to Hallownest, and it's a giant fucking statue of the Radiance. I thought that was amazing. That actually hit so hard that it might have been as good as getting like a bunch of lore on one of those glowy things or something. And I also had a strong feeling about like how much that glow stuff up there looked like the glow language. And I forget what I felt about it, but I was like, yeah, glow language. This is so cool. Yeah, the crown being the king. Mm-hmm. Are dirt carvers the ones that I'm talking about? Like the beefy ones? Oh, that's funny. This is shaped like the False Knight. That's really cool in terms of game design, right? Because it tells you what to do, which is smart. I mean, it's subtle as fuck, but it does tell you very directly who has that key if you missed it, which is, you're going to be wanting that. Also, he looks like he has Samus's shoulders. Was that one of, like, the 6 cool guy knights or something? Oh, how do I get out? Oh my god, my brain. No, I'm not. I can take a stag out. You're definitely not trapped in here. Whoa. These look like sea angels. Oh. Oh. Oh, this is a complete change. And thus an even more interesting reward. Oh my. I did not realize that Radiance was worshipped before Hallownest was here. Yeah, the secret ceiling is the downward dive check, right? I believe that's just a downward dive check. Yeah, I've gone really far in my third file without wraiths. Huh. Well, yeah. Yeah, I remember that because I used to forget that. It's kind of an important check. Hello, Coral. Now me notice. I hate to say it. I've been like really excited to come back here and feel it all. I disagree on such a deep level with this entire city being the same color blue. It's the same color blue as Forgotten Crossroads. And it's the same color blue as the stone that like is in the background of every other area. Oh my god, it is so much of the same color. I don't know if I find it beautiful or not yet. I don't think that I do in the moment. This would have been incredible if it were just just a little bit more color. Oh my god. It is literally all just blue. Yeah. Which, like, I guess works with a buggy realism, because it feels like it's carved out of rock, but, like, I don't care. I like the buggy realism of the rain and the lake, right? I don't really need the buggy realism of this looking exactly the same as Forgotten Crossroads. I'm really not here to criticize the game, though. I'm just, like, feeling it out. I gain nothing. I gain nothing from taking shots at Hollow Knight. Bad game, too much blue, literally. No, I found a video I forgot that I had seen from that YouTuber I like who boldly criticized Hollow Knight as a Metroidvania YouTuber. It was an unofficial Wind Waker review. One sec, I have to feel something. Yeah, I'll feel that a bit longer. It was an unofficial Wind Waker review from all the times that he mentioned Wind Waker in passing, which is really funny because he compared Wind Waker 4 times in one video. No, he compared a Mana game 4 times in one video to Wind Waker, which made a compilation a very funny video. And this was just some fan who made the compilation, and then he commented on it like, I don't really see why you'd bother making this. Neryl's biased? Wrong. And he didn't even like Hollow Knight. His narration sounds like he's constantly fighting his way out of a coma. Shit channel. Which is just so funny. Just like to be a YouTuber and have like that be your impression of how your fans see you. Like making fun of your voice and just calling you biased and wrong. Primarily because you don't like Hollow Knight. That is probably what your reputation becomes if you badmouth Hollow Knight and attract Metroidvania fans. That sign was a nail. Sensitive side scroller. Yeah, you've got it there. But I still think, in terms of like playing the game, I'd rather there be straight up blood on the walls everywhere. Like, how do I say this? I'd rather they emphasize how lame and depressed the kingdom became by just having there be straight up creepy shit in here in a more colorful and visually stimulating city versus like the subtle impression that this place is boring. But I'm not goth enough for this. So I leave it to the capital G goths. Oh, goodbye. Oh, more nails. Oh, people are absolutely crazy. I mean, he was like kind of spicy about not liking it. Like he really he really sees it as like, I mean, he's straight up like, as he always says, he's like the only stuff that he says is like making fun of himself, like, oh, I'm biased and wrong because I don't like Hollow Knight and I'm too dumb to appreciate the subtle artistry or something like that. Which is like, you know, you get that thrown at you and it feels like shit, but at the same time, he was just he has fun with it. He definitely prods the Hollow Knight community. Which is like, I don't get the point. Like I wouldn't do that. Like I am the Hollow Knight community. I love the game. To be honest, to be fully honest, one of the most embarrassing memories I have is when I was like 19 and my hairdresser, of all people, ended up being my cousin's bestie's fiance, which means that she was at parties with my dad and my stepmom. And I was living mostly at my dad's house at that time, or also my mom's house. I was living at home between colleges, and I had been living at home so long, I was going stir crazy. I was definitely getting annoyed with my parents, and she kind of like had some funny teasy remarks about like my dad and my step, or my dad being kind of like a kind of a goofball. It was like kind of weird. It's a little mean, a little mean. Honestly, when I look back at it now, like we must have been having a pretty friendly conversation for her to say that. But in the moment, I was like, yeah, that is such good perspective. Like he really is. Like I always took him so seriously. Every word he said was law. But she said that like totally coming in from the outside to like the most deep part of my family. And to me, that perspective was so funny that I told my sister, and she didn't find it funny or interesting at all. And many years later, I'm like, yeah, that's like kind of sad. Like, I don't know. I would never really like want to criticize my parents that badly now that I've had, like 5 more years of criticizing and appraising my parents as more of an adult. As a younger adult, it was one of my first times like seeing them more as equals and seeing more of their faults and stuff in a way that wasn't them fucking up my childhood, just kind of seeing them their faults as people and seeing them as equals and getting bigger. So it really was a moment in growing. But I look back and I'm like, I haven't felt that desire to criticize my dad in that way literally ever since. That's actually really embarrassing that I mentioned it to my sister. And I feel that way about Hollow Knight, where I've been kind of living under it for so long, and it's been like the paradigm for how I view Metroidvanias, that it did feel really good, especially initially, to look at it from the angle of it's a really, really monotone, very, very dry and unrewarding Souls-like in some ways. It helps me appreciate other games and contextualize it, but I don't really get any joy out of criticizing it or taking it down a peg. It was fun once. It helped give me perspective on it, but it's not really enjoyable anymore. Go ahead and throw up to symbolize how corrupt you are. Ronjo Stenja. Wait, who did I think I was? Probably the Nailmaster boyfriend, right? I hope my dad finds Thay's sword. Yes. This place is silent. I love cutscenes like that. I would love more of them in Silksong. Oh, I've been wanting a nail art. What nail arts can I get right now? Can I get to Wuthering Heights? Oh, can I get to Wuthering Heights? No, I probably need the double jump for Wuthering Heights. But where? Use your map vision. It's somewhere to the north of Green Path. It's to the north of Green Path. It's past the Balders, where Naoto died, and I got the final badge for her. And I mean, it might not require wings. It probably requires wings. And then other than that, there are 2 optional paths in Green Path, which means they have 2 different checks. One of them might simply be the Mantis Claw. The other would be Crystal Dash. The reward for Crystal Dash isn't thorns, even though I think there's thorns in that area. I think, if anybody can correct me on this, I think I could get a nail art on that non-Crystal Dash path in Green Path with just Mantis Claw. I don't know if anybody knows. King Push. Yeah, Wuthering Heights, Emily Bronte. Oh, really? Huh. There's so many people involved in his family drama that I thought we would know. Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, I'd love to learn the sword techniques. Yeah, I'm like making a tier list of things as they interest me. And I would go to Wuthering Heights before going to Crystal Peak or Queen's Garden or anything. Oh, sweet. Let's do that. Although I kind of want to go see the Hornet cutscene. A little more of this monochrome town that I hate so much. I love this fucking place. Oh, and then the other side has its own purple color. Who cares? I'm biased and wrong. Is Kate Bush Darkwave / Jen? If you use synthesizers and come from the part of my brain that she does and have a song called Wuthering Heights and we're in Stranger Things, you could be Darkwave. Why they got a no-face fountain? Get her! Okay. I'm willing to try again if I'm using... Fuck that. If I'm using Mantis Claw instead of using a Shade Skip. I don't want to do a Shade Skip right now, unless I am dying for something. I did use a Shade Skip to get all my shopping done in one trip in the Abyss. Sorry. I'm distracted. What does that part mean? Your resilience is born of 2 voids. What 2 voids? I was so confused by this during the Let's Play. The Among Us? Oh, I think I saw the Among Us. Yeah, there's Among I. I see a few. Prosecutor, read the Melovania cancellation charges. It. Oh! I just had like a Hollow Knight NPC reaction to that thought. I could do dream stuff. Yeah, okay. Not today. Okay, I might do Wuthering Heights today before we finish with Mantis Lords. I told somebody in the Mori Discord that we were doing Mantis Lords, and that was true for 20 minutes, but now we're doing everything in the world possible before Mantis Lords, which is fun, I have to say. I feel I'm enjoying this momentum, doing these things in this order. I love this weepy fucking statue. Do I want to punch some guys around first? Yes. Yeah, I'm getting Gother every year. The horrors, they amount, and they amount, and they amount. But just based on my taste right now, oh my god, I'm not excited enough for Silksong. I don't really think about Silksong most days. Like, it's in my trailer of, like, my hype trailers playlist, but oh no, I don't think enough about Silksong at all. That is so many Among I. It's just like, it looks so colorful. It looks so colorful. It looks so much more complicated. It looks like it's gonna be probably more up my alley than this base game. But I just... Love is stored in Hallow Nest. For the player. For the highest of higher beings, maybe. That's true. That looks like a real-life Pikmin core gate. I mean, probably not that big, but maybe it's a gate for toy dolls. Yeah, I'm just... Oh my god. Silk Song, just Silk Song. It looks so colorful and so many NPCs and just like just Hornet talking. Ah! Sub weapons. Ah! More systems to upgrade, I hope. Oh, really? A tram pass? Wait, resting grounds. What's keeping me from resting grounds? Oh, am I kept out of resting grounds by... Oh, I know one way into resting grounds. Crystal Peaks. Okay, that's a thing. Do I have a way into resting grounds with Desolate Dive? I know there's like 3 ways to get into grounds, but... Well, one of them's in the city. Do you just have to use the sewer? I feel like no matter what I do, there's an area between me and the resting grounds. I feel like I went, I didn't do Crystal Peak before I got the Dream Nail. So I think I got in through the city. Yeah, I think I fucked around in the city until I got there. But I might have done that having Desolate Dive. Desolate Dive and Soul Sanctum, I mean... Dream Nail Soul Sanctum sounds like a good next weekend thing. That sounds like a really good stream. But you're saying I need tram pass to do... Well, I think you said 2 different things. Yeah, that's one way. That's one way, but I don't believe that's the way I went the first time. I believe I fucked heavy in the purple side of town. Such a funny sentence. I believe I fucked around in the purple side of town until I found my way. Or did I? Did I do sewers in my Let's Play? I might have done a little sewers in my Let's Play. No, I haven't, Juno. I'd love to see that. I love my Foxblood cardigan. Inside Dweebo, where'd they put it? Like on the display? Did they get rid of the Goth Mall? No. How did they fit a pop-up store? Bodies? Did someone get crushed by something here? Why is there a corpse and rubble up here? So wait, can I get a Naoto Sensei check? Do I really need the tram pass to do Wuthering Heights, or can I get up there with Claw? Because I don't know, I could just go and try some of these Claw things. The way they curl up! Life is so precious. Yes, 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 yes! Oh my god. Your return to Massachusetts will be legendary! You can't do it till I return to Massachusetts. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's kind of a big area. 666! 666! 666 Geo for Liz coming back to Salem. I'm really close to DMing a Darkwave band I've been listening to from Boston, and asking if they ever play shows in Salem. Because, like, I am just, like, for everybody's sake, I feel like any Darkwave artist from Boston should not be doing gigs just in New York City. They should find a place to do gigs in Salem, because there are so many Vampiric 33-year-olds that would go every night. Like, I don't know. If they don't know, I mean, I don't know what Salem's live house scene is like, but if they don't know that they could be performing in Salem, they better find out. Because I want to go see them in Salem and not Boston or New York City. My shade. There's a Massachusetts shade. I have a shade haunting the valley that me and Juno live in. Planning trips. Oh, I can't leave this way. Yeah, okay, I want to find the shop. And then I gotta find a station. Oh, I gotta do some walking. I gotta huff it upstairs. Okay. Yes. I know you have other friends, I think, still in Massachusetts to visit, obviously, but oh my god, I really want to be there to go to Dweebo for the first time. You're gonna have to do like a video. We'll have to do like a Zoom call, and I'll have to go. Well, you'll have to be like my virtual shopper, where like forget about shopping online. We'll have to like have you, Juno, go to the store with me on camera, and I'll take me to all the sections so I can be like, okay, I want that, and I want that. Can you please buy that for me? I'll give my payment info over the phone to the people there, so my shade can buy clothes. I was really like, if my shade were my body, I'd be starting a pumpkin themed outfit, because I saw somebody with a really cool pumpkin themed outfit this summer, and I think there was another Foxblood cardigan or something that was like pumpkin themed that's new this fall, and I would probably be starting an orange outfit if I were in Salem right now. Oh. Oh. What? 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 Can I take this shortcut back to mushrooms? Oh my god, why is the sewer in our day now? I really didn't remember the sewer being this mandatory. Oh no. Yeah, I would definitely be making a pumpkin outfit. I got my dad to send a September package with my little ghost plushie and my Wii U, which is absolutely gigantic, huge save. And I also asked him to throw in my, whatchamacallums? What brand are they? I don't know. It's my purple and green shoes. So I'm starting to bring the goop outfit back over here. Hey! Hello! Oh, I'm so happy you're here. January. Oh my gosh. I mean, I suppose you can go. I guess you and Juno gotta go to Dweebo if I can't be there. Hi, Midori. Oh my god. I'm so glad you showed up. Yo. Although I do have to say, I literally just found out that we have to do like one of the most unpleasant areas in the whole game. I forgot about this. I must have done this my first time. What else? I don't have many other options. I'm stuck in here. Could I do Soul Sanctuary? No. I think I need to do the sewers. Oh, yikes. No, don't worry. Don't worry. We're having fun. I'm asking for like a little bit of advice, so I can plan stuff. But I this is like my 4th time playing, so I'm just kind of like planning out a route based on my whims and what I want to do. But I do forget details here and there, so I need to ask like little pieces of advice now. Because I didn't want to do Soul Sanctum today. I don't want to go that deeply through the sewers. So yeah, there's no stag way until we get up. Okay, so doing the least content, I think, would be sewers, just to pop out on the other side of town, and then go straight up to the stagway, take that back, and then do what I really want to do before. Now, I'm gonna have to stream till like 2, which I'm fine with, because we have a lot of stuff. It's like doing errands at some point. Once you get to the city, it's like you plan out your errand runs. I really want to go to Greenpath. I really want to try and go to Wuthering Heights with the Mantis Claw. Even if not, it's fine. I really want to like try. I want to try to get a nail art is basically what I'm saying. So I think I need to suck it up brave final words and just try to do the sewers as quickly as possible without getting too deep into the content. I know I don't need to fight Dung Knight. Oh, sorry, okay. This? Oh, sorry. No, I made a mistake. Oh my god. Oh, of course! Okay. Yeah. Okay, no need for further advice. Now I get it. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Do not. Yeah, I explicitly told you we weren't doing sewer today. But I remember that that's how I got through here my first time. And that was all I could picture. No, yeah, I did kind of know. I figured that there was going to be... I figured there was going to be a little bit more to do here than just get sent straight to the fucking sewers. Imagine if that was the normal progression. And it's like, if you would pick up your destiny and handle the clues that God wove for you and be a part in this relic of a civilization's future, you gotta go in the fucking sewers. You walk into town and it's like 3 blocked paths and just a fucking hole to go to the toilet water. Like, okay, I don't want this destiny. Imagine how this game would feel if they handed you your destiny and the only way forward, you were trapped backwards, trapped forwards, all you could do is sewers. It'd be like, huh, dignity was never an option. Did I not have a simple key? I clicked out because I didn't want to do it, and you're all saying that. I did not realize I hadn't picked up a simple key yet. The big one. That was funny as hell. Hui. Sewer water in the shit night. Yeah, you're like, oh, get ready for your grand duty, and you have like things spewing their liver gunk on you, and the fucking the fucking Dung Knight with his like brass tuba soundtrack doing aerobics through the shit water. This was like the weirdest way. So have you ever watched Hollow Knight? You haven't played Hollow Knight, right, Vanessa? This is a slightly funny but somewhat fitting place to jump in. Here we go. Yeah, this is real game. Grand duty. Did you both make the same joke at the same time? That poor fucking thing. He just wanted to use his rhino horn and attack me. The way his arms went out. Sensitive side-scrollers. Sensitive side-scroller September. Oh. I'm going to cry. I'm going to cry. Oh my gosh, welcome. I think this is a good amount to watch. I think this is a good section to watch. I just did sort of, not the tutorial, but the first areas are very linear and they're very fun and pleasant. They're kind of iconic. And then you get to the city, which is the capital of Hallownest, the kingdom we're exploring. Oh my god. Is that Soul Sanctum or is that the bridge? Yeah, it's kind of the bridge, but wow, it's white. Yeah, this is a pretty iconic part of the game. After you go through the first areas, you get to the city, you get handed, like, you know, a push towards what the game's about and, like, your larger destiny. Where before it's just kind of wandering. It's very Metroidvania. Except, like, there's no crazy premise like Dracula or exploring a planet. You're just walking. You're just going down. Like, hey, what's down here? And this is where the story picks up and the game opens up. Oh, right. Oh, this makes me want to fight more sub-bosses in the city. Somehow this is all our rocky training arc for mantises. I'm thinking, yeah, mantises, no spells? Because I don't want to get either of the spells today. There we go. Thank you, everybody, for pointing this out. Like, I know, like, the general gist of the whole world really well, but I do forget details because I haven't played in a while. You know. Metroidvanias are all about the destiny. So I forget, Vanessa, you've played some of Super Metroid? And I don't think you've played Symphony of the Night, if I'm correct. Why is he here? Why is he in the bridge in the rain? That's so funny and epic. This is such a dramatic place to find him. He forgets us every single time we see him. Every single time we see him, he forgets us. He really is funny. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Castlevania versus Hollow Knight. Probably the biggest difference is the verticality. Even the Igavanias. What's funny is I call the Metroidvania Castlevanias Igavanias because they're made by Iga. That's the name of the director who turned it from Classicvania, the arcade style one, into the exploration-based games, which were actually based on Link to the Past, not Super Metroid, which is super funny because you look at that and you're like, oh, I bet this was inspired by Super Metroid, but it was actually Link to the Past. It's like Alucard and Samus touched hands at the grocery store. They're going for the same thing, and then they made this genre. But no, the article which famously coined the term Metroidvania was actually distinguishing between Classicvania and what I would call Igavania. Basically, they were trying to say Classicvania and the Castlevanias that play like Metroid, right? So Metroidvania, and I don't agree with this. Some people say we shouldn't use the term because they hold this person's fucking internet article about a video game up to be like prophetic, which to be fair, it gave us a hugely important word, but people are like, that word's just used to sort Castlevanias. But it's funny because I always assumed it was referring to Super Metroid, which it absolutely is to me. And I already had a word for that. I called them Igavanias. So all of that to say, Symphony of the Night, Aria of Sorrow, the non-linear Metroid-like Castlevanias, I call Igavanias. Oh, am I gonna die? Ouch! Never let your guard down in a city that's fucked. Okay, that wasn't that bad. I thought I was backtracking the entire freaking tower, and my resolve suffered for it. Yes. So, Igavanias have movement upgrades up the wazoo, so Symphony of the Night can get decently acrobatic, but oh my god, no. Classicvania, you're like, it's like you're moving a rock. It's such a slow moving game. Even going to an Igavania from any other side-scrolling action game, it just feels so stiff. It feels so stiff and heavy, which I think is part of the charm. And to be honest, like, I think there's a good deal of heft behind the Knight and a lot of the moves here, which may be more Dark Souls than Castlevania, but with the heaviness of each thwack and the heaviness of all the spells, I think there is a good deal of the game feel of Castlevania here. But if you compare them head to head, Hollow Knight is the most agile. Maybe more than Metroid, just because there's so many parts to the movement, and you're always cycling, in the later game, between like 3 different movement abilities, which makes it feel very acrobatic. But yeah, no. Rooms like this, right? Big open rooms. It's a pretty jumpy game, especially compared to Castlevania. Castlevania is so ground-bound. That was a funny clank. It's like a high five after your hand already lifted. Like you swing your hand around for a high five and someone behind you hits it at the bottom of the arc. Yes, Link to the Past has been cited as the inspiration for So-En, which is super funny because it's like so similar to Super Metroid. Oh, Circle of the Moon, that's an Igavania. So you're in there. You're in there. like me. Yeah, I spent plenty of time here in the Let's Play. Oh, that's interesting. And the Metroids. Yeah, well, you're pretty right. I think, you know, I. So what's funny is I haven't played Zero Mission. I haven't played Zero Mission, but I think that Metroid Fusion is funny because when you compare it to Super, I would genuinely say that Fusion has more in common with games that I don't call Metroidvanias than it does Super because I'm a real purist. Like, I'm a real stickler. To me, I feel a lot when I look at basically so in Super 2, or whatever you want to call it, games that completely stick to the format of those two games. I think that's beautiful. I think it's an awesome genre, and I don't think we need to spread that label to cover, like, fucking Luigi's Mansion or anything. Like, I just don't think there's a purpose to it. And one person I know who's decently popular has been trying to... I mean, he's part of a cool channel where they do a lot of good thinking about games called Good Vibes Gaming. And they used to be the team at... It's a big channel. Game Explain. They used to be the team at Game Explain. And they're a very smart bunch of people. Like, Derek Bittner kind of feels like one of the most notable guys in that team. It's like 4 people. And Derek Bittner started and hasn't really continued a series called Search Action, which I didn't like because I thought he was trying to say that we should get rid of the Metroidvania label and use Search Action. But I actually watched it, and I think it's smart. I think Search Action is an umbrella that Metroidvania fits in, which serves me just fine because I am a purist and I don't like when games that aren't that similar to SOTN or Super Metroid use the word. It's because to me, I like genres a lot, and I like formulas, and I like things that defy the formula while sticking in it, right? So Hollow Knight pushes the classic formula really far because, like, it's absolutely a big 3 now because Hollow Knight, like, fuck, like, you know, we're comparing games to Super and SOTN is only relevant insofar that it's fun. But Hollow Knight fits, I think, just about every box, pretty much every box, and I would say expands the box a bit while injecting Dark Souls influence that I do not think is essential for the genre to make a really cool part of the trio, a game that goes in a very different direction, but I think captures the spirit perfectly. So with those 3, right, saying, like, in some fucking religious sense, that the format, you know, the original purpose is Super SOTN emulation, I think Hollow Knight's like the fucking messiah. It's very mortal. It's just kind of a dude that inherited the soul of the genre, like, perfectly, and it has its own points because it's really a Souls-like Metroidvania, and there's so much Souls-like that when you factor that out, it's a Metroidvania and what I've been recently calling a sensitive side-scroller. All of this to say, I love genre stuff, and I love comparing these games, and I have been, as of literally less than 24 hours ago, my favorite games are Kirby, and I think Hollow Knight really is. I've been saying that it's a part of my top favorite games, but I've been using this stream to revisit it because I had a lot of burnout with it. I played it too much during really tough parts of my life, and I kind of got numb to it. And reapproaching it, I realized how much I want to compare Kirby to it, which is really motherfucking funny considering another script that I'm working on. But yeah, comparing it to Kirby, I think that genre stuff aside, there's just a level of artistry and quality and, like, stuff that you can feel at every single step of the way. Like, every detail, every character design, every animation, like, no cost is too big or no detail is too small for them to put effort into making the game feel a certain way. So completely for my own enjoyment, but I have been saying it all day on stream, I've been calling Kirby and Hollow Knight sensitive side-scrollers because the side-scroller has become kind of an artistic medium where people who make games like Grease or whatever are really pumping in, like, you know, this moving painting feeling where every single thing on the screen is meant to make you feel something. And a lot of the games are very gameplay light, and I don't know what people call them really, but I call them artistic games about depression. But I feel like they fit in this too, where it's a side scroller, it's a Metroidvania, but factor all of that out, and it's still completely worth playing just for how beautiful it is. And that's how I feel about Kirby. Kirby has such a high level of artistry and detail. It's just no detail is too small for the UI, for the game feel. It's just incredible. Oh, you're in the right place on the right day. I have been obsessed as I've been returning to Hollow Knight with comparing and contrasting Kirby and Hollow Knight because, yeah, they're sensitive side scrollers. Like, no, I'm so sorry. But, yeah, they are such. Like, it's like, how do I say this? I used to be so sensitive and only want to play pleasant games because I like really feel everything. And me and Liz, Liz, you and I, like, we just get so into the games, right? And to talk about all the nitty gritty and like how beautiful the rocks look in Link's Awakening HD and how good the UI is in Animal Crossing New Leaf and really focus on the game feel stuff. And I think when side scrollers go this far, oh, we're out of town, finally. When side scrollers go this far in their game feel and make this immersive and comfortable of an experience, I think that deserves its own word. As I walk in and become an aggressive, annoying gatekeeper of one word, I offer my own in return. That was all a tangent at some point off of Search Action, which I think is a good name. Like, Metroid Fusion is a search action, but it fails to check some pretty big boxes for Metroidvania. Wait, I want to hear more about that if there are more examples, because I always think about indie games. But first, I'm gonna break for 3 minutes to get water and put the AC on. I didn't think it was gonna be this hot today. Yeah, that's a good game. Grease. Gris. Oh my god. A lot of details are starting to come out about Switch 2, by the way. Like, things are really moving. And that's after years of not believing any news that I see about it. We can talk about that when I come back. Okay, I'm gonna leave the AC on for a sec. So, have you ever seen something in fiction? I'm trying to think of an example. Where like somebody does something, maybe like not even very like serious, just like puts their hand on something, and then either like a trap activates, which is now like the whole next action arc, or more specifically like they grab an amulet or say the wrong word around a witch, and now like this crazy hex is forming around them, and they're in a psychic prison, and they've now been bound to something. I'm doing that to you, Liz. Mutuals, I am doing this to you. I am doing that to you. We now have to make a video where we rank video game floor textures that we want to eat. Because that is exactly the kind of art that we were given the gift of creating together. And I want to do it. We must take advantage of this opportunity. Ikasu. Fred getting cursed. Oh my gosh, this is so much fun. Thank you everyone who's hanging out. Oh my god, this is like super fun. But we haven't had this many people hang out like in ages. There was that one moment in Axiom Verge where a bunch of people showed up. Even Mariko and Max, who hadn't been here in ages. But I think there's even more people hanging out today. This is wicked fun. Kirby brain. I think Kirby brained is my lens, and that is literally a thing that I say in a script I am actively working on. I can't believe that I've extended it even further. I began with the Kirby lens, and I am going further. I mean, I gotta be honest, like, I view everything with the Kirby lens. I am Kirby brained. Kirby pilled. Can take the pink pill. A hex that brings us together so quickly. I don't know, I should probably have less hope for Green Path. I think I should have less hope for my Green Path plan than my Wuthering Heights plan. So I'm going to start with Green Path. We make our way out. I mean that'd be nice. That's really owning the self and taking advantage of what we have. Ikasu. Down. That says down. Yeah, let's try this out. No spoilers. I'm gonna go through the trial and error here so I remember it. No spoilers. I'm gonna see what I can do. With no shade jump. I did not enjoy setting up the shade jump last time, and I think we're back. We back. Yeah, I don't want to do a shade skip right now. I'm just gonna check what these are like with Just Claw. I was gonna say, there's so many fun topics to talk about right now. I want to talk about Switch 2 soon, but I don't want to bring it up now. What was I gonna say? Oh, right, I was thinking about Metroid Fusion. I am still playing through Metroid Fusion, but I think it's a really interesting one. I think actually Metroid Fusion and Luigi's Mansion are some of the most interesting comparisons for me, because what they lack is so interesting. What they have is so interesting. What they lack is so interesting. Because, like, for me, I define Metroidvania in a way that, like, is very conservative but very, like, practical, I think, as being just, like, the commonalities that Super and Soten share, right? That's quite a thing to read while there's, like, an awful tendril, like, viney, like, not mossy, destructive. I'm assuming that we're supposed to feel like these spiky plants are invasive. I mean, I don't know how Hollow Nest would do that because they don't symbolize Hollow Nest, but it feels like they're causing strife in the environment. So to me, like, sometimes I go on vibes, sometimes I go by a list. If I were to make a list, it would include exploring one place. And I think that Hollow Knight doesn't define the genre, but it kind of does. You know, Hollow Knight explores the biggest place. Of course, a kingdom is a lot smaller than a planet, and technically Samus is exploring a planet, but I think the best part of that is, you know, Samus is finding out everything she can in one planet, and you feel like you've conquered the whole planet. Of course, you usually destroy it, but You feel like you've understood the whole thing that you're going through. So to me, feeling like you're understanding one place is a big part of the appeal of a Metroidvania. And most of the best ones that I think fit the genre best focus on one place. Either, Zebes, a Metroid planet, or Dracula's Castle, I think, is just one of the best reasons that I feel that way. And in this case, Hollow Nest, right? Because it gives you that feeling of mastery once you explore it. Because you can explore a linear path, right? You can explore a linear path in space, but it won't really feel like you've, conquered or completely understood something if it's not one coherent, place with a theme. Metroid Fusion is interesting. So that's just one thing. So place, right? Having, one place to explore. Item progression is gigantic. I think that's just a huge part of it. Item progression, where your progression is bound to items. To me, that's the most fun part. It drives everything. And if you don't have it, it just feels like an open world game, like Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. Aside from that, I don't think it has to be dark. I don't know, there's plenty of stuff that doesn't have to be there. I'm sure you could find really silly things that the two games have in common, and I'd be like, it doesn't have to be that. But most of all, I think linearity. So when Metroid Dread came out, and that to me, I haven't played Zero Mission yet, but from what I know, I think Metroid Dread feels the most like a Metroidvania sense, Super. And Fusion just feels so different from Metroid Dread. But when Dread came out, Game Maker Toolkit, who makes Boss Keys, where I learned a lot of my game design stuff from, kind of proddingly made a video where he didn't explore this idea that much, but his weekend after video for Metroid Dread was titled, "Is Metroid Dread a Metroidvania?" And I see what he's getting at, because that game uses a lot of tricks to put you in an environment that feels like a big interconnected, one place to explore, like Super Metroid does, but it guides you through in a linear way. So ultimately, I think a lot of people feel like linearity is a defining thing for Metroidvanias. And yes and no for me, because non-linearity makes item progression so fun, right? And it's really not, it's just, to me, it doesn't come from the linearity. It's the feeling that I'm exploring a place that non-linearity creates. The sense that, my phrase that I thought of while I was getting water is it feels like there's always a bunch of options. To me, Hollow Knight is so open that it can feel like an open world game, but because it has item progression, at any given place, like we've been doing a lot today, it always feels like there's a good handful of things that you can do. Is so big. To me, the Metroidvania feeling, as I look at my Jiro figure, is stopping and getting a pulse on things and being okay, I got a double jump. That means I can go back to the red area and get to the blue area. It also means I could go back and get that heart container. And then if you know the game well, it's okay, so that means I can get super missiles, which lets me into the yellow area, but it would also let me into the purple area. And to me, it's not really about having multiple things to do at all times in a non-linear sense that gives me the feeling. It's really just something about the way it all comes together to feel like you're picking apart a giant puzzle box, but also getting a feel for the whole place, right? Dracula's Castle's an easy one. I can get to the dinner wing because I got my Batman suit, and I got that in the black area, which is next to the gray area. And if I had the Robin boomerang, then I could go to the gray area, but I have to go back to the red area for that. And you're thinking about the world as a big puzzle box, I guess. Puzzle box might be the most concrete way I can put my feelings on it, because Metroid Fusion feels like you're walking through a series of objectives and levels. Levels, I think, are opposed to this feeling, because Cave Story has backtracking, but it's not much, so you're never thinking oh my god, now I have more gas for my jetpack, so I can go back to the Flatlands and get that one health pack. It doesn't put me in that space, and Metroid Fusion definitely doesn't, even though it has backtracking, and even though it takes place on a space station, which is the best Metroidvania location. next to Dracula's castle because it's so big and so sprawling and so self-contained, and it's believable that you could explore the whole thing on like a planet. Because there's suspension of disbelief. Hollow Nest, sure, that could be this size. But you're telling me we explored the whole planet in Metroid? Not really. Like, in a way, Metroid breaks that sense of having one puzzle box area to explore. Because it's just a region. Like, there's no reason we couldn't explore other regions. I love bringing up Luigi's Mansion because I think beating that game over and over again is what makes me like this feeling in video games, because I was a kid and this was my first experience with any kind of item progression. And even though it's fully linear, and again, I bring it up as one of the funnier but better points of comparison for genre definition, because it's like, you would never think of it, but it actually ticks nearly every box. I would say Luigi's Mansion is kind of like, it's more like Metroid Dread than Metroid Fusion. It sits somewhere between them. But so literally, the fact that Metroid Fusion presents its levels as levels, to me, destroys the feeling of immersion in it as a giant puzzle box, and it manifests in the way that you are constantly doing just one task at a time. And if it were non-linear, maybe it would feel more like a Metroidvania to me, but honestly, the fact that they're guiding you through these objectives makes it feel like an search action platformer more than a Super Metroid follow-up. And just puts me in a completely different space throughout the whole game because of how the pieces come together. Wow, a very short tangent. Xbox 720. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's an amazing theory. Yes. And Link to the Past, 2D, what we just call them Zelda-likes, really. Those games are very related, and that's why I like Zelda so much. Zelda was like huge for me getting into this genre and realizing that I liked it, because I love item progression and how it expands things. So Liz knows, I bring up HMs a lot. I think there's actually a monster taming Metroidvania that reviews pretty well consistently. I forget what it's called, but if you search monster taming Metroidvania, it'll come up. I've looked at it before. It's actually, it reviewed really well like 8 years ago or something. And I think it comes down to like, yeah, there's like a proper monster training element, but it's also a side scroller with like HMs probably unlocking your powers. But I used to say, I used to wonder like, why do I like item progression? And HMs are very Zelda-like, and like I think they very well could have been part of why I like item progression. But yeah, no, I like HMs are totally item progression. Maybe that's my super snobby reason I don't play the games anymore. It's definitely not, but I definitely loved HMs as a kid. I'm like beginning a thought train in my head about why Pokemon is more of a Metroidvania than Zelda. Thank you. Yes, this is our Metroidvania Academia. The worst name I could give it. It's a lot of fun. If you tweak certain... If you really define your Metroidvania, and you start to tweak things, it's really funny what the most extreme game is that it includes. Because I've seen people try to define it while not sticking very close to the original two games, the Super Soten. I'll have to get really good at saying that to make more videos about this. I've seen people define it in a way that makes Minecraft a Metroidvania. If they're like, all it has to be is a world you explore, that's the heart of Metroidvania, then I'm like, is Minecraft a Metroidvania? Like, I'm always doing that because I think if you can expand the genre that far, then why are we fucking with genre? People always want to get rid of genre, then just fucking do it. Don't use the fancy sounding word on Minecraft if you just want to say that. If you just want to use a fun word for a game that you like to make it sound kind of artsy or something like that, whatever feeling Metroidvania gives you, then you're definitely cheapening the genre, and we might as well just move past genre. I mean, I'm not that much of a stickler that, like, Metroid Prime isn't a Metroidvania. I just haven't played enough of those games to care much. Yes, I've actively said that before. We need to replace me with a tree before I die. I have a great sister for that. She could probably start working on decoding my gene pattern during our lifetime. She spends all day reading patterns for genes. I don't know if it's harder to do animals versus like plants or like archaea, but she does it. Katamari Damacy is a Metroidvania. No, my one I love to bring in is Skyward Sword. If I can prove Skyward Sword is a Metroidvania, I really don't like your thought process. I'm so confused. Does anybody know what I do here? I guess maybe these two areas are connected. That's what I'm starting to think. I'm gonna peace out and go to Wuthering Heights, because odds are if Wuthering Heights is open with a claw, then I don't think they would give us two nail arts that open for the same item in the same part of the map. He's getting tired. They're getting tired. I don't want to use he pronouns for the little ghost anymore. It's like what I've always defaulted to, but I just don't have an interest in that anymore. Just one. The Katamari. There we go. Yeah, the item. Yep. It's all about item collection. No, because for me, like, I only get so granular with my definition because if you change any part, it doesn't give me the same feeling. And it's like linearity tends to be a factor, but like, I don't know, sisters, like, not a lot of Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is really open, but like a lot of Super Metroid is linear unless you're using advanced tricks. Like, not a lot of Super Metroid is open. I don't think it's smart to like mandate branching paths in your Metroidvania, but the more that you throttle moments with non-linearity, the less it feels like you're exploring, right? I mean, that's just doesn't feel like exploration anymore. Oh yeah, Metroid Dread, I mean, there is never that much to backtrack to, but it is just the way they executed it. Most people would never consider not calling it a Metroidvania. I really want to play Zero Mission. I think it has objective markers or something, which definitely doesn't feel very Metroidvania, but hey, I mean, they exist. I literally currently have an objective marker in my map. If I double tap, yeah. I currently have an objective marker, but... Oh, we shade skipping for real. No, we can't. Oh, from Queens. Okay. I think that the Mantis Lords have completely forgotten about us at this point. Like, I was preparing, and they're like, who are you? We've had 7 people try to get to Deep Nests. That makes sense. Yeah, at this point, I just don't believe that. Even though I came here to get 2 nail arts, or at least try for 2 nail arts, I don't believe you could get 2 nail arts just for having 1 upgrade. It just feels weird in terms of progression. Because this game was expertly crafted. This is so fun. This is actually Metroidvania Christmas. Yeah, the Gato Roboto sequel is coming out Tuesday. Like, what the fuck? What? Maybe Wednesday. But still, like, what the fuck? That's crazy. It's another Metroidvania, which I did not know. I thought it was just a fun, creative action game, but... I'm gonna have some food. Watch out, Rayman. So, speak now or forever hold your peace. Would anybody be devastated to know not specific details of the console, but pretty convincing evidence that we're about to get the Nintendo Switch successor reveal really soon? Because I've been following my Xbox 720, right? Like, I've been following fake leaks or confusing information about the Switch Pro since, like, late 2020, at least mid 2021. Like, a lot of rumors have come and gone. And all of the people who I watch on YouTube for Nintendo stuff, all of them are like, no, this is actually real. And I will explain the story of how, because I think it's kind of cool and it's exciting. Hey! Oh my god, this is such a party. This is so fun. So, do you know, I actually, I've been trying to use them more. Because honestly, there was a time where I did not use Wraiths or Dive. And I don't know, now they're second nature. So I really want to practice using nail arts. Partially because the combat system is so simple and I kind of want to like push it a bit further. But really just because it feels fun to use. I worked a bit on them last year, or 2 years ago on my second run, but now I want to push it a bit further. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, how do I say this? We've talked about this before, but this is a really normal time for a new console to come out. When it comes out, it'll have been 7 full years, which is the longest gap between consoles. Vanessa, I might know better than me about that. I believe 2017 spring to 2024 fall is the longest gap there's ever been between two home consoles for Nintendo. So it was definitely inevitable, and there's definitely a litany of issues now with games. Like, we're getting to a point where I think Splatoon 3 and Kirby Forgotten Land, among others, were made for the next Switch, but because of chip shortages, because of fucking crypto mining, yes, that's part of this. Yes, that's part of this. Because of chip shortages, global catastrophe, crypto mining driving up the cost of Nvidia, I think they had to delay a Switch Pro type deal that would have helped things run better a while ago. And this has been a really popular point of discussion for years now. Kanich with the Ren. Yeah, right. I think it has to be. So people have been saying for years that there's like work on a Switch successor, and they're constantly saying, yeah, we're really trying to be careful with how we do the Switch successor, because obviously, like, did I hit that bench? I'm just gonna be careful. Obviously this is the highest install base they've really ever had. The only thing they've ever gotten more consoles out of was the DS, and that just did not sell as many games. This is the best position they've ever been in. Like, unless you want to talk about, like, oh, the NES, they had a monopoly. They have so many consoles in hands. They're more relevant than they've ever been. They're making such good games and creating such a healthy sales rate, if you will. People are buying Switch games so fast on the most installed. It's not like the Wii U, where, like, oh, 60% of people who have the Wii U have Splatoon. Well, no shit. There's only 8 of them, and they all know Splatoon's good. This is crazier because it is a very popular console, and the games are just so good, and there's such a culture around buying Switch games that they have sales like they've never had before. So the only way to go is down. And they've been really careful about how to handle the next system. And I don't know exactly what the details are, because there's still a little bit of fogginess. There's even some crazy claims coming out. But last weekend was Gamescom, or the weekend before maybe was Gamescom, and there have been leaks about the Switch 2 being revealed in August. And of course, we've been getting those leaks for years. It's not crazy. But what happened in August was not a public reveal, but everybody is corroborating this concept that at Gamescom, developers were being taken behind closed doors to look at the Switch 2, so they would know how to develop for it. And there's some really interesting details that everybody's agreeing on, which is that this thing was really powerful, and they were using a souped up redo of Breath of the Wild, like a demo Breath of the Wild area with crazy graphics, to introduce how powerful it was. And there's a demo for something called, there's like The Matrix game, or maybe a game called Matrix or something. They were using this really big current gen game to show off the power of the console. So everybody's corroborating the same exact details. At Gamescom, people were being shown the console behind closed doors to prep developers. And from all of these leaks is coming this idea that they're going to reveal it soon, and it's going to come out holiday 2024. So we're going to be seeing the last era of just Switch stuff with probably the next Direct. And before long, we'll start to know what the future is going to look like. And it's crazy. This week's topic has been... That's a real grub? I thought that was going to be a faker. Oh my god. This week's topic has been just like how strong it has to... Fuck. Just how strong the console has to be running the fucking Matrix game or whatever. So people are doing these reports, like people that I've been following for years are getting information on this thing, running the games at a lower rate, but then having this upscaling technology to make them look better so that it's able to run fucking Final Fantasy VII Remake. That's the big thing lately. It's not coming from the Gamescom people, but it's coming from, I don't know, just leakers generally. A lot of people are saying that Final Fantasy VII Remake, because some people have been saying they have dev kits for years, and that lines up with this. So it seems like devs have been preparing for a while for this new tech, and now the gates are starting to get really lowered, and everybody's finding out about it. And one thing that's been thrown around in the last month is that Square Enix has been dabbling in putting Final Fantasy VII Remake on the next Switch. So I think it could have a decent amount of bang if it takes over even more third-party goodness, like all of the most exciting stuff from the current mixed gen, like Elden Ring, you know? I think if you launch with Elden Ring and Final Fantasy VII Remake, you can have enough swag to keep people caring. But after that, I don't know how the next generation's gonna be. Oh, God. Right, it's kind of like a GameCube, except they're sitting with the hybrid concept. I'm glad, because I'm really excited. Well, Square Enix are the people who are putting Final Fantasy on there, so we could get 3 and stuff. Yeah, at least they're trying. I mean, they had great luck with Dragon Quest. Liz and I were looking at sales for... JRPGs. We're looking at all RPGs, but then also JRPGs. And my mind expanded. I did not know. Damn. We made it! Hey, we're gonna get Grim. Probably not, right? But, this is fun. Huh. What a fun training arc we had. We had a training arc in the hills, in the mountains. That's so exciting. The devs of the Final Fantasy devs? I don't know. All I know is that Final Fantasy's not been around that much, and that Final Fantasy sells crazy. It really is, like, just having the, having Final Fantasy be so much bigger outside Japan than Dragon Quest makes it such a bigger part of the best-selling RPGs, than Dragon Quest is. Chrono Trigger 3! Oh my god! The Wii. I used to have a speech impediment, but I think it was S and TH, and I went to see a teacher about it. I went to see a teacher. I was like, "Hey, help me say T." No, in 4th grade, I saw a speech coach about it. This is where I just was, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't realize. I never think to come to Wuthering Heights. Damn it. I love doing these trees now. I've started to enjoy them finally. I didn't think to do Wuthering Heights this early before. Bro, I'm sitting happy on this stream length. Like, last week I was like, 11:30 sounds good. Clearly the cold is not as bad as I thought it was when I woke up. Because I don't have plans till like 8. So this is kind of awesome, actually. But I don't think I have more than... I don't think I will or I want to see 3 p.m. my time. This is like a lot of cliffs. That was a shrill noise that I made. Just like Friend Shoo Shoo. Yep. Yes, that's what our Nintendo history presentation used to be all about. I think that's awesome history. It was crazy I didn't know that history and how N64 sent off so many third parties till like I was like 22. Oh my god, Vanessa. Oh my god. I am a little on the fence because I just had a whole thing about like not wanting to buy AAA stuff so much anymore. I'm pretty quickly settling back into saying that retro games aren't a part of that feeling. which is to spoil, I'm thinking about building a Super Famicom collection in Japan because I play so many SNES games now, and Super Famicom is so affordable in Japan. Like, there's just, oh my god, I've got like so many pages of games for like $5. It's just crazy. And well, before I got the Wii U shipped, my only console was the Switch. Now I'm gonna have 3 consoles, which is like, well, I'll be living here for years, so might as well get cozy. But yeah, kind of like the last Nintendo console that I want to build while I'm on this kind of like Nintendo fan era, if you will, is because it is, you know, decimal places more affordable than getting a Super Nintendo, which I also don't love the boxiness of the Super Nintendo from what I've seen. I don't love like the big cartridge size combined with the boxiness, but the Famicom, Super Famicom is like just slimmer enough that I've been doing research on it, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna pull the trigger and start a collection. I've got a bunch of games that I want to get, like I think even like Dragon Quest 6 I really want to noodle with. I've been noodling it. I have like a ROM, I have it on my phone. I've just been noodling with it, but I feel like it'd be really fun to play on the TV. Yeah, that's true. If it's easier to get, I could be a hookup for Super Famicom stuff. Yeah. Sure. I mean, I'm gonna have to start being an importer for my friends. Oh yeah, that's like the classic like Nintendo story. Although, I mean, Rare didn't hurt, right? Rare was Banjo and 007, right? There were allies. There were allies. Yeah, the color is cool. And right, if I had anything earlier, I'd be more used to it. But to me now, I feel like I want something that's a little bit sleeker. Plus, I think it's nice to kind of like flex the Japanese, or get some mileage out of the Japanese by saving all of this money, or frankly making this possible. I don't think I'd spend this much on a SNES, you know. It's just gonna be so much more affordable than a SNES would be, that I'm like, yo, I can read Dragon Quest 6. I should play Dragon Quest 6. $12, sure. I was just playing Donkey Kong Country last night. I've been dabbling. It's been hard, but last night I realized, like, randomly I installed an NSO emulation on my Switch Lite, which I hadn't tried DKC on. I've been playing it on 3DS, and I realized immediately that I liked the bigger screen and the spongier buttons for DKC, and I preferred Mario World on the smaller screen with smaller pixels and the clickier buttons on my new 3DS. That's the kind of gamer I am. But no, I really was, like, I was feeling it more. I've been kind of tired of trying it so much on my 3DS, and now I feel like I haven't clicked a Super Metroid as much as I did the first time, and I haven't tried to play it on TV since the first time. So I'm kind of like, I might really love Super Metroid and DKC on classic hardware. Oh my god. A game. I live. Die. Water, like, just threatened to go down the wrong pipe, and I'm like, fuck it. Fuck it. Gag reflex. Okay, why do I eat while the mic's on? I'm like, they can listen. I don't care. Hello. You may have seen that we were successful. Mm-hmm. Papa! They just put out the Farewell to Charles Martinet video. I did not know that Papa was such a thing before that. Oh my god, I've been waiting. I've been waiting to try DKC. And I've been hoping that, or DKC 2, and I've been hoping, I've never touched that game, I've been hoping that I could get into at least DKC Returns, if not DKC 1, before I get into DKC 2, because I know I'd appreciate it more. I almost gave up and was like, screw it, I might as well learn how to play SNES DK from the best one. But I have been happy enough because I've been playing the heck out of Rayman Legends, and it just popped off, and I was so happy with it for like 3 weeks straight during the period where I thought I might try DKC2. And now Wonder is close enough that I want to give Wonder some breathing room because I'm really excited for it. So I'm back to waiting for like the perfect opportunity to play DKC2. And now it might happen on original hardware, which would be very special. Yeah, no, you talk a good bit about the collectibles and puzzles and stuff and like the finding stuff, so I'm really curious about that. I know it's going to be special, I just don't know what way. I haven't even replayed Tropical Freeze yet, so I'm taking my time with the Monkey Kong, savoring these 5 games we have. I'm so satisfied with the amount of 2D Kirby we have right now that I could go a while without it, but I achingly want another Donkey Kong Country, which I don't think is going to happen. It'll need like its own soft reboot now. Mato. I am really hoping this is the one that I want it to be, because I really like one of these. So cool. Yes, yay! That's exactly what I wanted. Yes. Where I didn't know that the games were called like Super Donkey Kong in Japan. I literally didn't know. You are my dad. Boogie woogie woogie. It's funny meeting him first. It feels like his excitement and warmth make more sense when you've met the cold ones. Here we go. Yes! Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. Put me back in the ring. Oh yeah, I meant to have this tangent before. I have so many nice things to talk about today. I've been savoring how good the writing is for the script in A Link Between Worlds. Like, every time, like, I already have stuff I quote from that game. And every time I see more stuff, I'm like, yo, why is the writing so good in this game? And Hollow Knight is definitely similar. But I don't have many quotes that have like stuck with me yet, so I'm excited to reread all the dialogue. Not to be sad, but I've probably already read like half of it. Maybe I'm wrong. They're probably not thinking about everything. I haven't got the Dream Nail yet. Oh, that's true. That's true. They don't start... Yeah. Oh my god, they weren't originally Super Donkey Kong. They were localized differently. Yeah, because they weren't being made in Japan. Super Donkey Kong. Yeah, I will become the cutter. Yeah, you throw these things at me, I'm going to become one of them. Possibly not hit you. Probably not in this fight, but I'm going to try. I'm going to do it. I think I can... Yeah, I can launch it without doing a directional input, because I don't have any other nail arts. So does that make this the first nail art you can get? Probably not in terms of like upgrades. I think if you were wacky enough, if you were wacky, quirky, goofy enough to use one of the shortcuts, like in the city to get to Kingdom's Edge, I bet you could get the normal charge and the Cyclone Slash both with only Mantis Claw. Yeah, once you get Mantis Claw, it really is a very athletic game. It's probably my favorite wall jump of all time. I was already saying I love it just like in terms of flavor. Just being like a really cool like miscellaneous item that's very ikasu, hashtag ikasu, just using a claw on the ground, just like a thing you find. That's like very intrinsically connected to the mantises, and just like having it be such a fundamental movement upgrade. Very cool. I definitely don't like the Super Metroid one as much. Gio Kalala. Asamo Gio. Bafanada. Oh, that is such a good point, Vanessa. I was like, what specifically is going to get translated? Like the lore about the banana horde? No, it's the names. It's the level names. Oh, yeah. What a lovely fellow. Oh, bye, Juno. Thanks for hanging out so long. I make staying up late easy, because it's not late for me. Should I spend this money? Yes. No. At this point, now that I have a sharpened nail and the nail art might make it harder to do this fight. Now that I have a sharpened nail, I'm like, I don't want anything else. I don't want a 6th mask. I don't want better charms. Now I feel confident doing the fight this way. My streams where I neurotically plan the exact most satisfying way to play Hollow Knight for my current mood. Bafanada. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I wonder if the characterization will be different. I'm so ready. I'm so ready to get into the Donkey Kong games. I don't really know what I'm going to play next year. Like, I have so much stuff that now and again I'll be like, maybe Tears of the Kingdom's a 2024 game. It's been hard to stay interested. Like, I'm really interested in the story stuff, but I am... like, when I get into a groove, it's all fun. But, like, coming back after a while, I'm like, why am I fighting all these Taluses? How do I build this fucking Tinker Tot tank or whatever? Oh, we're back! We're so back. Again, yeah, Mushroom Area, lots of character. Wuthering Cliffs, not so much. It really just feels like a cool region of the Crossroads, which is kind of sad because it's not the Crossroads. Yikes. Yeah, it's really funny how sage it is because, like, what did Cranky have to be a retro gamer about? Like, in the scheme of things, like, retro gaming, you know, gets more and more of a thing every year because more time passes. And not that much time had passed at that point. Like, even 10 years later, it would have felt more... Like, when you got into retro gaming, it would have felt more, like, snobby. But, like, Cranky is a retro game. Cranky became a retro game rather quickly. That was, like, Gen 2. But I guess that's a home console generation, and he's talking about arcades. My dad could have been like Cranky, but he's not like Cranky. Yes. I went to the Konbini and I got boba, I got milk tea and boba and dongo because I thought that I was just craving around while I was playing this. I guess retro gaming, has retro gaming changed, or is retro gaming 20 years later like the same? Because it's pretty much the same games. I mean, there are GameCube nostalgia posters, but not so much like GameCube retro snobs. Okay, so it is slightly annoying that I always go the wrong way in the mushroom area, but it still doesn't take much to correct. And it's fun not really knowing. His old rival's son. Oh, because Jumpman. Is that canon? That makes sense. That's also a lot of fun. That's kind of what I'm hearing, actually. I figured, like, that would have just been, like, a nascent version. Whoa, what did I get there? I bumped in a funny way. I figured that, like, retro gaming then would have just been, like, a kind of baby version of retro gaming now. But we still talk about the same games. But yeah, as I was saying that, I was like, well, going from, yeah, arcade to consoles is pretty crazy, isn't it? This has to be... This has to be a check for Desolate Dive. No! What is this? What's this junk? What's this junk? Don't give me a mask piece. I don't want it. Yeah. Now I do. Oh my god, yeah, Pauline would totally be their mom. That is something I never considered once. Wow. They're just adding, like, it feels in a way, now that Rosalina's been, like, made a part of the gang, having Pauline, it feels like they're just adding princesses. But then it's like, no, actually, when the fourth lady showed up, she's Mario's mom. Although then there's, like, the game theory about Rosalina's Peach's mom, so it's actually half moms and half girlfriends. What's this? What do I have here? Am I gonna die for this? Yes. Oh, don't. I am those people. It's silly. I guess that's as close as I could reasonably be, huh? This is a lot of backtracking. Yikes. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. It doesn't feel like it's retro to like 3DS, but I do feel kind of funny and silly when I like it. I feel a little quirky and goofy. Oh, God. Yeah, that was a light novel originally. I'm actually starting to lose my mind a little bit about all the hentai ads. I get nothing for ads. I thought it was funny at first. I get nothing for ads except for these, like, mischievous / turned on / pleasured faces of women, which are advertising me horny webcomics since I moved to Japan. That's all that I get. If I leave even, like, just, like, the most straight-laced of websites. If I go to anything even slightly gamery, there's, like, a shy guy in glasses and some incredibly horny woman who looks a little bit possessed staring at me. And every single fucking time I open up YouTube, it's the same ad of some, like, horny Egyptian queen pharaoh person in, like, the most painful-looking position. It's devastating. Like, I did come to Japan to learn more about the reality of anime culture, but my soul gem is turning dark a lot faster than I thought it would. Just the more... This is actually serious. This is actually serious, but, like, the more that I get to know, like, life for young Japanese girls, and I get to know more people in Japan, and I experience more of, like, what it's like to live here, the more my soul gem turns dark now and again when I see how strong cultural pedophilia is. It's... Cultural pedophilia, like, you know, anime being horny, that's not really its own problem, but I have talked to women who feel like the prevalence of the porn industry makes it hard to take their concerns seriously when women are being kind of just, you know, bent around in fucking subway station ads. Not that bad, not in public, but, you know, the internet is just full. You take one turn and it's horny time. Like, anime is just maybe even hornier in its home country. It's very horny. And yeah, horny's not bad, but I am just so tired. And in academia, I did once hear someone say, like, probably a Japanese person say, like, oh, like focus on the pleasure of the woman is actually revolutionary and like it's actually like object subject whatever liberation. I can no longer feel like images of women in like I started with hating it because of the hentai ahegao meme. I very not did not have a good time with that when that was a thing. Got older, got more perspective. Some people even like reclaimed that and made it their thing with hyperpop and stuff. I get that. Now I'm back in it and it's just like, oh my god, stop. Stop making me feel like a subject and not an object. Like, oh my god, this is such a complicated usage of faces of pleasure, and I see like 17 a day. That's what you all came. That's what you all came out here for, right? I forget why I even brought that up, but I was just like, oh, by the way, I'm suffering. Well, to be fair, reading the chat, to be fair, half moms, half girlfriends could be about MILFs getting together. There's no moral quandary there. No, yeah, yesterday, oh my god. I came to a head yesterday. Just a lot of feelings I had came together. And it's like was seeing the cultural pedophilia machine for how it is after a long day of befriending 11-year-olds. My soul, all I can say is my soul gem getting darker. Tales from the Sapphic Polycule. Well, I kind of like to imagine that, I like to imagine that my stream can be a place to relax when your soul gem has gotten sufficiently dark over the course of the week. I think that's kind of why I like Hollow Knight too, is like it's very dark, but it's so healing. I think there's something like a healing darkness that I've kind of been feeling lately. Exactly. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, 100% Amber. And I understand that maybe at one point it was revolutionary, but that was a long time ago. Oh, I believe it. No, I can, yeah, not to like, yeah, she's not here, but I could tell, like, there was plenty of reasons to write it off. There's plenty. But I will say, where I will write off series and stuff, and I do struggle with, like, not enjoying consuming certain things because I don't like what's in them, I don't think I have it in me to give up the medium. I don't mean to, like, yeah. It sounds very away, but I think it's a little bit too pessimistic. And this is crazy. Like, this is such big picture stuff that I'm going to spend my whole life chipping away at. I just think writing off something as big as anime because of the dark things that run through it. That was the first time I felt my nail being sharper. Like, I haven't really appreciated it yet. Now I do. Okay, well, I guess it was made for the mantises. Not to sound like a Kingdom Hearts character, but I just feel like the longer you go through it, the longer you learn more about the medium. And again, it's kind of, I think it's kind of particularly dark when you see it for the first time and you see it like in a test tube, right? And even if you don't go all the way, right? Even if you don't go to the bottom of the iceberg, you see these first glimpses of how sexualized fucking 14-year-olds and their seifuku are. And seeing it for the first time is very devastating. But there's a lot of things in the world that will fuck you up the first time you notice them if you didn't grow up with them. I think entirely Americans in this chat, I think everybody here lives in America or grew up in America. I don't mean to like compare one thing to another, But I just think there are some things in this world that you grow up with and you get used to some degree as like a great evil to fight against, to the point where it doesn't turn your stomach. And I'm not trying to make a simplistic take as like, nothing I'm saying here should be taken out of context. This is like fucking academic thought. Like, yeah, it needs context, right? My personal feeling is like, it is intense and painful and perhaps even like uniquely helpful to see this kind of stuff from the outside perspective and not having grown up with it. And I think that is a lot of the pain, is seeing it for the first time, like no filter, raw, and realizing that it like is so influential in something that you've grown up with or something that's so important to you. But I just think to give up on something so huge and to separate it, to pretend that anime is the problem. This is maybe a simplified thing you actually can quote me on. To say that anime is the problem, I think, is using far too little context. I think that it's not, even though I hate a lot of these things that I've been dwelling on lately, they come from other equally detestable things in the society at large. And that's where it becomes something where I don't think an American walking in and saying, I'm quitting anime because of cultural pedophilia and its implications here, has got the full story. It's not that this stuff isn't evil. It's just that I think it's also an American seeing a very big problem with different countries adapting cultures around youth at different times in their history, and getting the feeling that this much larger problem only manifests in the really juicy little media nugget that they're looking at. And to think that you can cut that off and engage with Japan in a more morally superior way or a healthier way. And again, I'm not accusing people who give up on anime for this of this. But I think if you're to say, oh, I'm done looking at that, I don't want to deal with these issues, you're not ready to continue building a relationship with Japan, because you're going to run into that in other places. And it's a very big thing to just cut out. It's a very, very big thing to just cut out. It's a very prominent part of entertainment culture. I think energy is much better placed into learning as much as you can about it, dealing with your own feelings on it, building up firm walls of, I grew up with very firm concepts of youth. This turns my stomach. I will not let the backdoor pedo shit of Disneyland Japan ruin my relationship with the country. Like, you have to keep learning, you have to keep understanding it, but it is not fucking easy. And if I didn't love it so much, I would not still be learning and going through this. But it's funny, I really was like, hey, I'm gonna learn more about Japan by going to a school. And it's like, oh yeah? You're gonna go to a baby school and want to throw up for the rest of your life when you hear certain words used by anime fans. Night Ren. No clipped chimping. Exactly, it's... oh. Yeah, lots of spoons. Lots of spoons. Yeah, there will always be other days for that topic. But no, I was just like... feeling the soul gem turn black. Definitely. I mean, I'm never going to have the same relationship with this junk. It's so important. Oh my god. Yeah, that's just me getting my thoughts out at a low in which I consider dropping anime, which is not an easy thing to do. Hey, Mantis Lords. I've steeled my soul by thinking about complicated topics of approaching it, cultural pedophilia from an intercultural perspective in a backdoor, front door, complicated media. I'm ready. Absolutely. Absolutely, 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 positively. It is funny. There is something about Mob Psycho that I think about often where I'm like, that is kind of what middle school feels like being here. Just like having like rolled up day one. When I think about like middle school life and I'm like, have I seen this in anime? I definitely don't think I saw anything like this in any other middle school themed anime that I've seen. Like I think only Mob Psycho really feels like an actual show about kids. Like from my rather limited pool of points of reference, I'm like, yeah, they do kind of just feel like a bunch of kids. Like there's no reality warping going on there. Ah. Oh, ooh, that was bad. I walked into their knee instead of hitting them. Wow. Wow, I very confidently was like, yo, I'm gonna get the shot off and heal. And it was right timing. Yes. Oh, you're so right, Amber. Oh my god, okay. I totally used to use that. This must have been really hard for me last time I did this fight. Because, like, I feel like I really spent time on it. Yes, okay. That's a huge help. Oh, controller! Oh no, pink gave out. Oh crap, crap. It's really just bumping into them. It gets ya. Ah, that was a great shot, okay. Yes, yes! 3 masks. I can't even hit him with the beam. Oh! I use it! I use it! And the and the GG. Yeah. See, I think it was really the spinning dash that elevated that to a easy victory. I got last hit on both of the 2 twins with the spinning move. That felt good. Alright, well, now I don't really know where we go next. Huh, I meant to do that and then enter the city, but that happened in the wrong order. Oh yeah, the Mark of Pride. Where's that? Those look super phallic. Oh my god, these are the dirt crawlers. Oh man. Shisho! We only trained for 2 minutes, but... Oh, the Mark of Pride. Oh my god. Nero is biased and wrong. I did forget about Mark of Pride as a reward. Normally in Metroidvanias, you would probably get the Mantis Claw for beating them. Of course, they'd be easier, but that is more of like a permanent upgrade type beat than a area opening slash charm giving fight in reality, or in a normal game. But Mark of Pride and Access to Deepness, I think, are good enough rewards. Mark of Pride is excellent. Oh, what a nice bench. It's like one of the only wooden benches I can picture. Thank you. That sucks. You were trying to preserve art. My Sonic arts, aka the shit that I say. Wow. Kind of an unassuming place, but those swords are cool. Oh, this is fun. Wow, this room's beautiful. Why is this room so beautiful? Tigers aren't hot. I mean, are they? I'll get back to you on that. Restrooms aren't beautiful. Wait, are they? I'll get back to you on that. What's this? Seal of Hallownest. Hey, get fucked. This is really nice. I was appreciating the Ancestral Mound, which I now know by name, where you get the Soul Blast, which I don't know by name, from the Snail Shaman. And I was like, yo, this is sensitive side-scroller moment. This is too. Sliding. All these crossed swords. Interlaced with the crossed ropes used to support the beams. Auto caption our beloved. Whoa. See, this is kind of where Mark of Pride normally would be. Normally in like any video game. But it's harder to reach. No, but Mark of Pride is legit awesome. And I'll wear it as something of a badge of esteem. Yes. Our tour of lights. I'm so glad there's particle effects in this area. And glowflies. Look at that. Look at that thing. Look at that thing glowing with its eyes. This is like Kirby Triple Deluxe all over again. So I think because I don't have a plan, we can do a little decompress from Hollow Knight with a little Hollow Knight. And I'll show you why. But first, a word from our sponsor, VPN. Surfcons. Surfcons are half the price of other wireless earphones. They pack a surprising amount of bass. They come in a variety of fun colors, which makes them perfect for gifts, and they can stay charged for up to 24 hours. Wow, that's interesting. I feel like I haven't done enough like capital C bosses to have a point of comparison. But in Tropical Freeze, yes, I can definitely, from what I know of Tropical Freeze bosses, see the comparison. Which is funny, because we go to compare them to Donkey Kong bosses and not Metroid or Castlevania bosses. And even now, I know, I mean, a lot of Castlevania bosses are kind of hit spongy. Like, not quite so derogatory, but like Atlas or Legion, that thing just, run around and hit it with your fastest damage. Oh, rocks. God, I can't get used to saying that. All Rocks is a boss where I feel like you have to stand in a very particular place and learn those patterns, but it's a lot of gears, more gears, please. I can't believe how little I like Castlevania gear areas compared to how much I like gears. I literally didn't think I'd have to wait this long for Silksong to give me one, but I haven't found a better Clock Tower area in the waiting, although I do like Dead Cells. But no, Metroid bosses. No, Metroid bosses are pattern recognition, Creed. But like standing in one place and letting them run past you, that is something that I think multiple DK Freeze bosses are like. Like I instinctively feel the comparison. The lever? Oh, the beautiful lever we were examining. I thought I was missing some lever, and I'm like, how many fucking levers are there? I got like the Mark of Pride one, the area for that. I got like the Deep Nest. Like I hit all these celebratory levers that I had to slightly backtrack for. A variety of fun colors. Skillshare. Yeah, there's one that I love, the first area boss, with like the seal moving back and forth. That's a lot like Mantis Lord. Oh, this is such a big sword. Yeah, I'll introduce you to my second favorite sensitive side-scroller. My other Hollow Knight file. I think I'm gonna leave this. I could have just stayed in the Mantis Village. Now I'm dealing with the bench nonsense. Well, I could go to the city. Yeah, I'll go to the city because I don't know where we want to go next week. Although it's probably going to be the city, so let's just start with that. Nice. That's interesting because I noticed one area where we were platforming before. I was going up. Oh, when I made the joke about the sponsorships, I was trying to reach a lever, but I fell, so I gave up on it. There are a lot of levers in that area. I can't believe I'm gonna say this. The placement of levers in the Mantis Lord area feels like a very subtle and informed use of the curvy lever pattern, which is both sophisticated and elegant in that it has a complicated mechanism opening element, and I'm fucking stuck, I can't go through here, yet also is long and hooked like a mantis claw. That's what I felt. Saying it made me feel stupid. Also, I can't go here. Hollow Knight's just such a sensitive side-scroller that you can't like, you can't stop saying like pretentious sounding things about it, because there's so many pretentious things to say about it, because they're not pretentious. They did intend for all that artistry. Something like that. Something like that. Maybe like my Reddit flavored video essayist voice. But like, I don't exactly associate Reddit with like beautiful analysis. I think it's a video essayist voice. Unfortunately, I have a real video essayist voice, which I'll use for my video essays and the scripts that I'm working on. Because it's fulfilling. So I can't... I'll do the less exciting thing, which is to walk a bit to a stag. You know, fuck it. I'll walk a bit to a stag and I'll save. Bullshit, I'm leaving. This game auto-saves. I'll just restart in the Mantis area. Okay. Just a little bit more game. Just a tiny bit more game. Oh, fuck. I was like, yeah, what am I gonna do in this file? I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm going to the Queen Garden. I was already thinking about going to Queen Garden before I do this. It's so true. I consume like 95% male video essays. Yeah, I don't have many female YouTubers I watch. There's just not many of them in the particular like area of like Nintendo thought video that I really enjoy watching at the moment. I mean, I love some of the female YouTubers I watch, but in terms of like Mario Sunshine was ahead of its time. That's mostly just guys, just guys my age. There's always a sense of like, sorry. There's just that slight sense of when a man is telling you how deep something is that you don't want to buy it. It's funny because like if I make my video with Liz and I'm like, see, these gravel textures are the best in any game I've ever played, I'll feel like a Stardew Valley pilled e-girl casual. But if a man did that, I'd be like, ugh, they're so up their own ass. They're so fucking sophisticated and snobby. I'm so insecure talking about Kirby and stuff because I'm just, she's an e-girl. She likes to fucking have sex with her boyfriend on her Stardew Valley file. Like, I don't know, like, it's just, but I do. I'm fucking, it's like, it's not that I'm a woman to whatever degree I am. It's just like, it's more that I'm neurodivergent. It's more that I have really like intense texture things. Like, I feel like really getting into the grits of it and like stopping to admire the foliage in Hollow Knight makes me look like a casual, but it's really just making me look, it just makes me look neurodivergent. And if I weren't a woman, it would just look like normal snobbishness and like annoying art asshole. Is that too jaded? I'm sorry. I've been alive a long time. It's, you get jaded. Yeah, Tomohiro. I do. I feel you very deeply on that. Tomohiro, awesome. Tomohiro's videos are incredible. I think they're particularly good. They're really cool. But it's just like, I don't know, I guess I'm particular enough with the videos that I like to watch that I only really have, like, I have like dozens of channels that I poke sometimes. And there's tons of female YouTubers, but my favorite ones, I just don't watch a lot of. Like, I don't watch a lot of Tomohiro. Did I get a bench outside? Oh, there's not even a bench around here. Where did I come from? I don't want that to happen. I don't watch Tomohiro videos often, which is like not anything wrong with her. It's just that like I watch so much YouTube that I really mostly am rewatching the same stuff from the people with like my exact favorite delivery format. The YouTuber I watch the most who's not a man is Candy Evie. She is an A-tier YouTuber. I drop everything. I kind of have a crush on her, but like I drop everything when she makes a video because they are so entertaining. I actually watch a lot of, I think this is part of being a Pokemon fan, but I watch a lot of Pokemon videos for having like no interest in the games. I mean, maybe that is part of my, you know, multimedia fan experience I've been trying to build with Pokemon to lean off the games, but no, it's just her delivery. It's her delivery, and I find her really cute and funny. But her delivery is just perfect. It's just perfect. I learn a fuck ton from Tomohiro videos, but she's just not one of the YouTubers that I spend a lot of time watching. I also similarly find Food for Dogs is one of the absolute most interesting YouTubers to me, but she's mostly JRPGs, and again, I just don't often find myself clicking her videos, so I literally just watch the same guys talking about games all the time. Just rule of numbers, I think. What truth are they censoring? Oh, Candy Evie. Non-parasocial crush. Yeah. Oh. Story theme. Maybe I should rewatch Tomohiro stuff. I mostly associate her with her Animal Crossing video, which was amazing. There was like a retrospective on Fire Red and Leaf Green being mid. It's mostly Pokemon. Oh, you're right. She talks about the themes of environmentalism in what good timing. I was just saying I wanted to start writing more about the theming of games. Because I was just thinking a lot about theming and how much they mean to my fandom with series. Just actively right now. I should rewatch some of her things. If you have any recommendations, let me know. I'll probably watch one of those videos later. Oh my gosh, DM me. Yeah, Noreen, it's like I don't watch her videos much, but I gain so much from when I do watch them. I don't know, Noreen. I feel like we just don't have that much power over the algorithm. Not the algorithm, but the censoring system. She told me not to. I'm gonna leave her be. I was turned off. I was turned off from the fight by the dialogue. I was like, well, I did want to do a mini boss, but then you said all those things, and I'd rather not, if we're being honest. I've toyed around with doing 100% on this file, but that was so round. I thought that was a soul fragment. Ooh. That sounds like the only person I'd watch talk about early Pokemon. I think for me, it is like, it's not all about delivery. It is, there's a lot. You know, a lot of my favorite YouTubers both like, I just like their voice. I like the topics they talk about. And I like, you know, a lot of the time with my absolute favorite ones, I like what they like, you know. They talk about stuff that I like to hear about in a way that is just so fun to listen to. Like, you know, jokes that I like coming from a place that I resonate with, you know. And to get that specific, it's just as with all things, like bands for sure, it's just rule of numbers, you know, to find your niche. You can't always line up your niche with the demographic, right? You can't always you can't always have the person you most relate to making the specific stuff that you like. And when you do, it's happy, happy, joy, joy. But, you know, you just can't always do that. Which is to say, one of my favorite channels to listen to is False Swipe Gaming, which is almost like Moe Gap. Like, that's, like, extremely not me. Like, competitive Pokemon. I played a tiny bit of competitive Pokemon. So there's a smaller channel I've been watching that's been making Gen 3 OU sound really fun. But it's literally, I have no plans of playing the vast majority of the Pokemon competitive metagame. I never watch VGC. I have no interest in VGC. But literally, False Swipe Gaming... it's just scripted and delivered in such a fun way that it's like eating candy and it's hard to stop, and it's legitimately a really fun, weird window into Pokemon in a different way. It's really fun actually to build up my knowledge of competitive Pokemon because I watch these videos primarily because they're entertaining, but it's fun because the deeper you go, the more fulfilling it is, because it's like, oh, I know Lander's theory, and it's been a really big deal in all these videos. I hear his name like 5 times per video, and then they put out the Lander's Therian video, and it's like a fucking movie, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck about this Pokemon. The biggest Pokemon in OU are Garchomp, who's legit cool, Heatran, which I have a vague memory of, Ferrothorn, which is completely whatever, and Lander's Therian, which I actively don't even like as a design. So it's like... the most random, unappealing Pokemon gets so much priority in competitive, but it's just fun. For me, it's fun to learn about stuff and picture things. Like, wait, oh my god, did Xatu have a niche in Gen 2 NU? Psychic types were so good back then, and Mr. Mime was so good. Would they have used like, the more you watch, the more you learn, even if you're 100% learning from just one channel. It's just silly. I really enjoy watching those videos. Wow, that is very characteristic to you. I just saw them reference that simulator, I think. Azure Heights, I've never heard of that. Umeboshi. No. Is that a podcast? Oh, money. As much as I'm like, there's too much money in this game, it sure is fun. It's like picking at something. I have been thinking about light puzzles, right? Like, something with a lot of theming is very, how do I say there's something like this electric area. Damn it. I was like, if I guess on a whim that this is the electric area. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. I deserve a professorship. I was going to say, if I can whip a lesson, if I can whip a teaching moment out of a game I'm actively playing, not knowing I'm near the teaching moment, I deserve a professorship. I deserve to be Professor Melovania. An area like I'm living in a video right now. An area like this with all of its theming and its dedicated puzzle theme and its really interesting reward, this is very fulfilling. This is like, wow, I have feelings about this. The Thorns of Agony, I feel so much. I have to say, going back to Tears of the Kingdom, of course, I am kind of bored, but I'm starting to appreciate how games with less themed stuff, right? Probably the most theme is that room. I mean, there's more. The most theme is beating a fucking broken vessel for the first time, getting the monarch wings. Everything has so much meaning. It's so beautiful. It's so fun. All of your senses are fulfilled. Sometimes you don't want to feel all those things. Sometimes you want to eat something that's less packed with flavor. Because the answer isn't always to just pack something with flavor all the way. You gotta balance it, right? So I've been thinking, less so with Todic Koroks because they piss me off, but the good Korok Todics and whatever I just said, and the shrines, they're so light. You know, they have like no thematic identity. They're usually just kind of repetitions on a theme. That kind of helps like the length of the game. Because like I think if you crammed it with 100% unique things, maybe this is just me in the moment, but I feel like having mostly been playing short games where everything's unique and very strong and meaningful, sometimes I kind of just want like a unique, not a non-unique thing. I want like a longer game with just padding. Padding is kind of the word, you know, filler stuff that's less intense. So, you know, if every single puzzle in I'm kind of coming around to my opinion, if every puzzle in Hollow Knight rewarded you with something amazing and fascinating, I don't know, I'd be more full. I'm not saying you shouldn't make intrigue, but just basically all this to say, picking at money is sometimes all I want. Sometimes I want more. But just picking at money, it's just nothing. It's just mindless. It's just kind of nice. Oh my god, I did not know Porygon's big show. Wow. Huh. Smogon. That's wild. One of my favorite things from Pokemon is Cerebi. Cerebi was started around then. And Cerebi still goes now. It's like all run by one person. I think that's cool, just like in terms of internet. Smogon and Showdown have been kind of the thing for a long time. They've had a good run. I thought maybe I would get to Wraiths, but we're running out of time. Speedrun to Wraiths. Porygon's Big Show is a really funny name. Wow. Oh, they were related. I never knew the difference between Pibia and Garden. Pibia. Yup. Yikes! Wait. This isn't the way to Queen's Garden. Does anybody know if this is the way to Queen's Garden? I mean, I'm just gonna do it. But... This can't be the way to Queen's Garden. I feel like it's a random soda puddle. Oh shit. Oh, this music's going crazy. Someone died? Who killed you? The shell fell off? Hello? Is everything plugged in correctly? Things feel very weird right now. I'll have to eat a turtle gummy. I sat here with gummies in front of me the whole stream. I did not eat them. That is a terrible review. Flavor. Oh, gross. Flavor. Gross. Flavor. Flavor. Serviceable. What a big jump. The music really goes up here. Yep, bye. Oh, I had fragile piss. Good thing I got all that money. Yeah, 0 out of 10. Never tempted me. I just ate a turtle. I've had the turtle and the second 2 ink sacs sitting in front of me. I've never felt an appeal to eat them. I love the flavor of the ink sacs, but the texture is just like, whatever. At the end of the day, it's kind of a Kanshoku Mondai. Like, it's just like mild soda flavor mixed with root beer or cola flavor is not that bad at all. But it's just the texture sucks. It tastes rotten inside. Or feels rotten inside. No, you zoned out and missed me. After I beat the Mantis Lords, I switched to my 3rd playthrough. This is just one of my main playthroughs. I didn't want to do anything new on the stream playthrough, so I just switched to this, to Noodle, till I'm done for a few minutes. This one's getting fun too. I've already done a lot of weird stuff. I'm doing fuck all with the platforming though. It's like more of a lesson in how the wings bounce more than anything. Like reading what to do ain't hard. I didn't even make it this far last time. The hard thing is knowing how whatchamacallit, choreographed your jump is. In Smash, we call it choreographed, like having a lot of animation and movement built into using it. Is this even the point? Should I just use a... Can I do this? Yeah. I was thinking if this would like impact anybody's brain, because I was like, it's like the same gameplay, same areas. We even backtracked to Green Path before the last one is over, and now there's just different moves. It's just completely different, but the same thing. I love that, like, in addition to working on my burnout, this stream was pretty much like putting on a movie for class. Like, that's not true, but I was just like, I don't have a plan for September. Even though I've literally never streamed Hollow Knight, let's just stream Hollow Knight. Like, that's pretty much the most vanilla content I could do on this channel. Even though I've never done it, and it's not vanilla at all for being the first one. But it is already, it's like, yeah, just a Saturday, streaming Hollow Knight, that's what I do. It's just so regular. Like, it feels like I do this every weekend, but it's only been 3 weekends. And I was like numb to this game a month ago. Sakurai. I do, that's another example of like interesting person, but like not like my first click. Like, he's in my algorithm, just like all these YouTubers are, but it's like super interesting stuff, but I just don't like watch it very much. Only if like a topic really interests me. Oh, this. That's that Dark Souls bullshit. Yeah, this ain't Queen's Garden. This ain't your Queen's Garden. Oh, the artist. Oh, the artist is the one who gets with the nail craftsman, not the teacher. They're separate. Oh, this was really meaningful to me back in 2020. Wow. This was literally me with Smash Ultimate, if you remember, Liz. I saw this in 2020 when I had been going through it with you on like trying to enjoy Ultimate, but ultimately struggling because like I was so focused on skill because of the esports years. And this hit so hard. I was like, that's just like me. Flash forward 3 years and yeah. I am much I feel like I'm using the skills that I built as an esports player to enjoy games more as art. But I still do always push myself as a video game warrior. Like I'm always talking about like, replays, getting gooder. The balance has been struck pretty well, I think. Except I still feel weird about Smash. He's so good. Does it have color on it? Wow. Yeah, there's some of that good writing I was hoping for. Wow, it's just like Master taught me. Oh no, it's not as colorful as it is in the art. Why not make it colorful? I guess we would have been using it a lot, but... Yeah, I wanted to get over to Queen's Garden. It always feels like planning a vacation or like a series of errands once you get to this point in the game. I am so confused why they would put this here. Why would they not just let you crystal dash across this? You might say, oh, it's because you're going to hit spikes. Well, they didn't have to put the spikes there. I feel like a big issue with my sensitive side scroller label is that it really like I gotta be careful because like it really kind of shows my own biases where like I feel like, you know, of Hollow Knight, Soten, and Super Metroid, I feel like Hollow Knight has the most put into its game feel. I just like it's the most tuned, comfortable, beautiful, detailed, but it's such a harsh judgment to cast on other games, right? I guess I would imagine it like a scale. Like, not 100% necessarily, but like if you blast enough effort into the visuals, sound design, game feel, and maybe even emotional quality of your game, because Kirby doesn't have a ton of effort placed into the themes or anything like that, whereas I feel like the theming and the emotional element and the interpersonal element of Hollow Knight does amplify the sensitive feeling for me. So it's complicated. And obviously, like, Symphony of the Night is beautiful, and a lot of effort was put into its design, especially for the time, which becomes its own thing. And it's kind of, feels like shit to be like, Mario didn't put enough effort into his visuals to qualify for this, but at the same time, like, come on. Would you get high and walk around? Would you get high and walk around New Super Mario Bros. Wii? Or would you get high and walk around, not play, but just walk around Hollow Knight or a Kirby game? Like, Is Donkey Kong a sensitive side scroller? Wow, I've opened up a whole new concept. There are so many debates to be had. It is rife with debate. It is rife for debate, but I can't put the genie back in the bottle. I can't close this. I can't not see this now that I've said this. There are some side scrollers that make you feel something with every single beat they have on screen. It's really just like the most intense version, like measuring difficulty or measuring linearity. It is measuring how fucking good it feels to look at the game. And I feel like that is such a genre for side scrollers, like walking through a painting. There we go. I feel like I would get high and walk around Yoshi's Island just because of the tone of Yoshi's Island alone. Like, I feel like that'd be a very funny place to walk around. But that's also a very beautiful game. It's just, I feel like I call one game a sensitive side scroller, and I don't call other games that, and you immediately piss those fans off. So this will be really interesting. Maybe everybody has their own I don't fucking know. But all I do know is that Kirby specs so hard into something that people do not give it enough credit for. It is not difficult. It is not non-linear. But it's beautiful. It makes you feel everything all at once. At Yoshi's Crafted World person. Yoshi's Crafted World, sensitive side scroller. They sold that game with a lady making yarn amiibos in a video. Sensitive side scroller. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like relativity for the time. Because you've got games that feel literally soft to play because game feel has improved so much here. But I mean, Kirby's Adventure. So much goes into making that game beautiful. So much unnecessary stuff. I think that's kind of where I'm getting at. So much unnecessary stuff went into making, like, Castlevania super detailed, right? And making Kirby's Adventure wicked detailed. And they're not as, like, comfortable to play as a modern game, but they kind of ease their way into they get into the upper echelons of what I'm feeling out here with their attention to beauty, right? I feel like it's so hard. It is so hard to... Oh, wow. You should get high and go to Kirby's Dream Course anyhow. Oh, you gotta... Yeah, this is later than usual. Thank you so much. We're not going to be on for more than 10 more minutes, so you won't lose your stream badge. Way to go, not getting interrupted, as you were afraid of having happen. Thanks so much. That was a marathon stream and very, very fun. As of now, I think I'll plan to just be back next week. I'm going to be done in like 10 minutes, so... Once it turns 3, I'm gonna be like, okay, let's get going. Now my phone's buzzing about the plans for tonight, so the dream is collapsing. The dream is collapsing. The immersion is breaking. $10. Okay. Yeah, all I want to do is see Queen's Garden and hear the music. Yeah, we're almost done here. What a fun day. That was a ton of fun. I was being cool, but way more people came than usual. We even had like 3 commenters. We had 3 commenters who I didn't know. That is not common. We do not get a new commenter every week. We do simply not. One of them was even not. 2 of them were even not 9. We really were like, hey, buddy, I think you should watch a different stream. And then he just left. He didn't even say anything. He was like, oh, I'm not wanted. That or he's watching silently. And his parents are going to be really mad at me. Although, I made it clear. I play so many games appealing to children, like fucking Symphony of the Night, and somehow they still want to watch. Or no, I play so many, so I should be unsurprised that they want to watch. Kids love Metroid. I've always said that. No rest till Queen's Garden for whatever fucking reason. We come here from Queen's Garden, don't we? Hey, but I haven't. They don't even have enough people to do those kinds of analytics. No, I think that's kind of why I'm still so fascinated by pointing out games that go the extra mile or arrive at a really beautiful place. Because, like, even in the most limited eras, you can see stuff. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I find beautiful about Mario World. Like, the only game that I feel comfortable shitting on is the 4 identical New Super Mario Bros. Games, but I love Mario World for its sound design and its crunchy pixels and, like, how small the enemies are. It's very touchable. I don't know, I just like it. So it is far from, like, a beauty contest. It will devolve into a beauty contest, but I think it's fun. It's fun right now to look at each game and consider how much of the mental, emotional budget went into making the game beautiful. And think about the games where that's, like, the highest. Because I think for me, like, round things are kind of ultimately, like, the most, like, fun for me. So, like, a real goth might be like, what are you talking about? Kirby doesn't speak to me at all. I only like Castlevania because I only like skulls and they make me feel warm and fuzzy inside. But you know, this isn't a system that would, like, because, like, it's a concept, it's a way of viewing games that still honors the intense dedication to detail and atmosphere in Castlevania. I mean, Hollow Knight's the second one. Like, obviously, it doesn't have to be cutesy cozy to have an obvious interest in how it feels to play the game. Whoa. We're on the road to Queen Garden. And there's stuff that I forgot. Oh! It's nice. It's really nice here. I'm sniffing. Oh my god, I did it! Oh my god, we made it. I didn't think I would. The overgrown mound. Skulls make for a great Metroidvania. I think some people would even say Metroidvanias need to be gloomy, but I definitely don't feel that way. This is where I would use wraiths, if I had any. Next. Who's fucking next? did it. A gloomy Vania. Mellow might be a requirement, but even then. Huh. Well, we don't have time to get into that, so good night, everyone. Thanks for coming out. Holy shit. I'm gonna play with this toy. Yeah, wow, it's been a while since I used that. Yes. Absolutely. There's no questioning why they often are gloomy. Because it feels really natural. Huh. Stacking up bodies. Alright. Well, how did I get in here? Okay. I'm gonna find a bench. Wow, this is really nice. This has a nice color to it. It's been a while. This is what my dad's house looks like. Oh shit. Huh, we back. Oh, I left. I need a bench. Well, whatever. Okay. I'll call it there. Peace. Wow. All that for Mantises. All this for fucking Mantis Lords. Good night. Wow. Oh my gosh. Fun times. Yeah, I think I'll be back next weekend. Oh crap, I had Liz and Amber. I had something I wanted to... Oh, I'm gonna make a group. Okay, yeah. Okay. See ya then. See you next week. See you next week. I'm pretty damn sure. I'll put up a card like midweek. It sure is. Yeah, I never even appreciated these flowers with their tendrils, but I've said enough video game feelings today. Well, out loud. Thanks y'all for staying up. Wow. Peace. Smells fucking gross in my kitchen. Wow. Wow, this game is pretty. Holy crap. You almost need to sit back. Get some distance from the mic. Good night.